Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with the amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Legendary Shield Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On a nice warm morning as the sun came up and the birds started singing, a frail man with wild blonde hair got out of his truck to look at the beach. The very same beach that just 10 months before had been covered in massive piles of trash, including abandoned cars, home appliances, and tons upon tons of scrap metal. Now when he got to the beach, the man saw it completely spotless. Oh my goodness. The frail man bulked up until he was over 3 times as large as a normal person. The person who cleaned this beach was a small child, only 15 years old at the time. This was Midoriya Izuku. The now much larger man rushed to catch Izuku as he fell from the top of the final pile of trash. Izuku asked, "Did I do it, All Might?" "Yes, young Midoriya. You exceeded my expectations once again. Congratulations, All Might," the #1 hero in the world stated. "Ah yes, heroes. You see, over 80% of the population had a strange power known as a quirk. Some of them were extremely dangerous, and as some people will do when given power, there are those known as villains who abuse that power. But where there is evil, there is justice along with it. To combat those villains, heroes rose up. And to make sure heroes didn't abuse their power, they were sent to special high schools to learn what it means to be a hero and the rules that go along with it. The best of these schools in Asia and possibly the entire world was in Japan. UA High was where the very best heroes came from. Every graduate went on to do big things no matter what course they graduated from, be it business, support, gen ed, and especially hero. That was Izuku's goal, and although originally powerless and bullied, he was chosen to wield the strongest power of all, the power that is one for all. All Might was the current holder of the quirk and the greatest hero in the world, but due to an injury from a villain, he could no longer be the hero he once was. And so he would pass on his power just like his mentor had to him. Due to the strength of the quirk, an unprepared body couldn't hold it. So that was why Izuku had been training. And now that training was finished, so it was time to pass on the quirk. I want you to remember something, young Midoriya. This is something my mentor told me and I shall tell you. The difference between a reward and a gift is that one is earned, the other gotten by luck. Never get the two confused, young man. Now then, All Might reached up and plucked a hair from the top of his head. "Eat this." In complete shock, Izuku fell to the ground. When he got back to his feet, he screamed, "What? It is the only way to transfer the power. Now then, we don't have much time. The exam is in 3 hours and you still need to shower, eat breakfast, and get dressed. Now eat." Izuku choked down the hair and gagged. All Might shrank down and said, "Good. Now then, one for all is hard to control at first in your vessel, while a proper one was made in a rush. So if you use too much power, there will be extreme backlash." Not wanting that to happen, Izuku asked, "How do I control it?" Thinking for a moment on how to best explain, All Might said, "It's different for every person. My mentor told me that she always visualized a massive bonfire, and would only take small amounts of it at first until her body could handle the full might. For me, I could use the full power with nothing more than bruises, so it was practical training for me to figure it out. Find a way that works for you. I am not trying to create a second All Might. If I was, then I would have gone with someone else. I am trying to train someone better than me. You must find your own path to truly accomplish that." "I see. So all I have to go with what feels right to me." "Exactly. Now then, get going. You can figure out the smaller details later, but you must hurry as to not be late." Izuku said, "Oh right. Thanks, All Might. I have to go now. See you after the exam." He then ran off. All Might smiled at his successor as he got into his truck and drove off towards UA. Only a few hours later, Izuku was at the gate to UA and ready for his exam. He had sort of figured out what he needed to do. He had a vision in his mind of what one for all was to him, and he was ready to try. All that was left was to take the exam and get into the school of his dreams. Izuku was about to take that first step when his former bully shoved him to the side. "Out of the way, Deku. Can't believe you even had the nerve to show up. Dumbass." Bakugo Katsuki kept walking, not even looking back. Taking a moment to calm down, Izuku said to himself, "Ever since that day I saved him, he stopped bullying me. I was just scared out of habit. I can do this." He took that first step and everything went well. His second step caused him to trip over his feet and fall face first towards the ground. He would have fallen face first, but he was stopped by a pair of arms wrapping around him from behind. He was picked up and set down on his feet. The one who saved him was a blonde girl with big blue eyes, even shorter than his own height of 5'5". She stood about 5'1". Her quirk gave her long pointed horns that reached a few inches over his head. She spoke with an American accent and broken Japanese. "Hello, I sorry for grabbing like that, but I figure you not want fall on face." Izuku was able to understand her broken Japanese and forced himself to calm down, though he was still red in the face from embarrassment. "Thank you. You're right, it would have been bad." The girl once again spoke. "No worry then. Just nerve. It help, count to 10 and take deep breath. Anyway, need to go now. I know read Japanese so good and need to find my exam room or I be late. Actually, if you want I can help you find it. Do you have your card on you that tells you where to go? Izuku offered. The girl nodded and showed it to him. I'd Tsunotori Pony, by the way. He also introduced himself. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and we actually have the same written exam room, so we can find it together. The two left for the exam room and kept talking, Izuku getting more comfortable with the conversation as he went along with it. He found out that Tsunotori was raised in America but actually born in Japan. She didn't speak much Japanese due to her not using it at home, instead using English, but she managed to get by. He also found out a bit more about her quirk, like how she could shoot off her horns and control the first 3 that she fired and could shoot 10 in a row at the moment before she had to take a break. Her horns quickly regrew if she shot them or they broke. She insisted being called Pony since that was how they did it in America. None of last name. Friends call me Pony or use nickname. You do same. She all but demanded. So he eventually did, with some struggle to remember at first. She also started calling him Izuku. In return, he told her a bit about himself, though he avoided mentioning his quirk since he didn't know his limits with it yet. And they quickly found his exam room and had to split up to their different seats. After the exam, they had to go to different auditoriums for the explanation to the practical exam. Thankfully, he managed to find a girl with long orange hair tied up into a ponytail going to the same one. As they went separate ways, Pony said bye Izuku. Maybe meet up after exams, talk more. Izuku nodded in agreement. Making his way to his own auditorium, Izuku sat in his seat, right next to Bakugo. Oh, there you are. I was beginning to think you chickened out. Izuku spoke with conviction when he said I won't give up Kaken. Not when I've come so far. Damn nerd, Bakugo muttered. The explanation was carried out by Present Mike, the voice hero. HELLOOOLIISSSTTTNNNERRRSSSS. Welcome to UA. Now I know we just fried your brains with that last exam, but pay attention. This will be important information. Seeing one of his favorite heroes, Izuku started geeking out. He was cut off by Bakugo saying shut the fuck up. So Izuku did and returned his attention to the explanation. Present Mike continued. The exam will go down something like this. There will be 3 robots worth points, worth 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Higher point robots are harder to beat, so it's a risk-reward system. You have 20 minutes to smash as many as you can. Go nuts with it. Can I get a yeah? He paused for a moment before shouting YEHHH. Nobody else shouted with him. Tough crowd. Whatever. On to the next. Present Mike was interrupted by a tall boy with dark blonde hair. Excuse me. This paper clearly shows 4 robots, not 3. If this is a misprint, you should be ashamed. He turned towards Izuku. And you have been muttering to yourself this entire time. Stop it. It is extremely distracting. Izuku squeaked out an apology, much to Bakugo's amusement, and Present Mike continued. I was just about to get to that, little listener, don't you worry. And it's not nice to call others out like that. People focus in their own ways. Now then, that last robot isn't the same as the others. It's worth 0 points. It's supposed to be an obstacle. You can beat it, but there's no point to it, so it might be better to run away and get more points. That about wraps it up. Head to your buses, marked clearly on your little cards we gave you. Now good luck, listeners. Our school motto. Plus, this time everyone finished with him. Ultra. Then people went to their areas and got on the buses. On the bus, Izuku once again met up with Pony. Hi Izuku. We in same arena. Want work together? Izuku politely declined. No thanks, Pony. I appreciate the offer, but it might be a better idea to work alone and get more points that way. Able to understand, though slightly disappointed, Pony said okay. Might be for the best. That way we no need to split points. Good luck then. She then walked away slightly sad. Even though he had only known her for a small amount of time, Izuku hated to see Pony sad, as her personality and cheerfulness was so infectious it made others want to keep her happy. So he was about to go after her and apologize and agree to work together, but he was stopped by the same blue-haired boy from before. That girl appears to be focusing right now. Do not go distract her. Before Izuku could explain himself, the gates started to open and everyone waited for the countdown. Present Mike appeared at the top of the wall to the large fake city and said, "What are you all waiting for? There are no countdowns in a real fight. Go, 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 go." So everyone ran off. Izuku was slightly behind but able to catch up fairly quickly due to his impressive physique. Everyone started smashing robots. Izuku was about to try to as well, but when he saw a one-pointer he was frozen in fear. Against a real villain he was just fine, but against this one he couldn't even move. Thankfully, a French boy with blonde hair and sparkles all around him wearing a strange belt shot a laser from his stomach and destroyed it. He said, "Thank you for distracting it, but I do believe we will not be seeing each other again." He then ran off, struggling to find even a single robot that wasn't already being destroyed. Izuku got no points. The time was ticking down and he had nothing. In the judges' building, all the teachers watched the examinees. A creature covered in white fur was looking at a few examinees in particular. The strange creature went on a monologue. What it takes to be a hero: the ability to find a target without a visual on them, the ability to move quickly and complete an objective, the ability to move around without being seen, and of course, pure combat ability. As he said this, he switched his line of sight to a screen showing what he had just listed off. A man with a cement-like face said, "There are only 2 minutes left. Should we release the zero-pointer?" The creature nodded. "But of course, cement us. Would you like to do the honors?" The cement man nodded and pressed a big red button without saying anything. In every arena, the ground shook and a massive robot was released. Looking around to see the source of the shaking, Izuku spotted the massive robot. This is what UA considers to be an obstacle. I need to run. But he couldn't. He was once again frozen, but this time not in fear. He saw something nobody else did. As examinees ran past him, some screaming at him to run as well, Izuku saw a pile of rubble from a building the robot had destroyed. But half buried under it was Pony. So when Izuku ran, it wasn't away. It was towards the chaos. He reached the rubble and saw Pony trying to lift it up off her trapped legs. Izuku knew he had to do something, and so, for the first time ever, he called upon his quirk. Green electricity sparked around his arm and he punched a rubble, breaking the largest piece. Pony managed to get her legs out but still couldn't walk. "I think it broken. Cannot move. Help," she pleaded. Izuku grabbed her and was about to put her on his back and run away, but he saw the zero-pointer right behind them. It once again hit the building, sending much more rubble crashing down towards them. Izuku put Pony down and stood over her on his hands and knees in an attempt to shield her. Before the rubble hit, both were engulfed by a bright white light. When it faded, Izuku was in a different place with no sign of Pony. 3 others stood next to him and Izuku stood up. When he did, he was once again the shortest there, and from the looks of it, the youngest. Each one carried a weapon, a spear, a sword, and a bow respectively. Izuku had a shield on his arm. In front of them stood a group of men. One said, "It worked. We are saved." He then turned his attention and words to them. "Great heroes, we have summoned you for a great purpose. This world is speeding towards disaster. Please, speak to the king. He can explain it better to you." The one carrying the spear, who also appeared to be the oldest, said, "Oh, we'll be speaking to the king all right. If you want our help, we have a few demands that you have to meet. If you don't, you may just find us your enemies instead." The men in front of them started to panic. The other 2, the ones holding the sword and the bow, also spoke. "Yes, you brought us here without our consent. If you can't, or won't, compensate us for ripping us out of our old lives, then we might have a problem." "I agree." Reminded of his old bullies from middle school, Izuku thought, what jerks. They just got here, and before they even hear out the situation, they're making demands. If this world is speeding towards disaster, I really hope I don't have to do it alone with just the shield and One for All. And I'm not even sure how I controlled One for All, so I can't even count on that yet. The group was taken to meet the king. Once in the throne room, the king, an elderly-looking man with white hair and a long white beard, said, "Welcome to the kingdom of Melromark. Please, introduce yourselves. Then we can get started." "I'm Motoyasu Kitamura, age 21, the one with the spear introduced. "My name is Ren Amaki, age 18, said the one with the sword. Next was the one with the bow. "I am Itsuki Kawasumi, age 16. Without waiting for Izuku to introduce himself, the king continued. Before he could get too far, Izuku said, "Hold on, you skipped me. I'm Izuku Midoriya, age 15. Motoyasu tried to chastise him. "Dude, you can't interrupt the king like that." Before an argument could start. Not that Izuku was going to start one in the first place, the king cleared his throat. "Yes, well, the reason we have summoned you is because our world faces grave danger. It is foretold that waves of calamity would ravage our lands, and that we would need to summon the 4 cardinal heroes to protect us. The first wave already came and went. We thought we could protect ourselves without you. We were wrong, so now we have summoned you. The throne will provide payment and call on adventurers to aid you on your journey. Will you protect our land?" Izuku was the first to speak without needing to think about it. He saw a land in need of saving, and that was what he was working towards anyways. What did it matter if it was in a different world? "I will fight to save your kingdom." The king seemed to ignore him for the most part, and one by one the other 3 agreed too. Motoyasu said, "Sure, I guess those rewards are good enough for me. I'll help you guys out." One of the king's advisors said, "If you would all look in the bottom right corner of your vision, focus on the icon that is shown there." Each one did, and a screen opened. The other 3 heroes all said, "I'm level 1. "Me too." "And me." Izuku said, "I'm level 3. Before anyone could question his higher level, the advisor said, "This is called status magic. Special magic given to the chosen heroes to help them get stronger on their journeys." Smirking confidently, Motoyasu said, "Well then, I guess we go kill some monsters and then party up to take on the waves together, huh?" The advisor spoke again. "I must apologize, but the 4 cardinal heroes must work alone. The legendary weapons by nature repel one another. so you must form separate parties and gain strength and power up your weapons separately. They aren't already maxed out. And what's stopping us from just using other weapons until these are strong enough? The advisor explained you are now the holders of these legendary weapons. They appeared on your person when you came here. You cannot use any other weapon of any other kind. You must use these at all times. The other 3 heroes were all still confident. Itsuki said this won't be so hard. Just leave everything to us. Very well. We have chambers set up for you for tonight. The king pointed to one of the servants. Show them the way. Yes, your majesty. Please follow me, heroes, she said. On the way to their rooms for the night, Izuku noted this air is much warmer and more humid than where I was before, at least when not at the beach. One of the others, Izuku remembered, said yeah, seems Mediterranean to me. Have you never traveled outside of Japan? Izuku shook his head. No, it's just me and my mom. My dad divorced her and went to work in America after I was born, so we don't have much money. Definitely not enough to travel outside the country. Shrugging it off, Motoyasu interrupted their conversation. Whatever, it's not that important. The servant unlocked the door then left. After she did, he continued. Anyways, doesn't this place seem familiar to you guys? Looking around the room before answering, Ren said it does. That's because it's exactly like a game I used to play. Agreeing, Motoyasu said sure. Each of them, minus Izuku, said a totally different game. Wait, what? No way. What's next? Are you going to tell me that Nintendo went out of business? The other 2 each said no, they're still going strong. Thinking about it, Ren said I'm sure we can figure it out. First Prime Minister of Japan. Each said 3 different people. Who's on the 1,000 yen bill? The same thing. Questions kept being asked but different answers were given each time. After a little bit, Motoyasu asked, hey Izuku, what about you? You going to say anything and help us figure this out? Shaking his head, Izuku said I think I already have. The other 3 looked surprised and Itsuki asked, what do you think? If I'm right, then we each come from different versions of Japan. Things have played out mostly the same with certain differences. For example, in my version of Japan, Nintendo was a gaming company that went out of business 150 years ago, so I'm from the future to you guys. Our technology is mostly the same as yours though because of a huge war that stopped almost all technological and scientific advance. Izuku felt it was best to keep the existence of quirks in his universe a secret just in case something bad came of it. He wouldn't even use his own quirk in front of these 3 unless absolutely necessary. Ren asked, now that I think about it, why are you 2 levels higher than us? Having also thought of an answer, Izuku replied, I can think of 2 reasons. One is that I used to get beat up a lot in middle school. Maybe that translated to experience here. Or it might be because of my training. Looking confused, Motoyasu asked, training? What training? Rolling up his sleeves to show the others, Izuku said, I cleaned a beach that people used as a junkyard. It took me about 10 months under a strict schedule, but I did it. I actually finished earlier today. But then a building collapsed and I died trying to save a girl trapped under the rubble. I got it off of her, but before we could escape, more fell. I tried to shield her with my body, but I have no idea if she survived because I disappeared before it hit me. Wow, Itsuki muttered. You did something like that too. Before I arrived, my best friend was crossing the street. A garbage truck ran a red light and I pushed him out of the way. Next thing I know, I was here. Ren said a good friend of mine was getting mugged. I stepped in and got stabbed. After that, a bright white light and I ended up here. What about you, Motoyasu? I was stabbed by my girlfriends when they found out about each other. I thought we could make it work between the 3 of us. I was wrong. He said that last part, looking down in embarrassment. Not liking him already, Izuku said, wow. Us 3 trying to be heroes and you decided to get 2 girls and they killed you. Girls have feelings too, you know. You can't expect them not to get mad about something like that. The other 2 agreed. Choosing to ignore that, Motoyasu said, whatever. I'm heading to bed. We have a long day tomorrow. We better get some sleep. Everyone went to their own individual rooms. Once Izuku knew the other 3 were asleep or at least wouldn't bother him, he pulled something out of his pocket. It was a letter for him that appeared there when he got to that world. To Midoriya, Izuku, you must be wondering what happened to you. Well, I can tell you. Something went wrong in the timelines. You and Tsunotori Pony weren't supposed to die yet, but you did. And the world you are in now is facing a greater threat than usual. So to make up for it, I sent you both to this world instead of the one that was originally going to be here. Due to my status, I can't get directly involved or I would fix this myself. And you read that right, both you and Pony are here. You will find her eventually, that I can make happen no matter what. For now, just know that you were right to keep your quirk a secret. Don't give away too much information about yourself. I can't help much, but I will do what I can to keep things stable for you. And don't worry about your original world. Once your job is done here, you, Pony, and any others that want to come with you can go back to your world the exact moment you left, out of danger of course. And don't worry about contacting me. I'm always watching. Do a good job and I might meet you in person. I've always wanted to meet the famous Midoriya Izuku after all. Then I can better explain what happened. For now you must follow the way this world works. You won't have an easy time here, but you never did you? Anyways, good luck. I will send you another letter as soon as I find out more about what's going on. Your man on the inside. The Keeper of Shadows. Izuku read that letter multiple times. On one hand, Pony was alive and here with him. He would make sure they met up with each other, and they could go back home too. But on the other, he was here because something had gone horribly wrong somewhere, and now he had to fix it. But was he up to that task? And what if he made things worse accidentally? He couldn't think like that right now. He may not like Madoyasu right now, but he did agree with one thing. Tomorrow they had a big day, so he needed sleep. He blew out the candle and crawled into his bed and quickly fell asleep. Somewhere in the city, Pony woke up, still confused about what had happened. Before she could assess her surroundings, she heard a voice say, My, you're a fine-looking specimen." She then smelled something sickly sweet and fell back asleep. She flickered in and out of consciousness for the next hour. When she was awake, she saw that she was in a cage, but she wasn't alone in it. She also had some sort of chains keeping her in place, and in the corner was a small girl with orangish hair with small animal ears and a tail. Pony fell back unconscious before she could really figure out what was going on. All she could think about was if Izuku was okay. The next morning, all the heroes woke up feeling refreshed and ready for the day. Izuku had a small freak out when he woke up, having thought it was all a strange dream at first. Quickly, everyone met back in the throne room where the king and a large group of adventurers were waiting. The king said, "Good morning, brave heroes. I have sent out a call and summoned the greatest heroes in the land. These brave souls will join you in fighting the waves." Looking over the group, Izuku took note of everyone. There are a lot of them. Ooh, some of them are pretty hot too, Madoyasu said, as if having the same thought as Izuku. Continuing, the king said, "You may choose who you wish to work with now." The group of adventurers moved forwards. Ren ended up with 5, Itsuki ended up with 3, and Madoyasu ended up with 4. Izuku had nobody. "What? I have to do this alone. That isn't fair." One of the king's advisors stepped up and whispered something in the king's ear. The king announced, "It seems that a rumor has spread around the city that you know very little about this world. The heroes were supposed to be summoned with an understanding of our world and knowing what to do. The people got word of you not knowing and therefore distrust you." Chiming in, Madoyasu said, "Bummer. I guess someone listened in on our conversation last night." That would seem to be the case. Itsuki agreed, worried about his ability to get stronger and fight since he didn't have much control over OFA. Izuku said, "Ren, you have 5. Can't 1 or 2 members of your party join me? You seem like the kind of person to work alone anyways." Ren nodded. "It's true, I prefer to work alone." He turned to his party. Anyone doesn't pull their own weight and they get left behind. Trying to think rationally in the situation, Itsuki said, "While it would be the most fair to split them up 3 to a person, that may just cause more problems. We don't want to force them to work with someone they don't want to." Izuku could see the logic in that, but still didn't want to work alone. Looking over his group of all girls, Madoyasu said, "Wow, sucks to be you, Midoriya. But what can I do if my entire group is full of cute girls and you're all alone? Yeah, you seem really hung up about it." Someone from Madoyasu's group spoke up. "Sir Hero, I will join you." Gaining hope that maybe things would work out, Izuku looked over to the one who spoke. It was a girl about as tall as Madoyasu, meaning much taller than him, with red hair and a kind smile. But there was something about it that struck Izuku as odd. He brushed off that feeling and said, "Thank you." Seeming slightly worried about something, the king said, "Would anyone else wish to join the Shield Heroes party?" Nobody spoke up. "Very well. You will all be paid a starting amount for buying necessary equipment. Just this once, the Shield Hero will receive more money to make up for his small party." A group of people all carrying bags of coins approached the heroes. One of the advisors said, "The Shield Hero will receive 800 silver. The other 3 heroes will receive 600. Please, take it and go buy any gear you need, then start on your adventures. That is all." Taking his bag of silver and thanking the one who brought it to him, Izuku and his party member left to quickly get started. On the way to get what they needed, she introduced herself. "Well, Sir Hero, it seems we will be working together. My name is Main, and nice to formally meet you, Main." Izuku was nervous, not just because of the girl traveling with him, but also because of the task ahead. He had to find Pony, master his quirk, get stronger, and save this world from disaster. He wasn't sure if he was up to the task. He started muttering, "First we need the basics. Food, water, and armor and weapons. But where would we even start that stuff?" Not being able to understand most of what he said, Main tapped Izuku on the shoulder. "Sir Hero, what was that?" Izuku apologized. "Oh, sorry, it's a bad habit of mine. When I get nervous or really focused, I start muttering to myself. I was just thinking about how we needed the basics. We can always come to an inn for the food and water, but first we need to get armor and weapons for us." Grabbing Izuku's arm, Main said, "Great idea. I know just the place to go. Follow me." She started pulling him along. They arrived at a small shop and went inside. Izuku looked around at all the weapons and armor. He muttered back home, "I've only seen 2 or 3 people that could ever fit in that armor. The suit of armor in question was a massive set of what looked like iron plate armor bigger than even the blacksmith, an already large man. First time in a weapon shop, kid. Maybe I can help you find what you need here. He then saw the girl Izuku was with. You seem familiar, miss. Do I know you from somewhere? Stepping up and taking charge, Main handled everything. I've actually been here a few times before. I trust this shop and it's one of the best around. She got herself a new set of armor, a set of armor for Izuku, and a sword for herself. How much is this one? She asked while looking at armor for Izuku. 150 silver. The blacksmith pointed out some details about the material the armor was made out of and the craftsmanship, and the buyback price. Double-checking the armor, the blacksmith answered 100 silver, assuming it's still in good condition, that is. If not, then 15. Confused, Izuku asked buyback price. Taking the armor and paying for it, Main explained. Once you get stronger, you won't need this armor anymore. Once that happens, you can sell it back to them. You want to get a good deal for this stuff so you don't spend as much in the long run. I see. That's helpful. Thanks. Izuku thanked Main. It was taking everything he had to not stutter and blush anytime she smiled at him, but he was managing pretty well. Smiling, though Izuku still felt something off about it, Main said, that's what I'm here for. Just let me handle all of it. Anyways, I think we're ready to fight some monsters. Let's go. The two went just outside of the city gates and stepped off the path. Main stood in the shade of a tree while Izuku watched something coming towards them in the grass. A strange orange ball with a face on it and sharp teeth leapt at him and bit his arm. Izuku noted, it doesn't hurt. Must be because of my high defense. He pulled the creature off his arm and punched it with his other one. It flew away only to come back. Izuku punched it again and it exploded into pieces of a rubber-like substance. Like a balloon. That's what they're called. They're the weakest monsters in the country. But it's still impressive that you can kill them in 2 hits without a weapon. Now it's my turn. Main raised her sword. The two spent the rest of the day killing balloons. Izuku leveled up once after the day was done but didn't get much more experience after that. He did get a bunch of balloon fragments. He fed them all to his shield. As he did, he asked, so could we get any money for these? Counting how many they had left, Main said, not really. This stack of 20 here would really only get us about 10 copper, so it's not worth selling them unless you really need the money. Izuku took the rest of them. Feeding the rest of the balloon fragments to his shield, he said, then it's better to power up my shield with them. Main looked at the sun dipping below the trees of the forest nearby and said, I think we should call it a day. We can start again tomorrow. I'll show us to a nice inn for us to stay in. After another 30 minutes of walking back through the city, they arrived. Izuku got 2 rooms for the night and ordered dinner for himself. Main did the same and also ordered a bottle of wine. She asked, care for a drink, Sir Hero? Izuku shook his head. I'm only 15. It may not be illegal to drink that young in this world, but in mine I can't have any alcohol until I'm at least 18. So I have to say no. Pouting slightly, Main said, that's too bad. Oh well, sweet dreams, Sir Hero. She waved, giving her signature smile. Izuku walked up to his room wondering why every time he saw that smile he felt there was something off with it. After a long day of killing monsters, even if they were really weak and easy to kill, Izuku was exhausted. He guessed that the only reason he was still awake right now was because of his training and the large amount of stamina he had. Without it, he probably would have passed out a long time ago. So when he laid down in the soft bed, he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Izuku awoke to his door being broke down by guards. They grabbed his arms and forced him to his feet. He had taken his armor off to sleep and the closet was wide open, his armor missing. He asked, what's going on? What did I do? One of the guards answered, Midoriya Izuku, the shield hero, you are under arrest for attempted rape. Do not resist or we will use force to restrain you. And without another word, Izuku was dragged back to the castle. There he was forced to his knees in front of the king. The other 3 heroes and their parties were also there. Midoriya Izuku, the shield hero, you are charged with attempted rape against my daughter Melody. What say you to these charges? The king asked. His daughter, Izuku's former party member, stood behind Madoyasu smugly. When people turned to her, she played the victim. It was horrible. He threw me into his room and pinned me against his bed. I managed to get away from him, but I didn't sleep all night. I didn't do it. I would never hurt her. What evidence do you have that proves this was me? The same guard who had first grabbed him stepped forward holding a purple lingerie. We found this, strewn across the bed. Main acted all embarrassed and hid her face into Motoyasu's armor. The very same armor that was stolen from Izuku, somehow refitted for Motoyasu. Trying to stand up, Izuku said, that armor. That's the same armor I had yesterday. The same one that was stolen. You did this, didn't you? Clueless to what was actually happening, Motoyasu said, are you crazy? Main gave me this armor yesterday as a thank you for me saving her from you. Now shut up. If you weren't a hero, I would cut you down where you stand. Glaring at everyone in front of him, Izuku was tired of always being taken advantage of. First, in his own world he was treated like garbage, constantly bullied and abused by his peers and teachers. Now in this world he was being accused of a crime that he didn't commit. He saw Main, standing behind Madoyasu, giving Izuku one last smile. And Izuku realized why her smile always seemed off-putting to him. He had worn a fake smile for over a decade. The real emotions behind Main's smile was different, but he knew how to pick out a fake smile when he saw one. He had been blinded by her kind attitude and her helpfulness. The king sighed. If you were not one of the 4 heroes, I would have you executed for this. Unfortunately, we need all 4 heroes to fight back the waves. And unless all 4 of you were to fall in battle, we would be unable to replace you. But mark my words, Shield Hero. Should these 3 real heroes meet their ends and you survive, I will kill you myself and summon a new batch of heroes. You may leave, but you are to never show your face in this castle again unless it is for an official event. Izuku stood and took a step forward. Instantly guards surged forwards and held him back with the handles of their spears. Izuku grabbed them and said, "You mark my words, king. You are the one who summoned me. You are the one accusing me of a crime I didn't commit. It makes me wonder if this country is even worth saving. You say you need all 4 heroes to save this world. Then don't make threats you can't reasonably back up without destroying your world. From the information I've gathered, each wave is stronger than the last. If we fall even on this wave, your new heroes wouldn't have enough time to gain enough strength to combat them. I'll fight your battles, and after I know this world is safe, I'm leaving back to my own. You can count on that." Slamming his fist against his throne, the king said, "You dare threaten me in my own throne room." The guards forced Izuku back a bit farther. In retaliation, he grabbed both of the spears in front of him and forced them away, knocking their holders to the ground. "You are the one who made the first threat. I just returned the favor. You said you would kill me yourself. You couldn't even accomplish that now. But fine, you say I'm never to show my face around here again. Good, I never wanted to come back. This world may still deserve to be saved. But you, I know now that you do not." Izuku shoved the rest of the guards out of his way, some too nervous to fight back after seeing his incredible strength, and left the throne room. It was only after he exited the castle entirely that he realized he had subconsciously activated OFA at what he could guess was 5 or 6%. So that's how I do it. I just activate it without thinking about control and let my body do the rest. If I think about controlling it right now, it goes to full power. Interesting. He still walked off. On his way through town, Izuku was grabbed by the blacksmith and slammed against the wall of an alley. "Why did you do it?" he demanded. "Why did you rape her?" Not even caring about the throbbing pain in the back of his head, Izuku answered, "I didn't. I should kick your ass." The blacksmith was about to punch Izuku in the face when he saw his eyes. There was nothing there that revealed guilt, only a sort of tiredness from being accused of something he didn't do. Sort of like this had happened before. He dropped Izuku. "I thought you were going to hit me. It wouldn't be the first time someone did," Izuku said. The blacksmith answered, "I changed my mind. I wasn't thinking straight. I liked you when you came into my shop yesterday. You were polite and you seemed to be interested in how I made what I had to sell. You definitely weren't a rapist or any sort of criminal. Here, follow me." He led Izuku back to the door of his shop and grabbed something from inside. It was a cloak. Izuku asked how much. Thinking for a minute, the blacksmith answered, "Not that it matters much cause you're broke, but 5 copper. Take it. You won't last long without it." Putting it on quickly, Izuku thanked the man. "Thank you. I'll pay you back when I can." He then walked off, missing the blacksmith, muttering, "I doubt it, kid. I doubt it." Not having any time to waste, Izuku once again started fighting balloons. This time he activated OFA in his arm and didn't think about controlling it. Sure enough, it stayed at a low enough power for him to avoid getting hurt from it. Even at that low of power, it made a big difference. Izuku was able to destroy the balloons in one hit now and easily defeated a large swarm of them. After an entire day, he had killed who knows how many, but only gotten halfway to the next level. He did, however, get almost 80 balloon fragments, so he went back into town to sell them for as much money as he could after feeding 20 of them to his shield. There was a person in front of him who was selling the same thing. The merchant said 1 copper for every pair. The man sold his loot and ran off once he saw Izuku. When Izuku tried to sell his, the merchant said, "Wow, orange balloons. About 60 by my count. I can offer you 1 copper for the entire stack." Not happy at being ripped off, like he had been so many times before in his world because of his quirklessness, Izuku said, "You offered the last guy 1 for every pair. Now I don't want to play the bad guy." Izuku reached into his cloak and pulled a live balloon out. "But maybe these will fetch a better price." He held it towards the merchant's face. Okay. 1 copper for every pair." He handed Izuku the money. Value of goods has nothing to do with who is selling them or any personal views a merchant may hold. Izuku put the balloon back in his cloak. "Good. Now, like I said, I don't want to play the bad guy. But if someone tries to rip me off, it won't end well for them. Spread that message around to the other merchants." Got that. The merchant nodded quickly and Izuku left. He needed to figure out what to do next, so he counted the money he got to make sure it was the right amount before he got too far. After he did, Izuku walked around town, looking at all the other shops around to see if one could help him. As he walked down an alley, he started talking to himself about what he needed. I need to find a way to fight more efficiently. I can use OFA now, but it's such a low percentage and no real way to get healed if I hurt myself to see how high I can go with it or control it to see that I don't know how long it will be helpful for. So I need someone I can trust to help me fight. Not like those guys from earlier today. Before Izuku could continue looking for the solution to his problem, a short fat man in a top hat and a large black coat approached him. Well now, he said, if it isn't the shield hero. All alone after being accused of such a nasty crime. Flaring, Izuku asked, are you here to try and force something out of me? Because the last 3 guys who tried that are still running as far as I'm aware. The stranger shook his head. Not at all, good sir. I just happened to overhear your struggle about being all alone, and I think I have just the solution for you. This caught Izuku's attention. Okay, what can you offer me? Pointing towards a set of stairs, the man said, go down those stairs and I can show you. Although suspicious of the man, Izuku was confident he could either fight him off or at least escape should it be a trap, so he went down the stairs. The man explained, I am a slave merchant. Slavery of demi-humans is legal here, and I have the biggest business in the city. A slave? Izuku asked, disgusted by the idea. The slave merchant nodded. But of course, we use a special curse to force them to obey. As long as they do, nothing happens to them. If they don't, it is quite painful. Now then, you want something that can fight. Izuku was no longer paying attention. Instead, he was looking at one of the cages and walked towards it because he recognized who was in it. You noticed these two. The runt isn't worth much, but for Blondie here, other than the fact I can't understand a word she says without that necklace I gave her, is prime material for whatever you need. Be it fighting. I mean, she's obviously a fighter and those horns could do some damage, some housework. She already tidied up her cage as much as possible, or even something a little more exotic. That body is good for something after all. The slave merchant walked over only to have to jump back as the girl in the cage tried to gut him with one of her horns. Getting closer, Izuku saw that he was right. He did know her. Pony? He asked cautiously. Lifting her head to look at him, Pony, responded Izuku. You're here too. Laughing, the slave merchant said, well, I'll be. You two know each other. How is that possible? Izuku explained. I knew her from my world before I came here. She was the one I tried to save from a collapsing building. Izuku turned his attention back to Pony. I'm going to get you out of here, then I can tell you what's going on. Okay, Pony nodded. Stopping Izuku before he could do anything, the slave merchant said, hold on there. If she really is from your world, then I can't rightfully sell her as a slave, but at the same time I can't just give her up. Besides, her and that little raccoon girl have gotten along pretty well. The last time I tried to separate them didn't go so well for me. Knowing what he had to do but not liking it, Izuku said, fine, let's make a deal. I buy this one, and you free Pony along with her. That way you don't have to keep Pony as a slave and you don't lose your money. Eyes shining beneath his glasses, the slave merchant said, deal. But you have to get a slave crest for both of them. Better that way, so nobody else can claim them. You can only make multiple slave crests on a single entity if the original person allows for it to happen. Fine. How much? Adding up the price of the slave girl and the 2 slave crests, the man said, 45 silver. That is for the extra slave crest. I do that for free when you buy a slave. Turning to Pony, Izuku asked, are you all right with that? Pony nodded. It might work out better that way. I wouldn't want anyone else mistaking me for a slave, even if I hate that they even exist, she said. Bringing out the money, Izuku said, do it then. You get this after it's done. The process took a little under 5 minutes for both. Purple lightning sparked off the crests, and Izuku looked worried since both the slave girl and Pony seemed to be in pain, but the merchant assured him that's normal. It will fade soon. And it did. The lightning stopped. Seeing a screen that read set as companion, Izuku selected yes for both, and the names Pony and Raphtalia appeared underneath his. He looked at the sickly raccoon girl. Your name must be Raphtalia, isn't it? She nodded nervously. Izuku knelt down and reached out for her. Raphtalia flinched but allowed Izuku to wrap his arm around her. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. He pulled her into a hug and tried his best to calm her. He tossed the bag of money to the slave merchant. That covers your pay. As Izuku was leaving, the merchant said, there's an extra here. Your commission. You were going to get it anyways. The slave merchant just laughed and Izuku left. Traveling to a hotel, Izuku got a room for the 3 of them. There he tried his best to explain the situation. After he was done, Pony wrapped him in a hug. That's horrible. I know you would never do that to someone. Izuku was blushing but also in pain. Horns. Horns. Oh. Pony understood and released Izuku. She apologized. Sorry, sometimes I forget how big they are and poke people with them by accident. Izuku forgave her. The next morning Izuku took them back to the weapon shop and bought them both a dagger. The blacksmith said quite the improvement from the other day, going from being almost broke and completely alone to buying 2 weapons for these lovely ladies. Pony and Raphtalia both blushed at the compliment. Anyways, both of those daggers come to 3 silver. Can you afford that? Izuku nodded. He paid the 3 silver and the 10 copper as well for the weapons in this cloak. The blacksmith was surprised. Wow, you actually remembered that. Nodding again, Izuku said, I never forget when I owe someone something. Currently back in my world I owe 3 people some tutoring lessons and 1 a candy bar. I always try to pay my debts. It's just who I am. The blacksmith said, interesting. Well, you should be all set to go on another adventure. But I recommend getting some medicine from the shop down the street if you can afford it. It's a little pricey, but that cold the little miss has sounds pretty nasty. Izuku nodded and thanks. I have it covered. Thanks anyways, he said. Then they all left to level up. Raphtalia was level 1, Izuku level 5, and Pony was level 3. They had a lot of work to do if they were going to fight in the next wave. The small part spent the rest of the day training. At nightfall, Izuku used one of his newest skills to make medicine for Raphtalia. When she didn't want to drink it, he said, I know it's bitter, but take it and you'll feel a lot better, okay? You can wash the taste down with water. She took it, then took a big drink of water. Soon after, she curled up against Pony and fell asleep. Pony said she's really tired. From what I know of her story, she has had a hard last few weeks. I can't imagine. Also, I have a question. How can others understand you? You speak English, but these people here don't. Showing Izuku her new necklace, Pony explained, the slave guy gave me this. He said it has a translation charm. Anything I hear will sound like my native language, and anything I say people will hear in their native language. Looking at the gem on his shield, Izuku said, oh, that makes sense. My shield does the same thing. One of the few perks of being a hero here. Anyways, what do you think of this situation? This world obviously needs help, but can we really trust what this Keeper of Shadows guy has to say? I'm not sure, Pony admitted, but we just have to trust in him for now. Besides, it's like you said, this world does need help. Let's focus on that for now. Then we can figure out the rest. Izuku nodded, then yawned. It's time for you to get some sleep. I can keep watch and make sure nothing attacks us. I'll wake you up later. Izuku wanted to argue but was too tired to. So he eventually succumbed to sleep, listening to the quiet popping of the fire and looking at the millions of stars visible in the sky, even more than what was visible in Japan, with scientists finding a way to remove all sorts of pollutions in the world. Thankfully, he had no dreams, just pure, undisturbed rest. A couple of hours after Izuku fell asleep, he was awoken by a loud scream followed by crying. He quickly got up to see that Raphtalia was crying in the arms of Pony. A horned girl was trying her best to soothe the young raccoon girl as she muttered, they're dead. They're dead. They're dead. Also trying to soothe her, Izuku asked, what's wrong? Raphtalia just buried her face in Pony's shirt and kept crying. Pony gently rubbed her back as she cried. They stayed that way until Raphtalia fell back asleep, and even then she refused to let go of Pony. Izuku let Pony sleep as he took the last watch to make sure nothing snuck up on them. In the morning, the trio made their way back to town to sell their loot from the previous day and purchase new supplies. When Izuku stepped inside the medicine shop, he asked, so, I've sold you herbs before, but yesterday I tried my hand at making some medicine. What do you think? He handed the apothecary the medicine. Looking over it, the elderly man said, it seems to be quite well made. Have you made medicine before? Izuku shook his head. No, actually yesterday was my first attempt. So what do you think? Would I get more money from selling herbs or selling medicine? Handing back the dose of medicine, the apothecary said, due to the effects of the waves, medicine has been flying off the shelves very quickly lately. I would certainly pay more for your medicine than your herbs. Spotting a set of tools for making medicine on one of the shelves, Izuku asked, do you have any old tools you don't use? Nodding, the apothecary grabbed a set from the back room of his shop and said, that will be 5 silvers. Izuku paid and took the tools, putting them in his bag. Leaving the shop, Izuku saw Pony and Raphtalia waiting just outside, with Raphtalia watching 2 kids nearby playing with a ball. He asked, would you like a ball, Raphtalia? Although her tail was wagging in excitement, Raphtalia denied it. No, I would never want a ball. Ever, I promise. Even though he had done nothing that would warrant it, Raphtalia was clearly afraid of Izuku. He walked over to the one selling the balls and bought one for 2 copper. Apparently they were either extremely cheap to make, or the man selling them didn't care about the profit at all. He then gave it Raphtalia and said, after we finish work for the day you can play with it. Okay, Raphtalia agreed excitedly. Pony smiled at the interaction. Only having known Izuku for a day in their world, she could still tell that he was a kind and caring individual. So when she saw that Izuku had changed so much, no longer being kind or worried about how he appeared to strangers, Pony was scared that what had happened to Izuku had changed him to someone he wasn't. So she was glad to see that his caring personality was still there and he would show it to those he cared for. The group of 3 then went to the nearest inn. When they arrived, Izuku went up to the counter and said 1 room with 3 beds. Oh, and one of my companions tends to have nightmares, so make sure we are separated from anyone else. The innkeeper didn't want to serve them at first, so Izuku lifted his cloak out of the way to reveal a balloon. Pony also slightly drew her dagger if needed. The innkeeper immediately accepted and charged them the regular price for the room. During the night, Raphtalia had nightmares again, but they stopped when Pony slept in the same bed, so they were now sleeping in the same bed. The third bed in the room empty. Izuku glanced back at them sleeping soundly and smiled softly before he went back to making medicine. It was another hour before he went to bed. The next morning they all woke up and saw that Pony being with Raphtalia had indeed stopped the nightmares somewhat. Raphtalia had still wet the bed sometime during the night and was cowering in the corner afraid of being hit. Izuku would never do something like that and instead gently patted her on the head. It's all right. I understand these things happen, especially when you have nightmares. You and Pony go get cleaned up, then we can get on with our day. Raphtalia looked up surprised and saw that Izuku wasn't angry at all. She dried her tears and went with Pony to go get cleaned up for the day. Later on that day, the party of 3 was back in the forest and fighting more monsters. Pony was trailing a bit behind due to twisting her ankle, but she assured Izuku and Raphtalia that she would be fine and they could go on ahead. Izuku was confident that nothing in the low-level forest could hurt Pony much anyways. After Raphtalia had killed a group of 3 mushrooms that had attacked Izuku, a large rabbit hopped out of the bushes. It launched itself at Raphtalia, but Izuku caught it and it bit his arm instead. Come on, Raphtalia, kill it, he said. The raccoon girl froze, hating the sight of blood at all. She didn't do anything. To motivate her, Izuku pretended to struggle and holding the creature back even though he was doing so easily. Raphtalia said, I can't. If I stab it, there will be blood. I hate blood. Pony had caught up with the other 2, but Izuku silently told her not to do anything yet. Instead, he looked at Raphtalia and said, listen, a wave is coming really soon. I can't fight very well on my own, and Pony can only do so much with a dagger. Neither had told Raphtalia about their other powers yet. Not that they intended to hide them from her, but it just hadn't come up yet. So Raphtalia had no idea how much of a bluff it was. Instead, Izuku was trying to help her get over her fears. That was the reason he wasn't using the slave crest to force her to do it. We need you to help us too. If you come with us, then you need to fight or you'll get hurt. I can't promise that I can keep you safe unless you fight as well. Misunderstanding Izuku's words as a threat of abandonment, Raphtalia forced her fear down and stabbed the rabbit, killing it. Please, don't throw me away, sir. She was covered in blood from the rabbit and breathing heavy. Her eyes showed that she was terrified, but less so than before. Pony walked up and took out a cloth. She began wiping the blood off of Raphtalia, then she tossed it to Izuku so he could do the same to himself. She said, you did good. It isn't easy getting over your fear, but you did it so easily. Going down on one knee so he was face to face with Raphtalia, Izuku said, I would never throw you away. But if you couldn't fight, I wouldn't bring you to the waves. And without you, we have a bigger chance of getting hurt or worse. We all need each other, understand? Izuku saw that Raphtalia had grown to level 5. She nodded. Yes, I understand. She still was worried that if she made a mistake or angered Izuku, she would be thrown away like trash, but Izuku's promise calmed her somewhat. Returning to town, the party went to the weapons shop so they could upgrade their weapons. Izuku said, we need 2 weapons, 1 for each of them. What can you do for me? Counting the silver in the bag, the blacksmith said him. For this much, I can do a used iron short sword for the little miss and a used iron long sword for the lovely lady here. How does that sound? Normally just 1 would cost this much, but I'll throw in a discount for you since you're buying 2. Taking the weapons and giving them to their respective owners, Izuku then asked, hey, with the gear we have, is there any other village nearby that we could travel to? Thinking for a moment, then pulling out a map, the blacksmith pointed to a village that wasn't very far. This is the village Loot. I'm pretty sure that's all you can do unless you have some better armor for you all. And you can't exactly afford that right now. It's about half a day's travel on foot. The trio thanked the blacksmith and left quickly for the new village. The first thing Izuku did when he reached Loot was sell the rabbit. The merchant offered 2 silvers for it. Izuku took the deal since it was money and he desperately needed it, but he then asked, is there anywhere near here that I could make some better money? The merchant said, oh sure. The mines in that cliff in the distance still have tons of metal in them. But after the first wave, it was overrun by monsters and nobody can go in there anymore. I'm not sure what the heroes are doing, but it isn't much, I tell you. Thanking the man for the money and the information, Izuku then told Pony and Raphtalia about it. They agreed to go check it out. On the way there, they stopped by an abandoned shack that looked like it used to house mining equipment. Inside there was still a ton of rope, so Izuku fed it to his shield and got a new one. Exclusive skills. He activated the new shield. A rope shield. Kind of boring, but it may come in handy. He read about the new skill he had. Airstrike shield. A glowing green shield that floated in the air appeared in front of him. He was excited about his new power, but hid it. The trio traveled into the mines. Izuku said, if things get dicey, we'll need to run. Okay. Both Pony and Raphtalia nodded. After a minute or so of silence, Raphtalia asked, "Excuse me, sir, but how should I address you?" "Oh, just call me whatever," Izuku said. Pony looked over to Izuku and saw that he was deep in thought about something, and that was why he gave that answer. "She said you can call me by my name." The raccoon girl smiled happily. After another 5 minutes of walking, the group reached the mine and saw that ore was everywhere. Izuku had Raphtalia hand him the pickaxe and started mining away at it. Pony and Raphtalia kept watch to make sure nothing was nearby. Seeing animal tracks, Raphtalia followed them with her eyes and once again froze in fear. The creature that had made the tracks was a large 2-headed dog that was level 15. It leapt at Raphtalia, completely ignoring Pony and Izuku for some reason, and tried to attack her. Not wanting to let that happen, Izuku grabbed Raphtalia and jumped into the river far below. He used his rope shield to drag himself and Raphtalia up the other side of the cliff. The monster, still ignoring Pony despite her best efforts to attack it and get its attention, still focused on Raphtalia, who was still frozen in fear. It once again tried to attack her, reaching her and Izuku by jumping across rocks that were just big enough to hold its weight. Before it could reach Raphtalia, Izuku blocked its path with his shield. One head bit the shield, doing nothing, but the other bit Izuku's shoulder, causing blood to fly everywhere. Activating OFA, Izuku tried to force the monster off of him, but it was strong enough to keep a hold of him. Pony wasn't able to shoot her horns to hit the monster as it was moving around too much for her to get a clear shot and too far away to use her sword. That only left Raphtalia, and the young girl was too scared to do anything. "It's like the one that killed my parents," she cried in fear, tears streaming down her face. "So that's why she cries at night and has those nightmares?" Izuku asked Raphtalia, "Is this the one that killed your parents?" She shook her head. "Then fight it. Listen to me, your parents are gone and they aren't coming back. It's sad, but it's the truth. The best you can do is make sure nobody else suffers the same tragedy. Understand? Kill this thing here and now and you will be able to move on, and your parents can rest in peace knowing that you will be strong enough to survive. Then we can fight the waves and make sure nobody else has to suffer." With newfound determination, Raphtalia picked up her short sword and stabbed the beast right in the space between its necks. The blow wasn't enough to kill it, but it was enough for Izuku to throw it off of him. What happened next was the monster charging at Raphtalia to attack her. Izuku used the airstrike shield to protect her, then Pony, who finally had a clear shot, shot her horns at the creature's heads and killed it. Each of them got almost 500 XP. Pony made her way over and both her and Izuku comforted Raphtalia, who was now sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry, Master Izuku. You got hurt because I was too scared. If Pony hadn't done that when she did, you could have died." As he comforted her, Izuku noted, "She chose my first name." The dreaded day that the next wave would hit was closing in fast. A week had passed since the battle in the mines, and Izuku, Pony, and Raphtalia were still hard at work preparing for it. Pony and Raphtalia were chasing around a porcupine monster after it had snuck up on Izuku and attacked him. Izuku pulled the huge quill out of his arm and fed it to his shield. He looked over his menu and looked at his skill tree. "There are so many skills I have now thanks to my shield that I'm having a bit of trouble keeping track of them all." Charging through the tall grass all around the party, the monster once again tried to attack Izuku. With a shout of "Master Izuku, watch out!" from Raphtalia, Izuku saw the monster and used one of his newest and most useful skills, Shield Prison. A sphere of shields, held together by chains, formed around the monster and trapped it. Raphtalia was the first to reach the trapped monster, and Izuku released the spell, allowing her to kill it with her short sword. She held up the body of it to show Izuku it was dead. "The wave is almost here," he said. "It's time to upgrade our equipment." The party made the trip back to the equipment shop they always went to after selling their loot. The blacksmith greeted them, taking notice of how different Raphtalia looked. The raccoon girl had gone from looking like she was around 8 to looking close to the same age as Izuku and Pony. "Well, you sure have changed a lot. I hardly recognized you. Haven't seen you in a while. You've really grown up. Nothing like the pipsqueak you used to be." Raphtalia puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, having not really noticed how much Raphtalia or Pony had changed due to him closing in on himself due to the rumors that continued to spread around the capital. Izuku asked, "You think someone's a little hard to please?" Izuku replied, "I'm actually a little surprised myself. It seems like everyone is treating her special, like she's some sort of celebrity." Leaning in close, the blacksmith asked, "Seriously, kid? Surely you've heard what demi-humans are like." Hearing that and realizing she would also be put into that group, Pony went completely red in the face. Raphtalia reacted by slamming her hand down on the counter in anger. "Excuse me, we are not here to talk about that. We are here to get new armor from Master Izuku." Standing up straight, Izuku said, "Hold on. We're here for equipment for you and Pony, not me." Finally joining the conversation, Pony said, "We're fine, Izuku. You were the one who just got hurt in the plains, remember?" Izuku tried to argue more, but Raphtalia pulled a sword out of a nearby sheath. "Master Izuku, you need to take more caution in your own life, or you will die." She held the sword in a slightly threatening manner, then noted how sharp it was. "Oh wow, this sword is really sharp." Grinning while rubbing his chin, the blacksmith said, "You like it? It's magic iron. How much of a discount could you give us for 2 of them?" "Oh, don't worry about that. Anything for you." "Wow, thank you so much. And what kind of armor can you offer us?" The blacksmith and Raphtalia went back and forth as Izuku thought, wow, she sure stands up for herself now. Good to see. Getting back to the original reason they came, Raphtalia said, "The most we can afford to pay is around 195 silvers. Walking over to a massive suit of armor, the blacksmith said, "Well, this is the best thing I have for that price." Not sure what to think other than I'm pretty sure only All Might or Endeavor could fit into armor that big. Izuku said, "Not really my style." Nodding along, Raphtalia said, "Yeah, it would take away all of Master Izuku's individuality." Chiming in, Pony said, "Yeah, who in their right mind would ever want to cover up these amazing green locks?" She then ran her hands through his hair, much to Izuku's embarrassment. "Well, I could whip up a custom-made order, and if you don't mind me using the materials I have in the shop, I could have it finished by tomorrow," the blacksmith offered. Raphtalia and Pony thanked him immensely for the offer and accepted it. With their business in the equipment shop done, the party went to lunch. While their Raphtalia made a big show of not wanting to be treated like a little kid anymore, Izuku agreed to stop treating her as such as long as she didn't force herself to seem more grown-up than she really was. Pony took both sides by saying, "Just because you've gotten stronger doesn't mean you need to change all at once. Give it some time and things will turn out better in the end." She gave Raphtalia support in wanting to be seen as someone who didn't just need to be taken care of, but also agreed with Izuku that she shouldn't grow up all at once. The next day they were back at the shop to pick up Izuku's armor. Both girls were gushing about how cool it looked and how perfect it was for Izuku. The blacksmith said, "I call it barbarian armor. Now you look like a real bandit kid. I'm supposed to be a hero." Izuku argued, but his complaints fell on deaf ears. Her tail wagging behind her, Raphtalia said, "It's dashing." Izuku sighed as he said, "Well, you did make it for me. It would be a shame for it to go to waste." "Thank you." Saying it was no problem, the blacksmith had his attention drawn to the main road near his shop. Guards were walking around and everyone was on edge. Pony noted as much. Agreeing, Izuku said, "If only I knew when and where the wave would hit. Then I could make a plan to stop it." A bit shocked that Izuku didn't know, the blacksmith asked, "You mean nobody told you? You know that big church you can see from town square? Inside is a big hourglass. People say that once the last grain of sand hits the bottom, the heroes and their parties will be transported to the wave's location." Once again thanking the man, Izuku's party set out for the hourglass. Inside the church, one of the priestesses led Izuku, Pony, and Raphtalia to the hourglass. Once in front of it, a beam of light shot from the green gem on his shield and revealed the time remaining before the next wave. There was only a little over 20 hours left. "That little time. Not good," he said. A familiar but unwelcome voice from behind startled Izuku. "Is that Izuku I see?" Just arriving at the hourglass was Madoyasu, Main, Ren, and Itsuki. Walking forward a bit, Madoyasu continued, "Hey, what's this? You're not still fighting with that flimsy equipment, are you?" Deciding that the entire interaction wasn't worth his time, Izuku started walking away. Main tried to stop him by saying, "Hey, Sir, Madoyasu was talking to you." Izuku kept walking. He only stopped when he heard Madoyasu talking to Raphtalia and Pony. "What are a couple of cute girls doing with someone like that?" Confused, Raphtalia asked Master Izuku. "Do you know these people?" Taking her hand, Madoyasu said, "I'm Madoyasu Kitamura, the spear hero. Nice to meet you." Now remembering what Izuku had told her about the spear hero, especially Main, Pony got angry and prepared to draw her sword, but was stopped by Izuku saying, "Don't. Let's just go. They aren't worth the trouble. Besides, beating them wouldn't prove anything." Insulted Madoyasu also got angry. As Izuku's party walked away, Madoyasu said, "Take another look. You're outnumbered and outmatched here. Your pathetic party wouldn't win against me on my own, but with these two in Main with me, you stand no chance at all." Reminded of Bakugo and all the taunts and insults and beating, Izuku wanted nothing more in the world than to turn around and beat the living shit out of Madoyasu and Main, and possibly Ren and Itsuki if they got involved, but decided against it. "They aren't worth it. They aren't worth it," he repeated to himself in his head. His group kept walking away, trying one last time to ruin Izuku's life in that world as much as possible. Madoyasu said, "Hold on. You two beauties shouldn't have to hold a sword. Why don't you let me protect you instead?" He tried for a dazzling smile only to catch a fist with his teeth. The one who threw the punch was none other than Pony. "It is not only our sword duty to fight alongside Izuku, but our own choice, and one we are extremely happy with. Besides, he could protect us better in his sleep than you could wide awake." Getting up from the ground, Madoyasu said, "Are you kidding me? If you stay with him, you'll only get hurt." He saw Izuku walking up and smirked. "Tell me I'm not right. Or did you lose your balls when you tried and failed to rape Main?" Instead of answering, Izuku picked up Pony and threw her over his shoulder before she could attack again. "Let's go, Pony. I told you he wasn't worth it." They left and ignored all other taunts thrown at him except one. When Matoyasu mentioned the rape again, Pony said, I already know all about that trial. Evidence planted, lies that people had been forced to believe in a corrupt government. Master Izuku would never do something like that. If he wanted to, he could have already done it to as many girls as he wanted and nobody would have been able to stop him. Definitely not some little boy dressed in armor and carrying around a big spear that can only be to compensate for something who wants to play hero. Nobody else could say a word as there was no way for them to respond to that. Pony only flipped them off, a gesture that was understood even in another world, as she was carried away. Later that night, 10 hours before the wave hit, as Izuku was making some last-minute medicine, Raphtalia asked, did something happen between you and the other heroes? Sorry, but it's not a story I like telling. Don't worry about it right now. It's not important. Looking to Pony to see if she could explain, the horned girl shook her head. Izuku's right. It's not important right now. Maybe later we'll tell you about it, okay? Oh, okay then. I'll just turn in for the night. Raphtalia then curled up in her bed and tried her best to fall asleep. Pony did the same. Damn it. Even if I tell the truth, nobody believes me anyways. Izuku ignored the little voice in the back of his head that Pony believed him. His view of the world grew more and more cynical and hateful. He started closing himself off even more than he had before. In the early light of morning, tens upon tens of adventurers grouped up to fight the waves. Pony and Raphtalia stood by Izuku at the gates as the timer ticked down. Raphtalia said, Master Izuku, I just want to say that I am truly grateful and honored that I met you. You gave me medicine when I was sick and cured my illness. You allowed me to have warm meals. And most importantly, you taught me how to live. Memories of everything they had been through in the first month of being in that world flowed through her head. And you gave me a reason to survive and to fight the waves. I swear to be your sword forever. Wherever you go, I'll go there with you. That was possibly the most heartfelt speech Izuku had ever heard. Even if he had closed himself off to the outside world, he still genuinely cared for both Raphtalia and Pony. He started to respond, but it was cut off by the wave starting and everyone being teleported to the location of the wave. The sky turned red and multicolored swirls appeared all over the place. There it is, the wave of catastrophe. An uncountable number of monsters poured from the waves in the sky. The heroes and their parties rushed forward. Izuku was about to join them. He said, let's go, guys. Pony and Raphtalia stopped him. Wait, they said. Pony continued. Over there. The village of Loot. A flare shot up in the air just as Izuku was wondering if everyone had been evacuated. They think it's enough to let the knights know where they are. The castle isn't far, but the village will be wiped out by the time they get there. Let's go. To Loot Village. Moving as quickly as possible to reach the village, the party got there just in time to save a man from being cut down by a zombie. Izuku blocked the sword swing and Raphtalia and Pony each attacked it, cutting it in half in two ways, across the waist and down the middle. Raphtalia asked, Sir, are you okay? The man groaned, showing he was indeed still alive. Izuku said, Pony, Raphtalia, you two go and evacuate the village. I'll hold off the monsters. But Raphtalia tried to argue, but Pony placed a hand on her shoulder. It's okay. Izuku will survive. Because if he doesn't, I'll revive him just to kill him again for dying on us. She looked at Izuku. Got it. Izuku nodded and ran towards the group of villagers that were trying to fight. Dodging and blocking attacks, then following up with punches powered by OFA allowed Izuku to shatter the skulls of the zombies and splatter the giant wasps like they had hit a car windshield. He shouted, get out of here. I'll take care of the zombies. He used his airstrike shield and shield prison to protect the stragglers. The villagers all breathed a sigh of relief as one of the heroes came to protect their village. Up by the mines, Pony and Raphtalia helped everyone evacuate but looked back towards the village with worry in their eyes. Even with Izuku killing them easily, there were too many for him to fight head-on. Instead, he changed strategies. There are too many for me to fight at once. I need to minimize damage to the village. Izuku grabbed a burning piece of wood and ran towards the old wooden bell tower. Once at the top, he rang the bell, attracting the rest of the zombies and giant wasps to him instead of the remaining villagers. The wave is showing no signs of slowing. What are those idiots doing? Why haven't they stopped it yet? Spilling oil down the tower towards the zombies, Izuku used his flaming piece of wood to light the entire thing on fire. He then used his rope shield to grab onto a piece of wood jutting out of a house to slow his fall and prevent him from getting too hurt from it. As it was, he still took some damage since he crashed into a bunch of barrels, breaking them and hurting himself in the process. Having heard the explosion, Pony and Raphtalia looked to each other and nodded, having made a decision. After the tower collapsed, Izuku picked himself up and prepared to fight again when a young man ran up to him. Izuku asked, what are you still doing here? The young man said, after seeing you fight so courageously, we decided we couldn't just leave. Loot is all we have and we refuse to abandon it. Also, most of us felt really bad about leaving a kid on his own to fight these monsters, even if he was one of the legendary heroes and clearly stronger than us. Good choice. Help me keep the enemy pinned down until we can finish the evacuation. Izuku ordered. A much larger monster appeared and Izuku then ordered, get out of here. You can't deal with this one. He blocked one of the strikes and, using OFA again, pushed it aside and landed a punch on its face that only seemed to anger it. It was then Pony and Raphtalia appeared, their new swords cutting through and killing it easily. But there were still too many monsters to fight and their numbers seemed like they hadn't diminished at all. A bright ball of fire shot into the sky and split into hundreds of others that crashed down into the ground, killing all of the monsters but destroying many of the buildings in the process. The captain of the knights walked up and laughed to himself and his troops. We killed them all in a single strike. It was then they saw Izuku, who had protected himself and his party with ease, though both Pony and Raphtalia were blushing from the close contact with him. The shield hero, you're pretty tough. They didn't even care that we were here, Izuku thought, rushing out to attack the captain and knocking him to the ground with a single strike that he barely managed to parry. Raphtalia asked, "Did you know Master Izuku was here? Answer me or I'll have your head." The second in command said, "Draw swords." The small army of 12 or so soldiers did so. Raphtalia jumped back and Pony joined her, also brandishing her sword. They said, "We are the dual swords of the shield hero. Respect him or be cut down by our blades." The captain, who had gotten up off the ground, said, "Damn demi-humans. How dare you point your blades at the royal knights? What kind of knight neglects the people he's supposed to defend?" As Raphtalia prepared for another attack, this one aimed to cut off the captain's head, Izuku stepped in. He was worried that it would turn into a situation where they would be fighting the knights again. "It's a long story about the first fight," and said Raphtalia. "We have more important things to do." Still acting smug, the captain said, "Good advice. You should stay out of our way and we won't be forced to make any mistakes." Hating that kind of attitude more than anything else, Izuku said, "You're right. I could just let the zombies munch on you morons. It wouldn't be the worst idea. Or just kill all of you and the zombies and say that the zombies overwhelmed you before we could help. It wouldn't be hard to do." He gave an evil grin. Turning around, the captain saw another of the large monsters and panicked slightly. "Hold your ground and get into formation." The monster struck. Izuku blocked the strike and said, "We'll buy you time to get into formation. Use it." Raphtalia, Pony, go. The three fought together like they had been doing it for years. Raphtalia and Pony killed monsters with ease, and any time one of them got close to landing a blow in return, Izuku was there blocking. Watching this with disgust at the shield hero, the captain of the knights said, "Let the shield handle this. We'll go offer assistance to the three heroes." The knights started leaving, though many of them didn't like it. Having enough of just standing around and watching, the second in command said, "Phalanx formation to support the shield hero." All the knights who actually respected the hero, which was most of them since they lived in Loot or grew up there, did as told. Only 2 knights followed the captain. "Idiots, let's go." Seeing the knights, Raphtalia said, "Master Izuku, look." He also saw and was glad not everyone was completely corrupt to the point they wouldn't even help him protect a town on innocent people. In a clearing in the forest, the other 3 heroes were fighting a chimera. They killed it and the wave finally ended. The other 3 heroes noted how Izuku wasn't there and Main said, "Who cares? I'm glad he isn't here. He would have held us back and we wouldn't have had as much fun." Just as Pony killed the last one, the waves in the sky disappeared and it returned to its normal color. The wave was over and everyone could sleep easier now knowing the next one was still some time away. 30 minutes later, Raphtalia walked over to Izuku and Pony, who were watching everyone start to pick up the pieces of their village and start to fix things and treat the wounded, and she said, "There are no more monsters here." "But did we win?" Before Izuku could answer, the mayor of the village came over and said, "Sir Hero, thank you for your courage and bravery in defending our village." Trying to downplay his achievement, Izuku said, "It wasn't just me. We were lucky." One of the people who had tried fighting said, "No. If you hadn't shown up when you did, we would never have been able to push those monsters back on our own." "Yeah, whatever," he replied. As they were walking off, Pony said they looked truly grateful. "I guess." Raphtalia smiled as she said, "One thing's for sure at least. We saved some kids from going what I did." "Yeah, we did. Good job today, Raphtalia. You too, Pony." Starting to tear up, Raphtalia said, "I killed so many monsters." Walking over and patting her, Izuku calmed her. Pony also did her best to comfort Raphtalia. In the church, the large hourglass turned over and sand once again started trickling down, counting down the time from the next wave. To celebrate the first wave since the hero's arrival being beaten, the king threw a grand party for the rich people of the capital. Nobody talked about how he used the tax money from the poor to fund it or how he increased taxes for them to help with that, of course. And while Izuku didn't want to go, Pony and Raphtalia insisted they do out of respect, though he argued that he shouldn't show respect if the other heroes and the entire kingdom didn't, and for the reward. So, still in his armor that he refused to change out of most of the time for fear of it getting stolen again, Izuku attended. Pony and Raphtalia each explored the party and tried different food. While chatting with a girl, something Main stepped into once she heard about romance. Madoyasu spotted Pony and Raphtalia walking back towards Izuku, trying to get him to try some of the food. He tried to chase after them but was stopped by Main. "Sir Madoyasu, she said. Standing in the corner on his own, Izuku watched as the other two members of his party approached. Raphtalia said, Master Izuku, everything here looks so amazing. Are you sure you don't want to try anything? Despite being very hungry, Izuku was also very stubborn. He said, if you want to eat, don't let me stop you. Go ahead and enjoy yourself while you're here. Come find me when you're ready to leave, or if things get dicey, and we can collect our reward and go. Huffing Pony held out a plate and said, we aren't going to leave you alone until you take a bite of something. Now try it. You told me you loved cake. Rolling his eyes, Izuku tried the cake and found it was actually very tasty. As much as he tried to hide it, both girls were able to see through it. Raphtalia asked, are you sure you don't want to join us? She smiled at him. Trying for a smile himself, Izuku said, no thanks. I'm not hungry right now, so I'll pass. It was an obvious lie, but both girls could see that he wouldn't give in on that. They left to get something else to try. As he was looking over the new information he got from Status Magic, Izuku's thought process was interrupted by Motoyasu stomping up to him and throwing one of his gloves on the ground. The crowd gasped as Motoyasu said, time to fight. Fine. Izuku grabbed Motoyasu by the shirt and chucked him out the window without a second thought. Down in the courtyard below, Motoyasu's corpse lay there covered in broken glass with his own spear impaling his face. Izuku was brought out of his own imagination by Motoyasu asking, well. While not as appealing to him as chucking Motoyasu out the window, Izuku knew there would be consequences for that, so instead he said, I'll fight you if you can think of one good reason of why I should. Already have thought of a reason why the duel should take place, Motoyasu responded. You can't say that you think it's okay to enslave others. Slavery is legal here. Don't blame me for that, blame the country. Growling in anger, Motoyasu continued. We're heroes in this world. We shouldn't behave that way here, and you know it. And look what being a hero has brought me. Trapped in a world I didn't want to be in at first, accused of a crime I didn't commit, having only 2 party members that I had to pay for, fighting battles that you all say I'm not needed in, protecting villages that the knights are too lazy to do themselves, and now being challenged to a duel that I want no part in. So no, refusing to let it go so easily, Motoyasu continued with the terms of the duel. When I win, you will free Raphtalia, and it just occurred to him he had never learned the other girl's name. She rolled her eyes as Pony said her name. Pony, thank you. And Pony. Also rolling his eyes, Izuku asked, and if I win? Pointing his spear at Izuku as if already about to fight where they stood, Motoyasu said, you won't. But if you do, then things will stay the same as they are now. Besides, this will be a great chance for you to prove what you said back at the hourglass the other day. Trying his hardest to avoid laughing at, in his opinion, ridiculous demands, Izuku replied, a duel where I can only lose what I have and get nothing in return. No thanks. How about this? If I win, I get to keep Pony and Raphtalia, and I win 75% of the money you have earned up to this point. Motoyasu tried to argue. Not seeing the hypocrisy in his statement, Motoyasu said, no. You steal the free will of others and ability to choose from others. You shouldn't have the ability to choose for yourself. And you are trying to force me into a duel without giving me the chance to say no. That is taking away my ability to choose. So your demands will be ignored since, by your own logic, you also should not have the ability to choose for yourself. Oh, and don't even try to pull the I'm a hero, I play by different rules bullshit. You clearly try to force me to follow those same guidelines, so you can't say anything about us being different in that regard. Having completely turned the tables on Motoyasu and main Izuku, Pony and Raphtalia started walking away. As they were walking down the stairs towards the exit, one of the guards stopped them with a spear. The king, walking up to his balcony, said, it has been brought to my attention that you have been using a demi-human as a slave and forcing her to fight for you. You have violated our customs. As your king, I command you to accept this duel. Trying to keep the fight from happening, Raphtalia said, no. I am with Master Izuku of my own accord. A guard grabbed her and covered her mouth with his hand. A guard was doing the same to Pony. Will my demands for my condition of victory also be carried out if I win? Izuku asked. Even though Izuku was surrounded by a large portion of the guards in the castle, even though 2 members of his party were being held back, even though Izuku was only armed with a shield, the king felt that should his answer be no, it would suddenly become very dangerous for him to be anywhere near the castle at all. Why, yes, he finally said. Fine, I accept your challenge, Motoyasu. Still feeling cocky as she was too stuck up in her own world to feel the dangerous aura around, Izuku Main asked, and how do you plan to win, Shield Hero, without your, what do they call themselves? Alright, your dual blades. How do you plan to win without them? Izuku didn't answer, and Main took it as a sign that he had no idea. She was the one with no idea about how wrong she was. Waiting in his holding box, Izuku listened as the announcer of the duel said, this is a duel between Sir Motoyasu, the Spear Hero, and Sir Izuku, the Shield Hero. Both the king and the pope are present, making this duel legitimate and official. The duel ends when one is either unable to continue or admits defeat. The doors opened and both heroes walked towards each other. Motoyasu said, hey Izuku, you ever hear about that old story between the spear and the shield? The man admit defeat. His spear changed to its most powerful variant. Not saying anything, Izuku also changed his shield to a simple square shield. Ready, begin. Motoyasu charged and Izuku easily blocked every single hit. During one of the struggles that Izuku wasn't actually struggling in at all, he asked, "So did you know that in that old folktale the spear actually lost?" They separated and charged again. Motoyasu was still confident he would win due to the level difference. 43 to 27 was a big difference after all. This time Izuku pivoted on his heel and let Motoyasu run past him before pulling out his trump card. He punched Motoyasu in the gut with his shield hand. On the sideline watching the battle, Main laughed. He's using the shield to attack. That will leave where she trailed off as Motoyasu flew much further than should ever have been possible. All eyes were on Izuku as green lightning sparked around his entire body. The trump card was a technique he called full cowling, something he figured out in between the last wave and the party when he saw a monster run into fire magic, absorb it, and then channel it throughout its entire body to make it more dangerous. It was from focusing OFA over his entire body. What? Motoyasu yelled in shock. Raphtalia was equally surprised as she had never seen Izuku's power before. Only Pony knew what was going to happen. Izuku once again changed his shield to a form that had 2 black dogs on it. Once again charging, Motoyasu asked, "What the hell is this? What power did your shield give you to do that? Tell me and fight fair." He struck the shield and 2 dogs came out of it and bit him. Following up that attack with one of his own, Izuku kicked Motoyasu in the ribs, once again sending him sprawling on the ground. Getting up and trying to keep some distance between them so he could figure out how to attack, Motoyasu carefully watched Izuku. Unfortunately for him, he had stopped moving, giving Izuku an easy target. Proving he had not just power but speed as well, Izuku reached Motoyasu quicker than anything the spear hero had ever seen before. He had just enough time to try to stab Izuku but missed as the green-haired teen jumped up, did a flip over his opponent, and came down behind him with a punch to the back that sent him to the other side of the arena once again. Approaching Motoyasu one last time to finish the fight, Izuku was hit by a blast of wind. He looked back to see where it had come from. Main's hand was still glowing, showing that she was the one who did it. Motoyasu managed to recover but was still unable to hit Izuku, who instead of blocking the hits with his shield, dodged by jumping far back. Up in the king's box, Pony also saw this interruption and broke the guard's hold on her easily, drew her sword that the guard had idiotically left on her, and jumped down to the arena to join the fight. The king tried to protest but Izuku said, "Now hold on. Main just attacked me of her own free will." Pony jumped down of her own free will as well. If Main wants to interrupt, then she can join in the duel too. But I'm bringing in one of my own as well to keep it fair. Finally saying something about the entire situation, the Pope said the shield hero is well within his rights. Adventurer Main was the one who offered outside interference. In any other case that would cause Motoyasu to forfeit, but since Adventurer Pony has also jumped into the fight as well, I, using my authority as the Pope, declare this duel is now a 2-on-2 fight. Continue. Pony and Izuku both grinned while Motoyasu's confidence wavered further. He had just been losing badly to Izuku on his own. Even with help from Main, he couldn't land a hit on the speedy fighter. And now it was a 2-on-2 fight. Can I fight Motoyasu? You already had your chance to kick him around, and I want mine since you stopped me before. Not going to argue, Izuku said. Fine by me. I have a score to settle with Main anyways. The rest of the fight lasted less than 2 minutes as Izuku and Pony each kicked the crap out of their opponents with ease. Izuku simply using more of OFA's power and Pony overwhelming Motoyasu with a hail of horns from her head. The guards were forced to release Raphtalia and she quickly joined Izuku and Pony in celebration. Main tried to falsify the duel. The shield hero cheated. He used magic in the duel when Motoyasu didn't. Disqualify him. Before Izuku had the chance to answer, the king stepped in. The shield hero has cheated and forfeited his rewards and will now pay up his side of the bargain. Guards rushed forward and poured a special potion on Raphtalia and Pony so they were freed from the slave crest. You are now free. You will no longer have to fight for the shield hero. Misinterpreting the situation and expecting Pony and Raphtalia to abandon him like so many others had done over the years in his life, Izuku collapsed to the ground in rage. Damn it. Why? He looked over to Motoyasu and Main. Why are they so intent to ruining my life? It is because of this shield? Well then I don't want it. Take it off. Izuku slammed the shield into the ground, then tried to pry it off of his body. Activating OFA, he finally managed to do it, but it reappeared just as quickly. He looked up to see Pony and Raphtalia's slave crests disappearing. Then the 2 girls left him. He once again threw the shield away and tried to run, but it kept reappearing on him. A message appeared to him. Curse shield requirements met. Curse series. Izuku's shield erupted into flames and he screamed in anger. Raphtalia and Pony each punched Motoyasu in the face. Pony said, "You're a liar and a cheat." Getting angry, Main said, "Don't. Sir, Motoyasu set you 2 free. We never asked to be set free." Raphtalia shouted. We were with him by choice. Confused, Motoyasu asked. Wait, I thought he was abusing you and treating him badly. Shaking their heads and prepared to hit Motoyasu again, Pony said Izuku only ever activated the curse when he needed to. It was to protect us all, and he only ever did it once. Slamming his spear into the ground, Motoyasu said, that's the problem. Nobody should be forced into a fight. Hitting Motoyasu again, Raphtalia said, you did force him into a fight. Then when he won fair and square with his own power, you stole that away from him to protect your own bruised ego. And Master Izuku can't use any other weapons. I've never seen that power before today, but I know that he can't rely on it every time or he would have already. He needs others to fight for him. The shield defends, and that is what he does. But you don't have to be that person. He will always put you in danger. Deciding it wasn't worth it to hit Motoyasu again, Pony instead said Izuku defends us. He cares for us. If he thinks something is too dangerous for us, he doesn't let us go. We're a team. More of a team than you and your group of skanks. Mane yelled, how dare you? With a deadly amount of calm in her voice, Pony said, I could kick your ass right now and nobody here could stop me. Watch your words. Deciding it was time to step in, Ren and Itsuki walked over. Itsuki said, hold on there. You said that Izuku cheated because he used magic, but nobody said that magic was ever against the rules. And even before you joined the fight, you two used magic to attack. So due to both sides breaking that supposed rule that was never stated to either party, it would become forfeit, just like the one-on-one rule that you broke first. Looking over at Izuku, Ren said, besides, I'm not so sure that even was magic of any kind. It was clearly lightning around him, and yet I've observed every kind of magic. The only kind of magic that is able to increase speed and strength like Izuku showed is enhancer magic, and none of them cause lightning to surround their target, so it couldn't be that. The only logical answer would be that either what we just saw was a new type of magic entirely, which I doubt due to the subject of magic being heavily studied, or some other power of the legendary weapons, which has no clear document or limits to their powers, since the only written record of their powers are from hundreds of years ago, and these weapons could either play by different rules or have evolved new powers in their dormancy since then. The Pope once again made an announcement, though Izuku didn't hear it. The shield hero is the winner. The spear hero now owes him 75% of all the money he has earned throughout his entire adventure. This also applies to money his party earned. Shoving past everyone else, Pony and Raphtalia walked over to Izuku. He asked, why are you here? You're free now. Trying to say something, Raphtalia said, but Izuku cut her off. I don't need a traitor. Please, just leave. Continuing, Raphtalia said, I heard what everyone else is saying about your former party member. Izuku went wide-eyed. I know you could never do anything like that. Slamming his fists against the ground, Izuku shouted, I didn't do it. Pony and Raphtalia started walking towards him. He shouted, just stay away. They ignored him and got closer. They reached out to touch him and he shoved them both away, not trying to hurt them. Don't touch them. Back in his own world, Izuku's shield was still flaming. Pony and Raphtalia said, we believe you, Izuku. Master Izuku, tell us, what can we do to make you believe us? Believe you, after you betrayed me. Not giving up on him, they said, we will always be on your side, even if you never believe us. He sat up slightly. Lies. You're just saying that to trick me again. What else will you accuse me of? From the moment I've gotten here, everyone hated me. I tried, but it was over before it started. This shield is a curse. Bending down, Raphtalia and Pony touched the shield. We're grateful for this shield. It has protected us so many times. Even during the waves, you saved the villagers. You used your shield and strength to protect everyone. Sitting up completely now, Izuku said, I'm not that nice a guy. Even before I came here, I was just kidding myself, trying to be a hero. Pony said, no. Before you came here, you were amazing. You helped me find my way and you saved me during my exam. And when we got here, you still helped me so much more. And you did the same to Raphtalia. So please, don't let this world beat you down. You're too good for that. They each hugged Izuku. Coming back to reality, the burning on his shield stopped. They continued and fully brought Izuku out of the darkness. We are your swords forever. We will always be beside you, no matter what. Pony said, from the beginning you have been there for us. Now let us be there for you. I don't have the same heartfelt speech for you that Raphtalia did before the first wave, but I feel exactly the same way. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he cried. The last of the mental barriers that kept Izuku from fully living in the real world shattered, and for the first time in a while he saw Raphtalia as she really was. She had grown up until she was the same age as both him and Pony, and he finally saw that. Why, you grew up. I did. She nodded. And it's time for you to start treating me like I did. Okay. Izuku nodded, and then, both mentally and physically exhausted after the day's events, he collapsed onto them, leaning against both Pony's and Raphtalia's chests. Both girls were too focused on comforting him to be embarrassed by the position they were in. Over on the other side of the arena, Motoyasu said, it's wrong for a hero to have a slave. Could they have been brainwashed? The other two heroes chimed in. It's not that. Just look at them. They clearly care for each other. All three of them. Nothing other than genuine affection could ever explain that. The next morning Izuku and Pony were given sandwiches made by Raphtalia. Izuku asked, "Did you make this yourself?" "Yes, and it was all just leftovers from the castle kitchens. Isn't it yummy?" Taking a bite, Izuku and Pony each agreed it was delicious. The trio spent the next few hours looking over the peaceful morning that had settled over the town. In a castle in a country far from Melromark, a woman stood as servants measured her and made sure the dress she was wearing fit perfectly. This woman was the queen of Melromark and the one in charge, not the king. Another woman, this one dressed in black with a white mask on, appeared at the window. This other woman explained what was going on in the capital city, and the queen didn't like it one bit. "Is that what the king has been up to while I have been gone?" Nodding, the other woman said, "Unfortunately so, my lady. Malty must have talked him into it." "And what of the shield hero? How is he holding up?" "He procured a couple of demi-human girls a while back, though I overheard one of the conversations between the shield hero and the one called Pony. Apparently they both come from the same world." "Interesting. Well, that is a relief, I must say." However, news of Melromark's summoning of the 4 cardinal heroes has made no small impact in our kingdom or others. We must do all we can to keep our neighbors from meddling in our affairs. "Never fear, my lady. We will continue to keep an eye on events in the capital. I'm counting on you." The woman outside the window disappeared. Back in the capital, the 4 heroes were once again in the throne room. Moroyasu reluctantly handed Izuku a bag full of gold coins. "That's about 60 gold. Just like the deal said, 75% of what we've earned over the entire time we were adventuring. Take it before I change my mind." Taking the bag and handing it to Raphtalia for safekeeping, Izuku said, "You don't have a choice in the matter." Wanting to get it over with already, the king revealed the rewards for the waves. For fulfilling my request and to start to reimburse him for that which was stolen from him by the shield hero, the spear hero will receive 4,000 silvers. The other 2 will receive 3,800 silvers. And I have set aside 500 silvers for the shield hero. However, it has been offset from freeing his slaves and robbing the spear hero of his hard-earned money, so he will receive no funds at this time. His funds will also go to the spear hero in order to help return what was stolen from him. Each hero had a servant approach them as the king was talking. When the servant offered the bag of silver coins to Izuku only to then attempt to take it back, he snatched it quicker than the eye could see. Before any of the other heroes or guards in the room could react, Izuku said, "Now hold on there. I was doing a little research on the laws of this kingdom thanks to an old man who was willing to read them to me. First off, you are not the rightful ruler and the one in charge. That would be your wife, the queen, since she was the one who was born into royalty and the one who obtained the kingdom by birthright. Second, due to you not being the rightful ruler and only assuming emergency command while the queen is away, you do not have the authority to demand a duel or to decide the winner all on your own unless obvious violations of the rules occurred. And none did. Only the Pope had the authority to do that. Third, you also do not have the authority to take away rewards that must be given out. Fourth, you decided a trial all on your own, without allowing me to state my own side of the story and even attempting to check either side for lies. That is a violation of the laws all on its own, but once again you also did so when you had assumed emergency command of the kingdom, and since I am a hero, you do not have the authority to hold a trial regarding me or any of the other heroes at all. Matters regarding the heroes can only be carried out if the queen or one of the queens, I believe it was called a shadow, is present. And I could go on and on with other violations of the laws, but I won't. So instead, I will take not only the silvers you have placed out for me, but the additional 3,300 silvers that you have given Ren and Itsuki. If you do not comply with this order, I will find the queen or one of her shadows and let them know of all the laws you have broken. Have you ousted from power and replaced by someone who is not prejudiced? Do I make myself clear?" Stumbling back into his throne, the king demanded, "You dare threaten me in my own home? I should have you executed for this. You can't do that either. Once again, that matter would fall to the queen or one of her shadows. And besides, how would you go about that? I have shown very clearly that not even the strongest of the other 3 heroes can stand against me, even if he had help from Maine. And I held back in that fight because I didn't need to use my full power. Should it ever become necessary, they would all be defeated before you could blink." The king looked more nervous than before as he knew Izuku was right. After the king made a signal, a servant brought another 3,300 silvers to Izuku and he took them. Pony said, "How great. Don't you agree, Raphtalia?" Nodding along with Pony, the raccoon girl said yes. "Now we don't have to waste any more of our precious time here on false kings and fake heroes. Let us go." The trio left as total outrage washed through almost everyone in the throne room. The trio's next stop was the slave merchant as Raphtalia chose to get another slave crest. Izuku said, "You know you didn't have to get another one." "Right, I know, Master Izuku, but I wanted one. I choose to believe that it shows my trust in you and putting my fate in your hands. So, how does it look?" Seeing as Raphtalia's shirt had to be pulled down to put the crest on her and it revealed parts of her breasts, Izuku made sure not to look. Blushing when he eventually did, he replied, "It looks good, I guess." Also blushing slightly, Raphtalia was satisfied with that answer. though Pony was slightly jealous that Izuku never reacted that way to her appearance. Now looking over Raphtalia more as Izuku fed some of the potion to his shield, unlocking the slave owner's shield, the slave merchant said, "You know, with such a fine figure on her you could get 20 for her if she was a virgin." "I am a virgin," Raphtalia complained. 35 gold pieces. "No, she isn't for sale and she never will be for sale." Seeing that Izuku wouldn't change his mind, the slave merchant switched gears. "Well then, could I interest you in a monster egg? Only 100 silvers and you're guaranteed at least a Philolio. And if you get lucky you could even get a dragon." "A Philolio?" Izuku asked. Fixing her shirt, Raphtalia said, "Oh yes. You remember those large birds that are all pulling the carriages and wagons?" Izuku remembered. Thinking it over, he decided, it would be nice to have another member on the team instead of just us three. Plus now we can get a wagon and move around faster instead of walking everywhere. Izuku decided to buy one of the eggs. Walking through town, Raphtalia said, "If you ask me, you shouldn't waste money like that, Master Izuku." "Yeah, but I thought it wasn't fair that you and Pony have to fight all on your own while the other heroes fight with their party. Plus this evens it out with Itsuki since we will both have 3 once this hatches." Pony said, "We fight just fine as we are now, thank you very much." She also didn't like the idea of Izuku spending money so carelessly even if he just got a big payout. Doing his best to appease the girls, Izuku said, "Well, if it turns out we don't need it, we can always sell it back to the slave merchant. Besides, I'm sure it will have other uses besides combat too. Who knows, right? I guess. But you had better stop loosening your purse strings so much," Pony and Raphtalia said at the same time. Agreeing to be more careful with his money, Izuku and the girls entered the potion shop to sell the excess potions they had. While they were in there, the merchant said, "Here, as a thank you, I have many relatives in Loot Village. They're the ones that asked me to help you out. Do you think it was one of the people you saved back then?" "I don't know," the merchant continued. "This grimoire has recipes for finer potions than the ones you bring me. Please, use it. It's yours." He was grateful for the gift, but Izuku had one small problem with it. "Thanks, but I can't read this world's language." Moving on, the merchant said, "One more thing. The old hag at the magic shop was asking for you. It's for a similar reason. Apparently you helped out her grandkid in that Loot Village battle. That was their next stop." The old lady inside thanked them by telling them what magic affinities they had. "This young lady has both light and dark affinities. She is half raccoon after all, so make sure she learns illusion magic. The other young lady has lightning affinity. That is the most powerful offensive magic type, so be sure to make good use of it. And you shield hero are by far the most interesting. You have 3 separate affinities. That is almost completely unheard of. In fact, only 4 others in recorded history have had 3. Your affinities are support, healing, and fire. Support and healing is a rare combination on its own, but with the added fire you also have access to offensive magic that, while weaker than your companion with the horns and the lovely blonde hair, is still very impressive in its own right." Digging around in one of the chests behind the counter, the witch pulled out a large book. Now that being the case, she put it on the counter. "We don't have enough to buy a magic grimoire right now." Izuku tried to deny the expensive item. That obviously wasn't true, as books of that kind typically costed around 5 to 10 gold, but it was still more than he wanted to pay at the moment. "Oh, don't be silly. It's a gift from my grandchild. I would have preferred to give you a crystal ball instead." Izuku looked confused, so the witch explained. "Oh, you didn't know? Well, if you use a crystal ball you can learn one of the magics sealed within it. I thought the king bought a bunch of them to give to all the heroes. First I ever heard of that. Probably because the king hates me," Izuku muttered, so the witch didn't hear him. "A crystal ball is the fastest way to learn magic, but a grimoire is still the best. Crystal balls are one-use only items, while a grimoire, even though it takes more effort and time, can be used to teach you every single magic it has information on. So long as you have the affinity for an element, there is no limit to how far you can go with it. If you don't have the correct affinity, you can still learn magic of that element, but only a small list of spells for each," the witch explained. Taking the book and smiling, Izuku said, "Thank you so much for this." Pony and Raphtalia were both extremely happy to see him continuing to break free of the negative emotions that almost took control of him recently. He was almost back to his normal cheerful self, and they couldn't be more excited about it. Out on a hill overlooking the village of Loot, the small party was looking over the magic grimoire. "I really can't read it. I wish there was some skill that could translate books for me." Moving slightly closer so that she was rubbing against Izuku's side, Pony said, "Neither can I, so we can learn together." She was as close to Izuku as possible. Seeing what Pony was trying and also getting as close to Izuku as she could, Raphtalia said, "What a wonderful idea. I can read somewhat, so I can teach you too as well. Then we can all learn the magic together." Still competing against each other for Izuku's attention, the 2 girls kept pushing more of themselves against Izuku until they were both practically sitting on him. Raphtalia had a victorious smirk on her lips as, due to her being taller than both Izuku and Pony, Her breasts were pressed against Izuku's face. The poor boy was caught in between the two girls and had long since passed out from overwhelming embarrassment. Once they realized this, they backed up and let Izuku recover. Once he did, Raphtalia said, "Now, before we start learning to read more and then learning magic, there is a conversation we need to have." That caught Izuku's and Pony's attention. "Can you two please explain how you got your powers? They obviously aren't magic, or the witch would have said something about them when she told us about our magical affinities." And so they did. Pony and Izuku told Raphtalia about what their Earth was like, also trying their best to explain electricity and things like that, which Raphtalia seemed to understand the basics of, and the powers that almost everyone had. Izuku did not say anything about the origin of his powers, but did say that he was a late bloomer and how he hadn't been using anywhere near his full power because of how much it would hurt him if he did. Seeing as Izuku was already so strong, Pony asked, "How strong would your full power be?" "I'm sure you've heard of All Might. I mean, pretty much everyone around the world has." Pony nodded, and Izuku then said the doctors think it could be comparable to one of his stronger punches, specifically one of his weaker ones, Texas Smash. Pony pouted slightly, as the smash named after her home state was often considered to be a weaker attack. Then what he said really hit her. "What? That's incredible." Since she didn't know about All Might at all, Raphtalia asked, "Who is All Might?" Izuku answered, "A hero strong enough to change the weather with a single punch without using his full power for it." Also shocked now, Raphtalia asked, "And you can do the same thing?" Shrugging, Izuku responded, "I'm not sure. I've never used my full power and I never tried to. The doctors who told me about my quirk said I would break every bone in my body if I tried to use my full power before I was physically strong enough to use it. The good news is that ever since I hit level 15, I am able to use a little bit more of it every few levels. Right now I can only use about 12% of it safely with no damage." Smiling and getting up, Pony said, "That's great news." Also getting up, Raphtalia said, "It really is wonderful. Anyways, we are going to be learning magic together. And the key word is together, all right?" Izuku nodded. He got up and walked to the start of the decline on the hill they were standing on. "Let's spend the night in Loot Village tonight. Then after breakfast we can grind a few levels and then work on some magic after that." "Sound good?" "Sure thing," the girls responded. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, Izuku woke up Raphtalia and Pony. "Raphtalia, Pony, wake up." He showed them the hatching egg. When it hatched, a little pinkish-white bird popped out and jumped onto Izuku's head. It then started making little noises and flapping its little wings. Giggling, Raphtalia said, "It must think you're its mother." "Yeah, imprinting," Izuku said flatly. He was not too happy about his head being used as a perch. Over the next 2 days, as the group was fighting, the Philolial grew to seemingly its full size. It was then that Izuku was able to try riding it, and the bird was extremely fast. He was barely able to keep a hold of it. After putting the bird in a stable, Izuku started grooming it. Raphtalia and Pony were with him, and Raphtalia said, "It's amazing how fast she's grown in just 2 days. My growth boost skill probably helped a little. Right, Philo?" Izuku said as he checked the bird's level. He also read the skills on his newest shield, Monster Tamer's Shield 3, which he got from hatching and raising Philo. Pony asked, "You named her Philo as in Philolial? Isn't that a little obvious?" Nodding, Izuku answered, "I've never been too good with names. Besides, Philo seems to like it. Don't you?" He asked that last part to Philo, who responded with a gwa. Outside of the stables, which still had a hole in the wall from the first wave, a villager asked, "Hey, are those the knights? Why are they here?" And just as the man had said, the knights, as well as Main and Madoyasu, were approaching. As soon as they had arrived and gathered the townspeople, Main held out an official-looking document. In light of his brave exploits during the last wave, the Spear Hero has been named ruling lord of this village. And to help with the rebuilding process, we have decided to levy a toll. 50 silvers to enter the village and 50 to leave. Seeing as nobody in the small village had anywhere near that kind of money, the townspeople all complained about how that would ruin them all. Main asked, "You dare defy your lord's orders?" From the back of the crowd, Izuku said, "Yep, you bet." Him and his party were standing there. "Ugh, the shield hero," Main said with disgust. "What are you still doing here? This is Sir Madoyasu's domain now. You have no right to question him. Actually leave this instant, you miserable criminal." "Oh, I'm happy to leave, but I doubt the villagers will be too happy." Looking at Madoyasu, Izuku asked, "Hey Madoyasu, do you have any idea how much it costs to spend a night at the end here?" He didn't know since he never did. 1 silver a night with food included. You're charging the equivalent of staying 100 nights just to come and go from the village. The villagers realized he was right and were outraged. "Yeah, you can't just show up and call yourself our new lord." It was the shield hero who defended this village during the wave, and many other complaints were heard being shouted. Getting angrier and angrier, Main shouted back, "You dare complain about a royal decree?" The knights all drew their weapons and pointed them at the villagers. Acting in an instant, Izuku, Pony, and Raphtalia disarmed them all with ease. Even Main and Madoyasu weren't spared, as her sword and his legendary spear went flying far into the grasslands surrounding the village. Then a trio of women dressed in black robes with white masks covering their eyes appeared in front of me. The one in the lead said, "I trust you know who we represent, Princess Malte." When Maine asked what they were doing there, the one in the lead pulled out a scroll and handed it to Maine. As the redhead was reading over the scroll, Raphtalia asked, "Who are they, Master Izuku?" "I think they're the shadows I was talking about in the throne room. They outrank even the king if the queen isn't there, and they have her blessing to lead the kingdom," Izuku replied. Growling in anger, Maine pointed to Izuku and said, "Shield hero, fight us for the right to rule this village." Izuku replied with an answer nobody but his party saw coming. "I decline." "What?" Maine screeched in anger. Not wanting the village to go to the spear hero because even he couldn't afford the taxes, the lord of the village begged, "Please, shield hero. If you do not compete, the village will fall into the spear hero's hands, and not even I, as the lord of this village, could afford any more taxation." Even though Izuku wanted nothing more to do with Matoyasu or Maine, he couldn't just leave these people to suffer. However, he asked, "Why do I have to ride in a dragon race? Just seems like unnecessary trouble to me." "But sir," the lord tried his best to convince Izuku, "they have specifically asked for you. As a result, we don't have any right to challenge one of the cardinal heroes." Thinking for a moment, Izuku said, "You know, I bet it was that letter that bent Maine all out of shape. I guess she's taking it out on me." Over next to the dragons, Philo was staring them down harshly. There was a fire in her eyes. The lord and Izuku's party both saw this. Your Philolial appears to be up for it. Pony giggled as she said, "I guess she doesn't like dragons." Nodding along, Raphtalia said, "It's true. Philolials and dragons have never gotten along." In a last-ditch effort, the lord said, "Please, we will offer you a reward if you win." Sighing, Izuku replied, "Fine. I can't guarantee that I can win, though." Mounting up on Philo, he walked over to Matoyasu, who mocked Izuku for his choice of mount. "Seriously, that is so lame. You're riding that bird thing instead of a dragon?" Philo was now even angrier than before. "Says the one who can't beat me in a straight fight, can't beat me after having Maine cheat for you, and can't beat me in Pony in a 2-on-2, and now has to challenge me to a contest other than direct combat to even stand a chance." Izuku shot back. Neither Matoyasu nor Maine had any way to respond to that, as it was all true. They stood no chance in a direct fight. Izuku and his party had already proven that by disarming all the knights and both of them in an instant. So this was the next best thing. Trying his best to come up with something to say in retort, Matoyasu said, "Ha. Please, how could you ever keep up on that thing?" Philo had had enough of being insulted and being placed second to the dragons. She decided to remedy this by kicking Matoyasu in the groin, sending the fake hero high into the air and leaving him crashing down into a pile of hay. His legs stuck out of the top of the pile and twitched in pain from being kicked like that. "Hhhh!" Maine screamed as Matoyasu groaned in pain. "Sir Matoyasu." Turning to the guards, she demanded healing magic. "Now." Then looking at Izuku, she declared, "Cheater. It's his fault for getting too close and insulting Philo," Izuku said as he and Philo laughed. It was the first time Pony and Raphtalia had seen him laugh like that. Seeing as they were in his town, the lord was the highest-ranking official there, so he was the one to declare the rules of the race. 3 laps around the village. The first person to reach this gate will be the winner. Philo and Matoyasu's dragon, as well as their respective riders, stood side by side as they waited for the race to start, deciding to cheer on their respective heroes' Maine. Pony and Raphtalia each shouted good luck to the ones they wanted to win. The race started and both monsters shot off as fast as they could. Philo, being much quicker than any other member of her species as far as anyone could tell, immediately pulled far ahead of Matoyasu on his much slower dragon. Large amounts of dirt and dust were also kicked up by the pure speed of Philo. Once Izuku and Philo were almost halfway around the village, the cheating started. Of the knights who knew earth magic created a large pit in their path, tripping Philo and allowing Matoyasu to pull ahead slightly. Maine smirked and Raphtalia said, "Poor Philo." Pony nodded in agreement. Even after tripping and falling, Philo wasn't hurt at all and quickly recovered. Then, angry at falling behind, she ran even faster and quickly started closing the gap between her and Matoyasu, who had winked at Maine as he passed. Another one of the knights used a spell to cause Philo to move slower than before. Normally in a race this would be cause for an instant loss, but Philo wasn't a normal Philolial. So instead of giving up, she used her anger as motivation to move even faster and sped up to nearing comprehensible level, quickly gaining ground and once again passing Matoyasu, who scolded his dragon in an attempt to make it go faster. Philo completed her second lap. The next cheat came in the form of a speed up to Matoyasu, who was just barely able to keep up with Izuku and Philo. Trying to make Philo trip again, Matoyasu tried to force her to step into the hole by blocking the path to the right as another hole opened up to the left of it. "Now, airstrike shield," Izuku called. The glowing green shield appeared and Philo jumped off of it, running along the hill to the side of the track, pulling ahead of Matoyasu yet again, and finally winning the race. Returning to the crowd, Izuku dismounted Philo and patted her side. waving aside the current lord's thanks to him and said, "If you're gonna thank anyone, thank Philo. She was the one who really did all the work." Suddenly Philo transformed. She was now much larger and super fluffy with feathers. Seeing this as an opportunity to try and steal Izuku's win away from him, again, Main said, "You cheated. You didn't tell us your dumb bird was really this tub of lard." Trying to defend Izuku, the lord said, "Please." But Philolial only transformed after the race ended. "Besides, if anyone cheated, it was you." The holes in the road. Philo slowing down suddenly, Motoyasu speeding up. "What about all that?" Izuku questioned. In an attempt to wave off her cheating, Main said, "Holes? What are you talking about?" Appearing from seemingly nowhere, the shadows returned. The lead one said, "The shield hero is correct. We have detected trace amounts of magic on the track." Still trying to steal Izuku's win and make everyone forget her own cheating, Main said it must have been the shield hero. Disagreeing and shaking her head, the lead shadow said, "Not true. The shield hero's magic affinities are support, healing, and fire. His raccoon friends are light and dark. His horned friends is lightning. The earth magic used was of too high level for anyone without earth affinity to cast it. Thus, it had to be one of your own men. And before you try to argue that the speed magic could also have been his doing, he did not need to use any such magic, nor would he have speed up his opponent while slowing down himself. That also only makes sense if you or your men were the ones to cast those spells." Izuku and his party were left wondering how the shadows learned so much about them. After the shadows declared that Motoyasu's party cheated and that Izuku was the winner, Main reluctantly agreed to leave for the moment. After they did, the shadows also disappeared. Walking up to Izuku and curious about something, Pony, who had also learned about the laws the same time Izuku did, asked, "Hey Izuku, why didn't you just play the laws card again? Even with him taking emergency power over the kingdom, the king doesn't have the authority to hand out villages to others. That duty would also fall to the queen, wouldn't it?" Having completely forgotten about that since he had been distracted by Main almost having the guards attack the villagers, Izuku let out a frustrated cry of, "Why didn't I think of that?" Pony and Raphtalia giggled at Izuku's distress of forgetting about one fact that would have let him skip the stupid competition and basically hand the village over to him, since the order from the shadows that Izuku caught a glimpse of both came from the queen and stated that he was to be the new lord of the village, not mentioning any sort of competition. Approaching Izuku, the villagers and the lord asked, "Sir Shield Hero, we are truly thankful for everything you have done. How could we ever repay you?" Not wanting to take away from money going towards the repairing funds, Izuku tried to insist that a reward wouldn't be necessary. No, I don't need a reward. A real hero shouldn't expect something in return for helping others. That's just their duty and job. Grateful for Izuku's willingness to help without a reward, but also knowing they would all feel guilty if they didn't repay him in some way, the Lord said, "Surely there must be something we can offer you." Seemingly realizing that they wouldn't let him go without some sort of reward, Izuku then spotted Philo staring at an old but still perfectly functional wagon. She even tapped him on the head with her beak, then pointed at it. "There we go. A wagon like that is worth a lot of money if in proper condition, and that one looks like it will still be usable. With a little work to repair the holes in the tarp, it will be perfect. How about that for my reward?" Izuku asked. The Lord agreed, and the party left the village soon after, heading off to who knows where in their next adventure. Just as the sun was setting, Philo was happily running along the road as Izuku held the reins while Pony and Raphtalia sat in the back. Not feeling well, Raphtalia asked him, "Master Izuku, can we please stop for a second?" Izuku obliged and slowed Philo to a halt. The moment he did so, Raphtalia jumped out of the back of the wagon and darted towards the bush on the side of the road. She then promptly threw up everything she had eaten that day. In order to make sure Raphtalia recovered, Izuku decided to stop for the night and quickly got a fire going, even managing to use a small amount of fire magic to do so. Tim and Pony then made sure their raccoon girl party member laid down and rested. She said, "I apologize for having to rest after you worked so hard today. It's all right. Just focus on recovering, okay? And we'll be traveling by cart most of the time, so we need to find a way to help you get over your motion sickness, okay?" Raphtalia agreed to what Izuku said. She was also blushing, something that Izuku thought meant she had a fever. Pony had to try her hardest not to shout out the obvious answer of how Raphtalia felt about him. She did that for multiple reasons. First, she was still sorting out her own feeling for the green-haired boy and didn't want to lose her chance with him before she had the chance to do so. Second, Raphtalia was almost like a sister to her, and Pony would never embarrass her like that. To distract Izuku from that in case he pulled off a miracle and connected to dots on his own, Pony said, "Philo sure looks happy now that she gets to pull a wagon." Nodding, Izuku said, "She really does." As he sat against a tree stump to keep watch and Pony also laid down to get some rest, Izuku pulled out a small trinket that the Lord had given him. Apparently it was a trader's pass that would allow him to avoid paying any tolls as long as he had it. Sure, Izuku wasn't really a trader, only selling the monster loot and occasional extra potions and medicine to merchants. But it would come in handy. Besides, with the wagon now in his possession, that could change since he could now carry much larger amounts of medicine and other things to sell. Also preparing to go to sleep, Philo laid down right next to Izuku and cuddled up next to him, enjoying the attention she got from her owner. Philo, your feathers are really stuffy, you know that? Izuku muttered to himself. Nobody heard the quiet meanie that someone said. The next morning Izuku awoke to Pony and Raphtalia shouting his name. When he did, he saw a very young and very naked little girl laying on his cloak. He shouted in panic as he quickly backed away. Then, as the girl stood up, Izuku threw his cloak over her to cover her body. Master, hi. Good morning. As Izuku, Pony and Raphtalia questioned where the girl had come from, she, instead of explaining, asked, "Can I have something to eat?" Although extremely confused by the sudden appearance of this little girl, Izuku managed to keep himself from completely freaking out. Instead, he had enough sense to ask, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" He then muttered, "And where is Philo?" He didn't believe that this little girl could do anything to the extremely strong Philo oil that he had obtained from the monster egg. Tilting her head in confusion, the girl said, "What do you mean, master? I'm right here." The girl was saying that she was Philo, but that was impossible. Great. This is going to make those rumors even worse than they already are, Izuku muttered. Eventually, the little girl proved she was actually Philo by transforming into her. The blacksmith was preparing to eat lunch when his favorite group of adventurers came in. He saw that Izuku had a new addition with him as well. "Come on, don't come here just to show off your new slave." Shaking his head, Izuku said, "Guess again." Another young girl. Seriously? Philo, who was wrapped in a large brown blanket to hide the fact that she was naked, stepped forward. "Master, can I please have just a little snack?" "Please." Smiling kindly and picking up his sandwich, the blacksmith said, "Want a bite?" "Knock yourself out." "Thanks." As Philo grabbed hold of the sandwich, Raphtalia said, "Philo, don't overdo it." Waving off her concerns, the blacksmith said, "Relax, little miss. Besides, how big of a bite can one little girl take?" To answer his question, Philo transformed and gulped down the entire sandwich in one bite. As the blacksmith stared in shock at the sudden transformation of the little girl and disappearance of his lunch, Pony answered, "About that big." Izuku profusely apologized. Still annoyed at the loss of his food, the blacksmith asked, "So what's the story here?" Philo was pecking one of the helmets of the large suits of armor that stood on display. They were about as tall as she was. According to the slave merchant, every flock of Philolials have a king or queen leading them. Raphtalia explained. "I thought that was just a myth." Shaking her head, Pony continued for Raphtalia. "No, those kings and queens are highly skilled at transforming. They just hide from humans, and can apparently become them too," the blacksmith stated. Izuku said, "Yeah. They also apparently take a special crest to be tamed too. I didn't budget for that. Things got pretty crazy once we tried to give her that crest." Philo resisted with all of her might, Raphtalia said. Keeping an eye on Philo, Izuku added, "And that was just at level 90. Who knows how strong she'll be at level 70 or something." Izuku stood up from leaning on the counter. "But that brings us back to why we came. We need some clothes that transform with her, or I'll be broke in no time from her shredding her clothes and me having to buy her new ones." Leaning down and digging something out of a box, the blacksmith said, "No, sorry. Transforming clothes are always special orders, so I don't have any. You could try the local dressmaker. But for now, here." He stood up and handed Izuku a small dress. "She can't go around town looking like that. Another customer left this here. You can take it." It was a very short walk to the dressmaker. She found Philo absolutely adorable and wouldn't stop fawning over her. "Oh, isn't she just the cutest little angel? Wait, she has wings. Maybe she is an angel." Turning around to face Izuku, Philo asked, "Am I really cute? I want to know." Smiling at the innocent and carefree nature of Philo, Izuku answered, "You really are." "That's right. That's just what a little girl needs to hear from her father." For a moment, Izuku tried to dispute the dressmaker's statement and tell her he wasn't Philo's father, but she wasn't having it. It only got worse when Philo tilted her head innocently and asked, "Are you my father then?" She said it with such sincerity that Izuku didn't have the heart to tell her no. Besides, he did hatch her from an egg, so in a way he was her father. Sure, we can go with that. In his mind, he was thinking about how his mother would kill him if she found out that he had a daughter. And considering Philo and Pony did sort of look similar, she might think that Izuku had gotten Pony pregnant and this was their child. Then he really would be dead. The situation was made embarrassing for Pony and Raphtalia when Philo turned to them and asked, "Would that make one of you my mother? Or both of you?" Both girls exploded with blushes and started stammering out something that nobody could understand, deciding to try and get back on track before something else happened, like Pony accidentally shooting off one of her horns and shredding one of the expensive-looking dresses in the shop. Izuku said, "That isn't important right now." "It isn't?" Philo asked. She still didn't quite understand the full implications of what she said. "No, right now, we need to get clothes that don't get ripped to shreds when you transform." "Oh," the dressmaker said. "That's what you're here for. Did you bring any magic thread?" "Magic thread?" Izuku questioned. Transforming clothes are made out of thread made from the wearer's own mana. Pony asked, so transforming clothes are always custom made? Of course. The dressmaker never dropped her smile or cheerful tone even for a second. If you will give me the magic thread. She pressed up her glasses up against her face and her eyes shone. I promise to make you the cutest outfit you will ever see. The party's next stop was the magic shop to ask about the magic thread. The witch said, well, you normally could weave those here, but you've come at a terrible time. I'm afraid the gemstone from my spinning wheel has broken. Wanting to get that magic thread and saw no reason not to help the witch, Izuku asked, is it expensive? Well, yes, the witch responded. But I'm afraid the real problem is that it's hard to find. Raphtalia asked, what can we do about it? I'll talk to some people and see if I can procure a new gemstone as soon as possible. It might take longer though. It was then Philo spotted the crystal ball. Whoa, what does this thing do? It seemed that nobody was able to resist the childlike cuteness and curiousness that Philo possessed, and the witch said, this is a crystal ball. It allows me to measure your magical affinity. Oh well, Izuku thought. No clothes for a while. If Philo was upset about not getting her new outfit, it didn't show. As they were moving along the trail, she was singing about her magical affinity. Philo has wind affinity. I'll blow away all the enemies. Giggling, Raphtalia said, well, Philo seems to be in a good mood. Izuku couldn't help but smile along with Pony and Raphtalia. Well, it will be a while before we can get Philo her clothes. Let's make some money. Spotting someone running along the trail, Philo alerted Izuku to the man's presence. Daddy. She had taken to the name after Izuku agreed to be a father figure to her in the dressmaker's shop. There's someone up ahead. As the wagon passed the man, Philo slowed down enough so Raphtalia was staying right next to him. Is there a problem, sir? He turned towards her and begged, please, give me a ride in your wagon. I need to get this medicine to the village. Poking his head out the front, Izuku said, sure. Philo, how long to get to the village? Turning around to look at Izuku and the stranger, she said, not too long. But we can get there even faster without the carriage. Taking the reins from Raphtalia, Izuku got onto Philo's back and said, I can get you there for 1 silver. You can pay me now or pay me later. But I will collect, so don't try to get out of it, all right? The man nodded and said, of course. I will find a way to pay you. Izuku then helped him up onto Philo. Philo, go. Philo started running at full speed, much to the panic of the man riding on her, who was screaming in terror. They passed a toll, but instead of stopping to pay, Izuku just tossed his merchant pass to the guard on duty and shouted, I'll pick it up on the way back. At the village, the man prepared to give his mother the medicine, but Izuku stopped him. Wait, you go boil some water for your mother. I'll give her the medicine. The man tried to protest, but Izuku said, don't worry. It's no extra charge. Izuku took the small bottle of medicine and used his potion-enhanced skill before giving it to the sick woman. Almost immediately, she showed signs of improvement as her nasty cough went away and she sat up in her bed. Her son was surprised to see it work so fast. As Izuku was getting ready to leave, he asked, what sort of spell did you use to make it so effective? It's better you don't ask, Izuku answered. Anyways, all right. The man gave Izuku a large bag filled with food. This should be worth at least 1 silver. Nodding, Izuku said, that will do. He then left without another word, picking up his pass on the way back to the carriage. Izuku realized he could transport people as well as sell goods. This traveling merchant business is much more profitable than I thought. So that's exactly what he did for the next few days. By day, he would transport people to towns and help the old and sick to recover, only charging for the transportation every time and fighting monsters whenever his supply of goods was running low and he wasn't transporting anyone. By night, he, Philo, Pony, and Raphtalia would all learn magic together. Pony and Raphtalia had no reason to be jealous of Philo hanging off Izuku since he had already claimed her as his daughter, but they got jealous of each other when they tried to do the same. Neither truly understood why they felt that way, but both were beginning to figure it out. One day, as Izuku was providing transport for a wealthy-looking merchant, the man said, I can't believe I am riding with our savior of the heavenly fowl. Savior of the heavenly fowl? Izuku mimicked, confused. Ah yes, you have quite the reputation. In a carriage drawn by the god of domesticated birds, the savior travels and treats the sick. Looking away from the road for a minute, Philo asked, wait, did he just call me a god? She was then scolded by Pony and Raphtalia, who said at the same time, Philo, didn't Master Izuku tell you not to talk when there are strangers in the wagon? Philo apologized and the merchant went wide-eyed. Well, it talks. It really is a god. No, she's not a god. Before Izuku could explain further, Philo stopped. Looking back towards Izuku, Raphtalia said, there's a large gang blocking the path. In the middle of the road, a group of at least 20 men stood there, all with various large weapons. The man in the middle of the group, who seemed to be the leader, said, we heard you have a certain accessory seller was hitching a ride with you. Come on, we know you're in there. The accessory seller in the wagon started sweating nervously. I'll have to be more careful choosing my clients, Izuku thought to himself. Just hand him over quietly and you'll escape with at least your lives. One of the thugs called out. Coming out to the front of his wagon, Izuku replied, meaning you'll take everything but our lives. One of the thieves commented on how sharp Izuku was, and another, eyeing Pony and Raphtalia, said those two are pretty hot for demi-humans. Looks like we're gonna have some fun tonight. Not looking away from the group for a moment, Raphtalia asked Master Izuku permission to remove his head from his shoulders. No, Izuku said. Green lightning sparked all around him as he jumped out of the wagon. I'll deal with them myself. Slightly put off by the strange lightning, but not backing down, the leader said, what are you going to do? All you have is that weak-ass shield? Not even a weapon to fight back with? That was as far as he got before Izuku was right in front of him and slammed his fist into the man's face, breaking his nose and knocking him out before he even hit the ground. Looking at the rest of the group, Izuku said that was a warning shot. Backing up in fear, one of the other men asked, how was that a warning shot? You knocked him out. He still has his head. Drop all your weapons and keep your hands above your heads, or the next person I hit won't be able to say the same thing. It took less than a second for the rest of the thugs to drop their weapons and raise their hands into the air. From there, Izuku used the rope shield to tie them all up. He woke up the one unconscious on the ground and raised him to his feet. You, tell me where your base is and lead me there, or I won't hold back with my next hit. 15 minutes passed and the larger group reached the camp. Izuku then saw why they put up no fight to show him the base. A man with a sword managed to cut the ropes and free everyone. He said, you shouldn't have left without me. The whole reason you hired me was so this exact situation didn't happen. The leader of the thugs said, watch out for the one with the shield. I've never seen anything like his power. 1 minute he was standing in front of his wagon 30 feet away from me, the next he was waking me up after he knocked me out and made the rest of the men surrender. He only hit me once and I never saw it coming. Still confident in his skill, the man said, interesting. He should still be no match for me. But Izuku wasn't the one to fight him. Instead, it was Raphtalia who drew her sword. She then muttered a spell and disappeared. Before the swordsman could even draw his own blade, Raphtalia was upon him and had disarmed him. Be glad I'm feeling lenient today and you all still have your lives. She showed no qualms about killing them, even for a moment. Nobody doubted she would do it without a second thought. A few of the men tried to leave, only for Pony to block their path. Seeing as 2 members of the group had already shown to be extremely skilled and able to take out even the most elite opponent, as shown by the leader muttering about how a class-upgraded swordsman had been beaten in a single blow, those who tried to run froze in their tracks, not doubting that this girl was the same. Before they could even think of making another move, Philo appeared behind them. Daddy, can I have a snack, please? She lipped her beak hungrily. No, all that armor will give you indigestion for weeks, came Izuku's casual reply. Besides, if it's not too damaged or worn, we can sell it for a decent price. And after our most recent purchases, we're a little low on cash, so we need all we can get. Once the thugs, including the class-upgraded bodyguard, were all tied up, the leader admitted another merchant told us to mug him. He said he had some really nice stuff. Honest, it was nothing personal. Just another job to do, I swear. Looking troubled, the accessory seller said, one of my own sold me out. Stepping forward, Izuku asked, what should we do with them now? The seller replied, normally we hand them over to the local guards, but I'll leave the choice up to you. One of the thugs recognized Izuku. Hey, you're the shield hero, aren't you? Kinda obvious since you only have that shield. We're just some unlucky travelers. Why? Planning to start a rumor about how you were attacked by the vicious shield hero and his party. The grins on the tied-up thugs told Izuku they planned to do just that. Fine, guess we can't have you telling anyone. Raphtalia, Pony, you know what to do. And Philo, I changed my mind. Go ahead. Just don't blame me if you get sick. Philo went to eat one of them before they called Izuku's bluff. All right, we won't say anything. Just keep that thing away from us, they pleaded. Spare our lives. With a look in his eyes that promised pain, Izuku said, fine. I'll spare your lives at least, but everything else you have is mine. A small voice in the back of his head told him that this wasn't how a hero would act, that they shouldn't do this. The larger part of Izuku's brain that was in control said, I know. But right now, other than Pony, Raphtalia, Philo, and a couple of merchants, the whole world is against us. We need to do what we need to do. Quickly, the bandits were loading all their belongings into the wagon. Raphtalia asked, doesn't this make us just as bad as them? The accessory seller looked over at her and said, I'm afraid I don't agree. They are offering up everything they have for safe passage away from the shield hero. He is simply treating their lives as merchandise. Looking over, Izuku said, that's not it at all. This is all they have other than food, and I'm not taking that. Without their supplies, they can't hurt anyone else. Not for a while at least. If it leaves them at the mercy of monsters, fine. They made the choice to rob innocent travelers, and now they're suffering the consequences. That was the last thing Izuku said until they were back on the road. In order to make it up to Izuku for the trouble he had caused, the seller showed Izuku how to cut and enchant gemstones. It also gave Izuku a feel for mana, and he used that to learn more magic. In addition, the seller introduced Izuku into the web of information most merchants were a part of. He got information on the other heroes too. Madoyasu had saved a village from famine by introducing a legendary crop. No doubt Maine's idea, since Madoyasu was being led around like a little pet. Rumors about Ren said that he had slain a dragon in the southeast mountains, but it was the rumors about Itsuki that were the most interesting. The bow hero, Itsuki, seemed to be all over the place, one rumor even stating that he had started a rebellion in a neighboring kingdom or entered a dungeon in search of treasure. By far the most valuable thing the other merchant gave Izuku was the deed to a gem mine. When Izuku returned it to its rightful owner, he was able to find out where he could get a gemstone used for making magic thread. After a quick trip back to the capital to get the witch, Izuku and his party was heading towards the mine that held the gemstone they needed. "I'm just surprised on how you managed to procure a gemstone so quickly." She spoke with enthusiasm. Rubbing the back of his neck, Izuku said, "Not exactly. We still need to get it after all, and it's in a rather unsavory location. Besides, it wasn't all I got during the time I was traveling." Like usual, Pony and Raphtalia were in the front of the wagon, taking turns holding the reins and keeping watch. Raphtalia said, "Master Izuku, look." They had arrived at a temple carved into the face of the canyon they were in. A small distance away from the temple was the entrance to a mine. A long time ago, this temple was home to a notoriously evil alchemist. "It's strange though, I've never heard of a tunnel in this place before." Leading the way by torchlight, Izuku explained, "According to the mining chief, nobody dares go near this place after it was infested by monsters. Keep your eyes peeled. We don't know what might be in here with us." The party eventually came to a room with large stone pillars and a chest on an altar. The witch read the sign above the chest. "We fervently pray that this seed never makes it out of this tunnel. It is a horribly twisted manifestation of our desire to never again let anyone suffer the pains of hunger in this world." "Well, it looks like someone already took it. Let's move on," Izuku said. Philo pointed out a tunnel to them all, and they kept moving. Everyone started to hear voices, saying awful things to or about them, and it was those closest to them that were saying them. The witch quickly figured out what was going on and cast a spell, revealing a group of monsters. They made quick work of them, the witch showing off her magic and even teaching Izuku another spell in the process. Afterwards, the witch explained what they were as Izuku fed parts of the monsters to his shield. "Those monsters say the last things you want to hear, in the last voices you want saying them. They prey on your insecurities and then, as you're distracted by the voices, go in for the kill." Worried that what she had heard would really come true, Philo asked, "Daddy, you won't get rid of me, will you?" Turning back to face Philo and showing actual emotion, something he usually didn't do for reasons Philo didn't understand, Izuku said, "Of course not. I promise you that I will never abandon you. And that goes for you too as well, Raphtalia and Pony." Seeing as Izuku was largely unaffected by the monsters, Raphtalia asked, "What did you hear, Master Izuku?" The answer he gave didn't explain much. "Nothing I haven't heard or told myself before. Now let's keep moving." At the end of the tunnel, they found the gems they were looking for, but it was being guarded by a chimera, the same kind of monster that had taken all three of the other heroes working together to kill. Granted, they didn't have the same strength or skill Izuku and his party did, but it was still worrying. Raphtalia tried to attack from behind while invisible, and Pony tried to fire her horns at it, but the monster dodged both attacks easily and struck back at Raphtalia with its serpent tail. While it was in the air, the witch managed to hit it with a fire spell. As Izuku blocked one of the monster's attacks, Philo landed a kick to its face right before it discharged electricity. "How did it see Raphtalia?" "It didn't see her, it heard her. It's sensitive to sound," Philo answered. Then Izuku got an idea. He used his newest shield, one shaped like a speaker, and told Philo to shout into it. Once she did, it disoriented the monster long enough for everyone to rush in and attack, finally killing the beast. The party collected the gem they needed, plus a few others to sell, and fed the monster remains to Izuku's shield. The very next day, Philo made the magic thread and delivered it to the dressmaker, who promised to make the best outfit anyone had ever seen. She did not disappoint. The outfit was a frilly white and light blue dress that went well with her blonde hair, big blue eyes, and white wings. When Philo transformed, the dress took the form of a bow around her neck. She loved it and spent the rest of the day transforming back and forth to show it off in both forms. Like most days, Izuku and his party were on the road, traveling to a new town to sell their goods. There was something different about this trip though. Instead of just traveling to a new town that they hadn't been to before or back to an old town to sell whatever goods they had, the party had an order they were carrying out for the merchant they had befriended. In the south of the country, a town needed a huge order of herbicides for some reason. The town requested that the order be sent immediately. The merchant requested that Izuku deliver them, as he was the only one the merchant could trust enough to get the job done. That left Izuku wondering something though. Why did the town need so much herbicide, and why so quickly? The answer came in an innocent comment from Philo. "Daddy, the plants here are amazing." Looking out the front of the wagon, Izuku saw that the entire countryside had been taken over by the plant life. "Oh, they really do need tons of this stuff." A small twitch of her ears alerted Raphtalia to the outpost on top of a hill. one of the only places left that wasn't overrun by plants. But it didn't look like it would stay that way for long, as before their eyes the vines were growing along the walls of the outpost. "Master Izuku, look over there." Once Izuku saw the outpost, he ordered Philo to get them there as quickly as she could. They reached the outpost and unloaded all the herbicide that they were carrying in the wagon. The elder of the village couldn't thank them enough. He tried his best to explain the situation. "Our village faced extinction due to famine. Then, just before our food supplies ran out, the Spear Hero went out and brought back a legendary seed. He planted it, and very quickly a plant grew and bore delicious fruit. But then, it grew out of control. Our village was overrun, and we were forced to evacuate. I called for adventurers to come help us, but the plants mutated into monsters. Now, the last group has yet to come back. I fear the worst. So, with the last of our money, we ordered the herbicides in hopes that we can kill these evil plants. Burning them might work, or have you already tried that?" Vines continued to grow over the wall. The elder said, "We did. It worked for a short time. But then the plants just mutated and can no longer be burned as easily." With a deep sigh, Izuku said, "You knew that seed was dangerous, didn't you? But because a hero brought it, you convinced yourself that it would be okay." At first, Raphtalia and Pony thought Izuku was going to be rude, but he continued, "I get it. Heroes are supposed to be people you can trust to protect you and help you. But Moroyasu, he doesn't seem to understand that his actions have consequences. I hope the other two are different. You can trust heroes to help, but you also can't depend on them for everything. You should have warned him that the seed was too dangerous. But then again, he probably wouldn't have listened. No doubt Maine convinced him to ignore any warnings that the seed might be dangerous. We'll help you." "Oh, thank you," the elder cried. "As we were trying to figure out our options, we came across a legend of our village. It said that a long time ago an alchemist set up shop here. Our ancestors were also facing famine, so to help them the alchemist took a seed from one of our last few remaining plants and modified it somehow. But he sensed that it was too dangerous, so he sealed it away before it could be planted. The legend also says that after just a few days the plants will grow enough to completely overtake the entire region." One of the younger women in the camp came running. "Elder, the sick, they are getting worse. What do we do?" "Sick?" Izuku asked. "Are the plants having a negative effect on your health beyond the monsters they became?" A sad look came onto the elder's face. "The plants," he paused, "they have started to take hold of people. Those who are infected are sapped of all strength and energy as roots, and eventually plants sprout from their bodies. I fear that if left alone, the plants will consume them and end their lives, or worse, turn them into monsters." Going over to one of the boxes of herbicide, Izuku grabbed a few bottles of the stuff. "Take me to them." A loud scream came from the fields. "And Philo, go rescue those adventurers." Philo took off, and the elder showed Izuku where the sick were. Pony came with Izuku in case he needed any help. Outside of the tent, Philo returned with 3 adventurers on her back and another in her beak. She dropped the one in her beak and said, "I'm back." They should have known better than to try and fight those monsters when they're so weak. Raphtalia scolded her. "Philo, don't insult others like that. Would you like it if someone insulted you?" The last time someone had insulted Philo, it was Moroyasu, and he got kicked in the balls for it. No, Philo agreed to try to be nicer to others. The villagers noticed that Philo was talking, and they realized that Izuku was the savior of the heavenly fowl. It was hard not to notice the bird, and the elder wanted to confirm it. "Please, are you really the savior who travels in a carriage drawn by the heavenly fowl?" "Sorry, but no. You're thinking about someone else." It wasn't like Izuku disliked the title, but he didn't want to accept it. He didn't want to give these people hope that there would always be someone like him going around looking out for the smaller villages when he wouldn't be in that world forever. It just wasn't fair to the villagers who wanted so desperately to believe that he existed. All his efforts to deny the title and erase the story were in vain, though. It stuck around and kept growing and spreading. Moving on, Izuku followed the elder to the tent. Inside the tent, about 12 people were lying in bed, not moving and barely breathing. The worst case seemed to be a young boy who could be no older than 8. Small plants were sprouting from his cheeks, and Izuku could see roots burying themselves deep into him. The boy himself looked malnourished because of all the energy the plants were taking from him. Risks needed to be taken in extreme situations. This was one of those situations. Izuku didn't fully know how it would affect a human, but he used his potion-enhanced skill on the bottle of herbicide and poured some down the boy's throat, then poured the rest of the bottle onto him. The effect was instantaneous. The plants withered and died, quickly disintegrating. The boy's eyes fluttered open for a moment before closing again. This time his sleep was restful, and he would start to regain his energy in time. Time was of the essence. Izuku knew that he needed to stop the plants from taking over everything. He quickly treated everyone else in the tent and then exited it. He faced Philo, Pony, and Raphtalia. "Gear up. We're moving out to take out the source of the plants." He then asked the elder, "Where did Moroyasu first plant the seed?" "In the center of town. but it is far too dangerous. Monsters are everywhere, and even the strongest adventurers that arrived were overwhelmed when they tried. The party of 4 collected all their gear that they needed and grabbed a few extra bottles of herbicide, moving as quickly as possible without tripping. The 4 killed as many monsters as they could on their path to the massive tree that was taller than the buildings in the town and wider than most of them as well. As they got closer, they saw what looked to be an eye growing on the tree. "If we take that eye out, it should all be over," Philo said. "Leave it to me, Daddy." She ran as fast as she could and leapt over the vines that had started to attack her to protect the tree. Raphtalia and Pony called for her to be careful, but she wasn't listening. Izuku had to use his airstrike shield to give Philo another platform to jump from because of her carelessness. When Philo reached the eye, she kicked it and it exploded into a large amount of white slime. As Philo got away from the still flailing vines, the eye regenerated completely. Izuku tossed one of the bottles to Raphtalia and said, "Splash this on the eye." Pony, Philo, help her get there. Once again, they sprang into action and made short work of the vines. However, the plant had learned from the last time, and just before Raphtalia got close enough to splash the herbicide on it, vines wrapped around her and kept her from doing it. Philo tried to save her but was also captured, and Pony was too focused on avoiding capture herself to save them. That left Izuku. He grabbed another bottle from his back and started walking forward. Vines wrapped around him, but he activated full cowling and they all burned away. Ever since he had learned to use fire magic, his full cowling would coat him in flames alongside the lightning. The fire was a lighter shade of green than the lighting and both were visible. Izuku kept walking forward, used his potion enhanced skill. He poured the enhanced potion on the roots of the tree, then blasted the eye with flames. The tree died and the vines dropped Philo and Raphtalia and stopped attacking Pony. As the tree died, it dropped tons and tons of fruit on the ground. The party returned to the camp. Izuku said, "The tree is dead, and I'll stick around for a few days to make sure that those who are still recovering do so properly. It will be up to you to collect the fruit and any other seeds that are around." That was exactly what he did. And he also experimented a little bit with his newest shield and made the seeds safe to plant without decreasing the amount of fruit they would produce much. The small village was grateful for what Izuku and his party had done. "Thank you. Oh, thank you. How can we ever repay you?" The elder could not express how happy he was that his people would be able to return to their homes, safe and sound. "You can pay me for the delivery. That will be enough." He didn't want to take more than necessary from these people. If he didn't depend on payments for jobs like these, he wouldn't take anything, but he still needed to make a living. Unfortunately, nobody in the village had any money to spare. They had all pooled what little they had left in order to purchase the herbicides. The elder said, "So, I am so very sorry. We have nothing left to repay you." Since the town had yet to be completely cleared of vines and fruit, everyone still had to stay in the outpost that became their safe haven from the plants. In every available spot there were barrels upon barrels of fruit and seeds. Since food was scarce in many places, they would be extremely valuable to sell. "That's fine. You don't have to pay me in money," Izuku assured the old man. "I often accept other forms of payment, such as extra clothes or other supplies. I'll take 10 barrels of fruit and 3 barrels of seeds for my payment. It's not like my taking that much will put even a small dent in the amount you have. Do you agree that it would be sufficient payment?" The elder nodded. 13 barrels would be a small price to pay for saving all their lives, especially since there were almost 20 times that number of filled barrels in the outpost, and more coming every hour as those with able bodies worked around the clock to clean everything up. "Then we have a deal. Don't worry about helping us load anything up. We can manage on our own." The smile Izuku had on his face was one of genuine happiness and satisfaction. His heroic nature was finally winning out against all the hardship that finally managed to break him for a short amount of time. And it was that heroic nature that Pony and Raphtalia found so appealing. Later that night, after Izuku had already gone to sleep, Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo sat down at one of the community fires to eat dinner. The elder of the village joined them. "I must say, it's rather hard to get a read on the shield hero. He keeps much to himself, and at times he seems to try and hide his generous nature, and yet at times like today, he did everything he could to help us and then took almost nothing in return, just what he needed." Nodding and agreeing with what the elder said, Raphtalia explained he's not a simple person. He's gone through a lot, much of it too painful for him to share, even with us. "From what I do know, before he came to our world, he did not lead the best life. He always tried his best to help others but was often shunned or even beaten. And when he came to this world, there was someone out to get him the moment he appeared. To be honest, I haven't known him for very long. But Pony is also from his world, and they knew each other before they came to this one. So, she knows more." With a slight shake of her head, Pony said, "Not really. I met him the day we both came here. So, all I know is that because of his situation in our world, he had a difficult time living a normal life. I see. Hardship can make a person distrusting and bitter. But I can tell he is a good person. Everyone needs somebody in their life to help keep them on the right path." He very pointedly looked at Pony and Raphtalia. then on that cryptic note, walked away to check on some of the other people. The next day the party met up with the merchant that had gotten them to take the job, and sold their fruit and seeds, keeping a few barrels of fruit for themselves, mainly Philo. I must say, this is an incredible seed. I will be happy to purchase as many as you can sell to me, as well as any produce you have for it. Once the deal was made and the transaction carried out, the merchant gave them another job request. I have something else for you to do if you're okay with it. I have some goods that need to be delivered to the inn at a hot spring town. The order is already paid for, and all you would have to do is travel there and deliver the goods. They will pay you for it, and I can personally vouch for how relaxing the hot springs are. Somewhat reluctantly, because he didn't want to become an errand boy for the merchant, Izuku took the job, and his party set out immediately for the town they were going to. They were hoping for a nice relaxing stay in the inn after they delivered the goods. After the stress of saving multiple towns from disaster, they all needed the break. Thank you so much for making this delivery. Please enjoy your stay. The woman who worked at the inn that Izuku needed to deliver the goods to said. So, there are hot spring towns here too. Over in the water, Philo said, "Uo, it's so warm." As Izuku approached, she said, "Hey daddy, the water is so warm. Can I visit the hot springs here too?" Sure. It was almost impossible to say no to Philo, and it wasn't like there was a very good reason to say no. He then asked Pony, "Raphtalia, what do you think?" It was obvious how excited both of them were. Raphtalia tried to downplay it, but her wagging tail gave her away. "I'm not actually that interested, but if you all want to go, then I will accompany you." A small smirk crossed Izuku's face for a minute as he knew Raphtalia was horrible about hiding how she felt for the most part. "Well, that settles it. We'll spend the night here." Philo splashed over and hugged him. Raphtalia and Pony also got excited. "Oh, and before I forget, we're running a bit low on supplies for us. Is there anything particular you want me to get when I go out shopping later?" After a moment of thought, Pony said, "There is something, but I'm not sure if you can find it because we haven't been able to find it anywhere else." Coffee. Izuku already knew what she was asking about. Pony nodded. "You know that's hard to get because of the poor trading relationships between this kingdom and the one that grows coffee beans. But I'll look, and if there are some there, I'll get them." Raphtalia spoke up. "I'm not sure if you will be able to do it yet, but I was reading through the book last night, and there is a small section on a history of magic. Apparently, it is possible for powerful magic users to access something called pure magic. It is the base of all magic, and without influence from elemental energy, highly useful for tasks most would think impossible. Perhaps you could use it to make coffee instead of having to buy it." In the blink of an eye, Pony was in front of Raphtalia and started shaking the poor raccoon girl. "Why is it that you're only saying this now?" Raphtalia wasn't able to answer because of all the shaking. The sun was starting to set, bathing the entire mountainside in a soft golden light. Raphtalia was relaxing on the edge of one of the pools, or at least trying to. HMPH, I get that Philo sees Master Izuku as her father, but she's being too clingy with him. I want to be clingy with him too. She turned over so her back was to the edge of the pool, and the statue in the center caught her attention. "What's this? What does a silver boar have to do with this?" She read the engraving that told the story. "Any couple who enters this hot springs together will have success in love." Her face went red, and she imagined what that would be like. "If I can get Master Izuku to bathe in this hot springs together with me, that would mean..." "No, Master Izuku, we can't kiss. I'll get pregnant." Her thoughts were interrupted by Pony getting into the water. "So, you love him too?" It wasn't a question. "I do," Raphtalia finally admitted, "and I won't let you take him away from me. And I also see you got the American version of sex ed." "What?" Now Raphtalia was just confused. Pony said, "Never mind that. And anyways, I've been thinking about it. You haven't exactly been subtle with your feeling, so I knew about you loving him for a while. Where I come from, it isn't actually all that uncommon for relationships to have more than two people in them. So maybe we won't have to make Izuku choose between us." "Are you sure?" "Completely," Pony assured the raccoon girl. "Do you think we could make it work?" All Raphtalia could do was nod, not trusting herself to speak another word. Before the conversation could continue, they heard Izuku's voice from the other side of the wall next to them. "Wow, this really is an open-air bath." "Izuku." Both girls weren't expecting to hear his voice so close to them and hoped he didn't hear any of their conversation. "Philo, don't swim in the bath." The curious and slightly upset voice of Philo asked. "Why not?" A small pause lasted only a couple of seconds before Izuku said, "Actually, with how big it is, I guess it's okay. But you still need to go to the other side of the wall." "Why?" Philo whined. "I want to stay in here with you." Izuku explained, "This is the boys' side, and if anyone else shows up, I don't want them looking at you like that. This is a day to relax, not to give me a reason to almost murder someone. So go over, please." "Okay, Daddy, but you have to throw me over the wall." There was the sound of splashing water, and then Philo was shouting "Weee" as she came sailing over the wall, landing with a big splash that drenched both Pony and Raphtalia, who had gotten out and started to dry off. Again. Philo was giggling and couldn't be happier about what just happened. Both of the older girls shot Philo an angry glare. Philo, so that's where you were. They didn't like the idea of anyone else seeing Izuku without clothes on, even if the one who did was his own daughter, with no concept of what it could imply. And Philo also didn't understand why her older female companions looked angry with her. Later that night, after everyone had gotten out of the hot springs, Raphtalia and Pony were further discussing things. And for once, Raphtalia wanted to take the forward approach and tell Izuku exactly how she and Pony felt. However, Pony stopped her. We can't do that. Why not? You said we could both be with him. So why should we wait any longer? That only gives someone else an opportunity to go and steal him away from us. With a deep sigh as she remembered what Izuku had told her, and context from how he acted and how quirkless people were treated in their world, Pony said, as you already know, before we came to this world, I already had my horns, but Izuku didn't have his power yet. And to you that may not seem like such a big deal, but imagine something. Imagine an entire civilization built around those powers, and most careers only hiring people with powers suited for those tasks. If you don't have any power, you get treated like garbage at best, and abused and beaten at worst. It didn't sound all that different from how Raphtalia was treated as a demi-human. Pony continued, even though he's the kindest person to ever exist, and he deserves whatever he could possibly want, he was no different. I don't know how bad it was, but whatever Izuku went through was bad enough to leave lasting scars, both physical and emotional. And even though his body has healed, and those physical scars are gone, his emotional scars have only gotten worse. What are you saying, Pony? I'm saying that he won't accept our feelings, because in his mind it's impossible for anyone to actually love him. And what he went through in this world only cemented those beliefs in place. So, what do we do? Even if he never ends up loving us, or seeing us as anything more than allies, we need to help those emotional scars heal. He needs to be able to love again. How do we do that? Pony had already thought of that answer, even before she agreed to share Izuku with Raphtalia. The first step will be getting the full story. We need to know everything that happened to him, and what caused him to be the way he is. What do you mean? That we aren't seeing Izuku's true self? Shaking her head, Pony explained, I don't think so. Not fully anyways. His kindness and how caring he is too genuine to be fake. I think he's repressed all those negative emotions. If I'm right about this, and I'm usually pretty good at reading other people's emotions, we're only seeing part of Izuku, the best parts, and we fell in love with that. But to truly say we love him, we need to know him at his worst as well and accept that part of him as well. Didn't we already do that during the duel with Madoyasu? No, it was hard to admit just how broken Izuku was, but it needed to be done. That situation was bad, but I have a feeling it was only a small part of what Izuku still has bottled up. We need to help him stop bottling up his negative emotions, and to move on from what he went through. The two decided to stop talking about what they planned to do and just go do it. It was a short walk from their shared room to Izuku's. Once again, Philo was also there. Luckily, the girls had been expecting this and brought 4 drinks, one for each of them. Philo, hold still or I won't brush your hair anymore, Izuku warned his adopted daughter. Okay, Philo said, trying her hardest to stay still because she liked the feeling of Izuku brushing her hair and wings. He turned back and saw his 2 other party companions in the door. Oh, what are you 2 doing here? Because of how many times Izuku had only told them part of the story, Pony and Raphtalia knew that in order to get the full story they would have to be firm and not take no for an answer or give Izuku any excuse to get out of talking about it. They spoke at the same time. We want the full story of what happened to you before you came to this world. It was at that moment that Izuku realized that he couldn't hide it any longer. Fine, he agreed. But all 3 of you have to promise me that you won't go on some crazy revenge mission once we get back to mine and Pony's world. All 3 girls agreed to those terms, slightly worried about why he made them promise. Okay, I'll start at the beginning. As I've already told you all, I was born without any powers of my own. I said I was a late bloomer, but that isn't exactly the case. I was given my quirk. That's possible, Pony asked. The only thing people knew for sure about quirks was that they couldn't just be given to other people. The only whisper of something like that happening was an old ghost story about an evil demon being able to steal quirks from others. Nodding, Izuku explained, my quirk is called One for All. You know how I said my quirk is similar to All Might's? Well, Raphtalia pieced it together, not as shocked about the revelation of his quirk being given to him. It isn't just similar to that hero's quirk, it is his quirk, isn't it? Once again Izuku nodded. Yes, before that, my life was terrible. It started when I was 4. I was declared quirkless and everybody who I thought was my friend turned against me. And my best friend turned into my biggest tormentor. He used his explosion quirk to attack me and destroy my belongings. As I grew older, it kept getting worse and worse. There were some days that I could barely move from how much pain I was in. Nobody ever tried to stop it from happening except my mother, and she couldn't do much, unfortunately. and Izuku continued to tell them the story, even telling them about the sludge villain incidents and the suicide baiting. Nothing was left out. By the end of it, Pony and Raphtalia both silently decided that they wouldn't be keeping their promise to Izuku. Thank you for telling us this. I have to ask, what will you do about it? With this much evidence, you could get him banned from UA, or even arrested. Pony asked. She thought she knew Izuku's answer. She was somewhat wrong. Izuku's answer was, I'm going to let him come to UA, because I know he can be a better hero. No, a better person than he is right now. But if he refuses to change, then I am going to crush him into the ground, and I will destroy any chance of him ever becoming a hero, because as he is now, he is exactly the kind of person who doesn't deserve to be a hero, or even have a quirk at all. Pony expected Izuku to forgive Bakugo because that was just the kind of person he was. She wasn't expecting him to threaten to destroy Bakugo, and none of them had ever heard that dark and extremely cold tone that he used. If cold words alone could freeze things, even the fieriest pit of hell would be turned into a frozen wasteland from what he just said. After a few more minutes of talking about what happened with Izuku, Pony and Raphtalia retreated back to their own rooms. They made their plan. So, we agree then? Raphtalia asked. Yes, if we want to help Izuku, we need to find an outlet for all that anger. The best way to do that is to let him take it out on his bully. But it isn't his anger that we need to help him get over for us to be able to be with him. For his sorrow and feelings of worthlessness, the best thing for him is to continue to support him and let him prove to himself that he's worth it. And when the time is right, we tell him that we love him, and each other. Pony silently added. That way Izuku wouldn't have to choose between them. The plan was made, but for now there was nothing they could do to help him, so instead they decided to do something else to express just how much they cared about him. A few days had passed since Izuku, Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo had visited the Hot Springs town. After learning of Izuku's past, Pony and Raphtalia agreed to do something nice for Izuku to cheer him up because of how badly reliving his past by telling them about it made him feel. So, they traded a massive silver boar that they killed for a full set of brand new, high-quality gem crafting tools. Now it was late at night and the three girls were fast asleep. However, Izuku was still awake and working on something for each of the girls. Once he was satisfied with how his gifts looked, he walked over to the sleeping girls to make sure they would fit. First, he lifted up Raphtalia's wrist and held it next to a golden bracelet with a green gem in it. Thankfully, Raphtalia had become a fairly deep sleeper once she got over her nightmares and didn't react at all. Next was Pony. Instead of a bracelet, Izuku had made her a necklace with a light purple gem in it, also made of gold. Finally came Philo. She was going to get a hairclip with deep blue gems in it, once again made of gold. As he held up the hairclip, Philo started to wake up. Daddy, what are you still doing up? Can't you sleep? With almost being caught before he could surprise the girls, Izuku quickly made up an excuse. Don't worry, I'm just checking up on you three. Go back to sleep, okay? He gave Philo a kiss on the forehead and tucked the blanket back around her. She said okay. Thank you for checking up on us. Good night, Daddy. Good night, Philo, he said with a soft smile. It wasn't often he found himself smiling before coming to this world. But after meeting Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo, that had started to change. In the morning, once everyone had woken up and started to break camp, they saw a woman and her son walking down the path. Pony and Raphtalia quickly made a pot of soup to feed to the famished strangers while Izuku tended to their injuries. There was something strange about their sickness, however. He told them as much. I'm not sure what sort of illness you two have. I should be able to cure it, but it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. It's almost like you've been poisoned, but it came from some sort of disease. The mother said, you would do well to turn back. The son added on, if you keep going, you'll die. A gasp escaped the party members and Izuku said, we heard that there's a village down this road. The village is devastated. Even the village elder got sick with the plague. After quickly cleaning up and sending the mother and son on their way with food, water, and medicine, the party raced towards the village. What's happening there? Raphtalia had a map out and was directing Izuku on the way to go. He said, we'll know soon. Pony, get out the crate of medicine. I have a feeling we'll need to use it immediately when we get there. Pony got out one of the crates of some particularly powerful medicine and a case of weaker medicine, depending on what was necessary for the situation. When the group got to the village, a frail-looking man stepped out of his house to greet them. What brings a bunch of young, strong-looking adventurers to a god-forsaken place like this? I'm a traveling merchant, Izuku explained. I have medicine and other supplies for your village. The man spotted Philo and realized who he was speaking to. Could it be? Are you the savior of the heavenly fowl? It is you. Oh, doctor, come quick. He took off running with surprising speed when a moment before it looked like he was on the verge of collapse. The savior of the heavenly fowl is here. He has come to save us. A much healthier-looking man exited the building. Is it true? Izuku and Pony walked over, each carrying a crate of medicine. It is, although I don't exactly use the title myself. So, you're the doctor in this town. The doctor nodded. I run the village clinic. Can you truly help us? We are fully prepared to pay for your services. Please, come in. Inside the clinic was a ghastly sight. Many of the people were nothing but skin and bones, sweating profusely as whatever sickness was affecting them ravaged their body. The nurse asked, "Doctor, are these people with you?" "They are," he answered. "They have medicine to sell us." Without waiting for any sort of permission, Izuku opened his crate of medicine and grabbed a few bottles. Looking at this, I should probably administer the medicine myself. There's no extra charge for it. Izuku poured one of the potions down a man's throat. He instantly stopped sweating and relaxed his body. One after another, Izuku gave the sick villagers medicine while Pony and Raphtalia made sure everyone was okay. Eventually, all the sick people were sleeping peacefully. One problem was solved, so it was time to move on to the bigger problem. On to other business. And I don't mean getting paid, not yet at least. Do you know what caused this? Because giving out medicine is only a temporary solution. Because even if I keep it up, you can barely afford this round of medicines. And I need to make a living from selling this stuff. We think it is the wind from the mountain causing the plague. The mountain with the monsters. It wasn't uncommon for monsters to live on mountains. But Izuku still needed to know what he was getting into. What kind of monsters? The doctor said about a month ago, a large dragon that lived on the mountain was slain by the sword hero. That was the good news. Oh, so those rumors I heard a while back were true. However, he did nothing to dispose of the dragon corpse. At first, many adventurers came to our village to see the dragon's corpse and purchase supplies. It was quite profitable for us. One day, adventurers started to collapse, one after the other. You see, the dragon's flesh had begun to rot and emitting some sort of poison. That idiot. Even a high schooler should know that meat rots if you leave it out. Even I know that. Actually, the other heroes think everything here is just a game. It makes sense that it slipped his mind since he doesn't actually care. Raphtalia asked if you know the cause. Why haven't you done anything about it? Looking down in shame, the nurse said there are many violent monsters on the mountain. Only adventurers were brave enough to go there. Besides, the doctor added, the poison is much too dense up there. The very ecology of the mountain has changed, so the average adventurer won't stand a chance. Nobody tries to go visit the corpse anymore. Everyone understood. The average adventurer would struggle fighting a regular monster, so anything that the mountain now contained would be too much for them to handle. Pony asked, have you sent a request to the Royal Guild? We have. The doctor nodded. We are supposed to receive a delivery of medicine soon. But the heroes are all too busy to deal with it at the moment. Cancel the request, Izuku ordered. Pony and Raphtalia looked to him smiling, knowing that they would be helping. You two, get ready. We'll deal with this thing right away. Both the doctor and the nurse tried to talk them out of it, but Raphtalia said, oh, don't worry. We're used to situations far more dangerous than this. Nobody had any idea how wrong she was. The doctor all but fell to his knees in thanks. Oh, how can we ever thank you for this? Izuku lifted the man to his feet and said, you can save your thanks. And I don't want any more money from you either. I'm doing this because it's a hero's job to look out for the people. And that's something the other three heroes either never knew about in the first place or forgot about. Either way, just leave it to me. The only thing I can say is that I'm keeping any useful resources I can salvage from the dragon corpse. Dragon parts, especially scales and blood, were highly valuable and powerful potion ingredients, and bones could be used in stronger enchanting rituals. Not to mention how useful dragon parts would be for powering up his shield. If there was one thing Izuku hated more than anything else, it was heroes not actually acting like heroes. He had seen firsthand the amount of damage it could do to innocent people. He walked out before anyone else could say anything. Philo was racing up the mountain while Izuku steered, his voice slightly muffled by a mask. Raphtalia, who also wore a mask as did Pony, sat next to him again since her stomach couldn't stand being in the back of the wagon. Master Izuku, why do you reject that title people gave you? I think it suits you perfectly. A hero doesn't need any fancy title to be a hero. It just puts me on a pedestal. And one day when I'm gone, if people keep looking for that savior of the heavenly fowl to solve their problems, nothing will ever get done. At first I didn't realize it, but now I see what I need to do. Raphtalia had no idea what Izuku was talking about, but she still loved it when he got all serious but didn't lose that kind look in his eyes. We could travel much faster if we didn't have so much with us. Why did we even bring all this? Pony asked. She barely had a place to sit in the back of the wagon. Without taking his eyes off the path, even though Philo had no trouble doing it alone, Izuku said we had to bring the wagon anyways. May as well load up. Philo had insisted, having made an entire lifetime's worth of memories with the wagon. Maybe it's a good thing. We wouldn't get anywhere trying to fight them all. He casted a defensive spell and Philo was able to run right through the monsters. At the peak of the mountain, the air was especially bad. The air here is terrible. Stay back if you're having a hard time, you too. The dragon sat on a cliff slightly above them. Flies were swarming it, and the dragon itself was hard to look at with how gross it looked. It would have been a good idea to eat before coming here. Behind them, still with the wagon, Philo was eating some of the fruit they had collected from the village overrun by plants. When Izuku, Pony, and Raphtalia approached the dragon, the situation went from nasty to deadly. Blood that was on the ground suddenly flowed back into the dragon, and most of its wounds closed. The previously hollow eyes filled with a red light, and the dragon stood up. What the? It's a dragon zombie. We need to get back. Before anyone had a chance to make a move, Philo rushed forward and kicked the dragon in the face. I hate dragons, she shouted, seeing that the kick actually got a reaction out of the dragon. Though the health bar that Izuku could see was glitching out, Izuku said maybe there's a way to fight it. The dragon took in a deep breath, and Izuku ordered everyone, get behind me now. He used his shield to block the poison, but it still wasn't enough. There was too much of it and it got past his shield. Philo, blow it away. Thankfully, Philo understood and used her wind magic to blow the poison away from them all, minimizing the damage it did to them. Next, Philo ran towards the dragon and tried to kick it again. But this time the dragon was ready. It dodged the kick and in a single bite ate Philo whole. Blood splattered everywhere as the dragon's jaws snapped shut. A massive lump went down the dragon's throat as it swallowed. Philo. Pony and Raphtalia shouted at the same time. The dragon blew poison at them again, but this time it was different. Rage consumed Izuku as he blocked the poison. All the cute, happy moments he shared with Philo passed through his mind. He once again found everything fading away. Am I going to lose everything again? Did this world take everything from me again? No, I refuse to lose it all again. A message appeared in front of him. D0US33KP0W3. Another, this time clearer. Do you hate everything? Every bad thing that happened to him? Every time someone laughed in his face or called him weak, useless, both from his own world and this new one. All that anger, the hatred, the sadness, it became too much for him to contain any longer. Losing Philo was the straw that broke the camel's back. In the real world, red lightning and black fog swirled around his shield, turning the gem red. And this time, the shield changed. The metal turned black, and shape and design of it changed into something evil-looking. Crimson flames erupted from the gem in the center. Nobody realized this because his cloak hid it. How dare you kill her? How dare you kill Philo? Raphtalia shouted. She prepared to attack, but Izuku walked out in front of her. He walked towards the dragon, not even looking at it as he approached it. The dragon lifted its hand and slammed it down on top of Izuku. A large cloud of dust hid everything from view. Pony and Raphtalia screamed in horror as it appeared their master and potential lover was killed in front of them. They collapsed to the ground in sorrow. The sound of a large blast made them each look up. The dust had cleared, and the dragon was missing an arm. Izuku stood, his shield arm raised in the air, his whole body coated in crimson lightning and strange symbols. An almost inhuman-sounding growl emanated from his throat as he prepared another attack, this time aimed at the dragon's head. Flames continued to erupt from the shield as he pointed it at the dragon's head. The force he produced sent Pony and Raphtalia flying back when they tried to reach him. The dragon tried to attack with its tail, but Izuku blocked it easily and flames burned it away. These weren't the same flames that came from Izuku's fire magic. Those flames were orange and red and gold, almost beautiful when he used them. These flames were darker, hotter, harsher than normal. It was clear that these flames came from the burning rage that Izuku held inside of him. He was about to end the dragon's life, burn it away completely, but a pair of voices stopped him. He recognized those voices. We believe you. We promise to be your swords forever. It was a beacon of light when everything else looked pitch black. The voices spoke again. This is a world where it can be difficult to find someone to trust, but I know we can trust you. We trust the great shield hero. It was enough to snap Izuku out of the trance he had been in, and it had also probably saved his life. Coming from the side was the dragon's other hand, blocked by Pony and Raphtalia's swords. Both girls were covered in black spots that looked almost like burns. Raphtalia said, Master Izuku, I'm so glad you returned to your senses. She then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Pony wasn't far behind. Whatever had happened to them was too much for them to handle. He tried desperately to heal them, casting fast heal over and over again to no avail. Before Izuku could try something else, the dragon's remaining hand shot out again. And this time Izuku blocked it. Flames lit the dragon's arm on fire, making it retreat. In order to defeat the dragon, I have to use this power. But I can't lose focus or hatred will consume me. What do I do? One of Izuku's problems were solved. The dragon was about to attack again, but a strange bulge appeared in its stomach. The dragon screeched in pain as the bulge wiggled around for a bit before bursting open, killing the dragon and freeing Philo, who was perfectly fine. Raphtalia and Pony woke up, although they were barely able to stay that way, and Raphtalia said, I'm okay, Master Izuku, thanks to your healing, and I'm glad we defeated the dragon. She then spotted Philo shaking off the goop that was covering her. Philo, well, it took me a little while, but I'm out. Izuku asked, you okay, Philo? The Philolial nodded. Pony asked how. It ate you, and there was blood everywhere. Blood. Oh, that was just fruit that I threw up when it ate me. And that's not all. When I was digging through its stomach, I found this big purple crystal. That must have been the source of its strength. Izuku realized. What did you do with it? Philo burped and a purple glow came from her belly. The other three shouted, you ate it. Pony and Raphtalia both started coughing violently. What's wrong with them, Daddy? Philo, go get them medicine. Then we're going back to the village to get them cured, Izuku ordered. But Pony said no, get rid of the dragon first. We'll take the medicine, then we can go back. Izuku tried to argue, but Raphtalia said, don't worry so much about us. Finish the job we came here for. So Izuku did. He summoned fire again. This time his normal flames, and burned the dead dragon to nothing but ash, not even caring that he lost any materials that could have been collected from its corpse. After taking care of the dragon corpse, Izuku and Philo raced back to the village, being extra careful to protect Raphtalia and Pony. When they got there, the doctor started treating them instantly. He then set a bag full of money in front of Izuku. Here, payment for the medicine and taking care of the dragon. You keep it. Use it to cure Raphtalia and Pony, Izuku said. He needed them to be okay. It would break him completely if even one of them died. The doctor sounded remorseful as he said that is unfortunately so simple thing to do. They have been afflicted with a curse, and a powerful one at that. The only way to treat a curse that I know of is to wrap them in bandages soaked in holy water. And we lack holy water pure enough to be able to cure it. We can only offer slight relief from the pain the curse will cause to them. Go to a large town or city and go to the church there. They will have the holy water you need. Keep this money for when you do. Picking up the bag of coins, Izuku said, thanks, Doc. In another room, a nurse was reapplying the bandages to Pony and Raphtalia. I had no idea dragon corpses could give such powerful curses. It is quite terrifying. With more time, who knows what could have happened to this village. The door opened and Philo and Izuku walked in. Pony said, I know, we should have been more careful to not get all that rotten flesh on us. The nurse saw how both her patients looked at Izuku. She gave a small smirk and whispered to the two, he cares very much about the both of you, doesn't he? As she left the room while the two girls blushed heavily. Once the nurse was gone, Izuku said, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. No, we were the ones who jumped in like that. It's just, we couldn't help but feel that power would take you someplace far away. And we refused to let that happen, Pony said. Raphtalia followed up with, we're both glad we were able to snap you out of it before that happened. What does she mean, Daddy? You aren't leaving, are you? Izuku assured Philo he wasn't going anywhere. Oh, I have a gift for you. Here, it's part of the crystal I got from that dragon. As Izuku took it, Raphtalia said, Philo, you better not have thrown that up. Izuku almost dropped it as he realized that it was possible. For her part, Philo looked offended. I would never. I was saving this one for Daddy. Izuku fed it to his shield as he thought about what happened. My level isn't high enough to use that shield, and it wasn't even in the upgrade tree before now. If I had continued to use its power, I would have killed Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo while she was still inside the dragon. Master Izuku, Raphtalia asked, seeing him deep in thought. Forgive me, he begged. All of you. I put you in danger with my own recklessness. There's a line between bravery and recklessness, and there's a line between caution and cowardice. If I had stepped up to distract the dragon, none of this would have happened. The other three defended him. No, it wasn't your fault. If we had just been stronger, this wouldn't have happened. We could have helped more. And if I didn't hate dragons so much, I would have listened to you, and it wouldn't have eaten me. Seeing that his companions wouldn't give an inch, Izuku said, okay. How about this? This isn't any of our faults. But we have to promise each other we'll all get stronger so something like this never happens again. When everyone agreed, Izuku gave a smile that made it that much harder for Raphtalia and Pony wait to admit their feelings. Wow, Daddy, I don't think I've ever seen you smile like that. It's true, Master. You've shown us an actual smile. Izuku said, it's getting pretty late now. We should all get some rest. We have a long way to go to get a cure for you too. Before Izuku could leave, Raphtalia stopped him. She decided that now was as good a time as ever to start showing just how much she and Pony loved him. Pony knew what she was doing and went along with it. Master Izuku, could you? She paused for a moment as she almost lost her nerve. Could you sleep in here with us tonight? The bed they were on was easily big enough for 3 people to sleep on it, and Philo didn't take up much room as long as she didn't transform, so she could easily stay there too. Feeling a bit lonely, Izuku refused to let himself acknowledge any implication of what that could mean. Pony shook her head as she knew what Izuku was trying to do. Not exactly. It's just, after what happens today, we won't be able to sleep soundly unless we know you're there with us. That we didn't lose you, because that was so close to happening. If he tried to resist anymore, Pony would use her quirk to force Izuku into bed with them. Oh, okay. Izuku eventually agreed. It took all his willpower to not pass out instantly as he crawled into the bed, and Pony made him get in between them. Even Philo realized what was going on and went to ask for a spare room to allow the threesome privacy. Gee, good night. Both girls nodded to each other before each kissed Izuku on the cheek. "Good night, Izuku," they each said, and that became too much for Izuku, causing him to pass out. Oops. They looked at each other and giggled at what happened. Even if they didn't expect that reaction, it was better than the one they were expecting, for him to stutter and blush and turn red. "Well, it's good to know that we can do that if we ever need to," Pony said. Raphtalia just nodded and laughed quietly before both girls wrapped their arms around Izuku and snuggled into his chest, using him to keep themselves warm. When the morning came, and Izuku woke up, he almost instantly turned red as he realized the situation he was in. The girls had shifted overnight, so instead of simply laying against his side, they were practically on top of him. His arms were around each of them, holding them in place. The black marks all over their bodies had shrunk slightly, showing that the curse had been weakened a bit. As Izuku fully woke up, something else caught his attention. There was a piece of paper in his hand, and it definitely hadn't been there the night before. Carefully, Izuku removed his arms from around Raphtalia and Pony and unfolded the paper to see if there was anything on it. It was another note from the mysterious source that had apparently sent him and Pony to that world. "Midoriya, I know it's been a while since my last note, and I apologize for that. But until now you've been able to handle everything on your own and haven't needed any guidance. What you went through in this world was terrible, but it is part of how things are meant to play out. Now on to why I chose now to send you another note. I'll be honest here with you. I thought I knew everything about the world you are now in. At least everything important. I was wrong. New information has made itself available to me through an acquaintance of mine, and what I have learned has infuriated me. The dragon you had to deal with the other day is known as Galeon. He held a Dragon Emperor fragment, the gem that Philo ate, and you absorbed into your shield. After the sword hero killed him, the village you just saved stormed the mountain and looted the dragon's hoard of treasure. But that is not all they found. Galeon was not the raging monster that you fought and had to kill. While he didn't take kindly to outsiders trying to steal his treasure, he was gentle, for a dragon at least. The village not only stole his treasure, but they found a young demi-human girl that was his adopted daughter. What Izuku read next made him angry enough to almost accidentally rip the letter from how hard he was gripping it. They kidnapped her and sold her to slavery. I am unsure where she is relative to your point in time, or who she was sold to, but I believe that this is a wrong that should be corrected, and do not blame the sword hero for this. He was tricked into killing the dragon and currently has no knowledge of the little girl he condemned to a life of slavery. Find out from the villagers what was done with the treasure, and where the little girl is. Her name is Windia. She does not deserve to wait to be rescued. Save her now, and I will do what I can to reward you for your efforts. The Keeper of Shadows. By the time Izuku finished reading, Pony and Raphtalia had also woken up. He quickly explained the situation. They all agreed that something needed to be done. So Izuku stood up out of bed and shouted, "Doctor, get in here now." In a panic, the doctor and the nurse who ran the clinic ran into the room. "What is it? Did their condition worsen?" The doctor saw the look on Izuku's face, as well as noticed a strange pressure in the room that kept growing and didn't know what to think. The look conveyed so many different emotions and thoughts, all at the same time. And seeing as this was a person who could end him with a single hit, it terrified the doctor. "I don't want to have to hurt anyone without reason to, so let's make this simple for both of us," Izuku said. "I'm going to ask a question, and you're going to answer it honestly. If you lie to me, or refuse to answer a question, we will have problems. Do you understand?" The doctor and nurse nodded. The steely calm of Izuku's voice had them shaking in their boots. "Good. First question, why did you trick the sword hero into killing the dragon?" When the doctor didn't answer, Izuku pulled out a little trick he was saving. You see, when he realized he would be dealing with a dragon, he did some research into the creatures. As it turned out, when somebody killed a dragon, they got something called a Dragon Slayer aura. The aura could be hidden fairly easily, but it was very useful when it wasn't hidden. The aura acted as a sort of pressure in the room. The strength depended on the amount of mana the user had. Everyone in the world who used magic constantly leaked out mana in their day-to-day life. As people also constantly generated mana, it worked out fine, keeping anyone from overloading with mana or running out under normal circumstances. The more mana you had, the more mana you leaked, and the stronger the aura. For some reason, when a dragon was killed, anyone who had a hand in killing the dragon got that aura. Nobody knew why or how, it just happened. A strong enough aura would be able to stop somebody from breathing, and eventually stop their hearts if they were exposed to it for too long. That was why everyone in Izuku's party hid their auras at all times. If they didn't, even walking into a town would kill people. So Izuku allowed his aura to activate, and then hid it again. That second or so of exposure was more than enough to convince the doctor to talk. The dragon had tons of gold, the literal mountain of it. This village was poor, barely able to provide enough food for everyone who lived here, let alone adventurers who were looking for a good fight. And it wasn't like the dragon was completely innocent. It was one of the main problems for why we had trouble producing enough food. Any livestock we tried to raise would be eaten by it. When the sword hero arrived, he listened to our problem. He had no idea about the gold. He only knew that he would be killing a dragon to help save our village. And so, he did. And after he left, we raided the dragon's den and took everything, including a young female demi-human. Didn't expect you to just come out and say it. I mean, I'm not complaining because that makes this next part easier, Izuku said as he prepared to leave. Who did you sell that girl to? Once again, the doctor didn't answer right away. Before Izuku released his aura, the doctor said, I do not know. I was not the one who made the deal. I only made sure there was nothing wrong with the girl, then sent her to the mayor. He made the deal, so he should know. Gathering up his stuff, Izuku asked, and where is the mayor? Where he always is. Town Hall is the biggest building in the town. You should find it right away. Without another word, Izuku, Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo left to go find the mayor. That conversation was equally difficult. The mayor was a healthy-looking old man who looked like he had seen just about everything there was to see. Intimidation won't work to get any information out of me. And don't think you can threaten me with death either. I stopped trying to avoid that a long time ago. If intimidation wouldn't work, maybe it was better to just ask. Who did you sell the demi-human girl to? Never got his name. The old man answered. He just showed up after we got the gold and the girl. Nobody knew how he knew what we had, but we did. His offer was 150 gold. That wasn't much compared to how much we have, but I took the offer. After thinking for a moment, the old man continued. I never learned his name, but I can tell you what he looked like. He was average height, overweight, bald on top of his head with some blonde hair at the back of his head and a tiny mustache. He wore a noble's outfit and carried both a sword and a whip. The description didn't mean anything to Izuku or Pony, but they were prepared for that and knew how to find out. To Raphtalia, however, the name meant so much more. She shook with rage and fear at the name of the one who tortured her and killed so many demi-humans. Deciding to ask her about that in private, Izuku asked the mayor another question. Why are you telling us this so willingly? He replied, I won't last much longer. I know I look fine, but I can feel it. I have maybe a week at most. And I've started looking back on my life. I have many regrets, Shield Hero, but most of them are too far in the past for me to do anything about. But the regret I feel from selling that little girl, I can hopefully still do something about, even indirectly. That's why I'm telling you this. Call it an old fool's last request from a real hero. And one more thing, the girl said that the dragon we killed was her adopted father. I have no reason to doubt her as she was living comfortably in its lair. And if it really is true, then by right of inheritance the treasure we stole belongs to her. It is in the basement of this building. And I wish for you to take it with you to give to her when you rescue her. You know, my health started to decline rather rapidly after I sold her, so maybe this is karma for doing so. Either way, my time has come. So, this is goodbye, Shield Hero. I wish you luck on your journey. The mayor walked them to the entrance to the basement, then went to his room, closing the door behind him. In the basement, gold was piled from the floor almost to the ceiling. Wow, there's so much. Raphtalia's eyes widened as she saw the money. It was more than she had ever seen before. But how are we going to carry it all? This is enough gold to fill a wagon 3 times the size of our own. Do you remember when you told us we might be able to access pure magic? Well, I've been experimenting with it late at night when I can't sleep, and I either invented or discovered an entirely new type of magic I call spatial magic. I haven't worked out all the details of it yet, but I can do a few spells. When I mix it with my support magic, I can make some pretty unique enchantments. Izuku pulled out a small bag. For example, I enchanted this bag to not only be able to store an almost infinite number of items, but to be able to open wide enough to put almost anything in there and to never weigh more than it does when empty. The only restriction on it is that people, animals, and monsters can't be put in the bag. While impressed, Pony and Raphtalia were slightly skeptical as to how well it worked. Pony questioned it. How do you know it works? Because I put one of those massive trees from the forest in there after I enchanted it. Then Izuku remembered something. Actually, it's still in there. Oops. He quickly ran out of the house and into the nearby forest to dump out the tree. Any doubts anyone might have about how well the spell worked were crushed as much as anything beneath the tree when it fell out. There, now we don't have to worry about accidentally pulling out a tree when we go to give the gold back to Windia. It took about 15 minutes to put all the gold into the bag, and then Izuku kept it tied to his belt so nobody could steal it. After that, the party got onto the road again. Once they were far enough away from civilization for anyone to hear them by accident, Izuku questioned Raphtalia about her reaction to the slaver's description. You kind of freaked out back there when we heard about who bought Windia. Do you want to talk about it? Raphtalia nodded. You should know. It's important information, especially if we're going after him. His name is Idle Rapier. He's the lord of a large city on the outskirts of the country. Before I was sold to the slaver you bought me from, he was my owner. He buys demi-humans just to torture and kill them. He used to be a military commander, so even if he's out of shape, he is still very skilled with a sword and very strong. His mansion is well guarded and in the middle of the city, so if we broke in, we would most likely have to fight our way out. Other than that, I can't tell you much. Well, now we know where to go and who to go after. But we can't go right away like I was hoping to be able to. If it was just some random traitor, then we could find him and take her away. But if we're going to go after the lord of a large city, then we're going to need you two at your best, and some better gear than we have now. So, it's back to the capital right away. Philo, you know the way. The party traveled for most of the day. And even though the sun was high in the sky, Izuku had Philo stop. We're stopping here, Philo. But why, Master Izuku? We still have quite some time before nightfall and a long way to the capital, Raphtalia questioned. True, Izuku agreed. But you and Pony need to take it easy, and Philo needs rest too. Once Philo was unhooked from the wagon, she started looking around. In a nearby clearing, she saw something sort of strange. Daddy, listen. Something's going on over there. In the clearing, there was a figure sitting around a group of Philolials. When Izuku got closer to investigate, the Philolials all ran off, revealing the figure to be a little girl. It's a human child. Izuku approached cautiously. A good rule to follow was that if you were traveling through a forest, and you saw a small child sitting with a bunch of monsters around them, then it might be a trap of some sort. Lots of dangerous monsters could use illusions or mimicry to lure unsuspecting adventurers towards them for an easy meal. And Izuku had had a few close calls before. Thankfully, this time it was just a normal girl. She noticed Izuku after the birds ran away, and turned to him, but he got distracted by something Philo said. Yummy, I bet we can still hunt them down. Wait a minute, those are your own kind. You can't eat them. Then he thought about something else that happened a lot in nature. Even if they were the same species, certain large birds like hawks would eat smaller members of their species. But he wasn't going to tell Philo that. She didn't need any more incentive to eat other Philolials. While Izuku scolded Philo a bit for wanting to eat her own kind, the girl had walked over to them. So big, she said with a slight blush on her face. Without context, that statement was pretty confusing and could very easily be interpreted the wrong way. Are you really and truly a Philolial? Philo asked, do you mean me? And you can talk as well. This is a dream come true. She pulled something out of her bag. Here, this is dried meat. Philo took it, and while she was eating it, the girl reached over and touched Philo's feathers. While that was going on, Pony asked, do you think she's from the village we passed not long ago? No way. She's too well dressed. I'm guessing she's some noble's daughter or something. The girl asked, what's your name? I'm Philo. And you? Melty. And Philo is such a wonderful name. She fed Philo some more meat. Raphtalia said, I've never seen anyone love Philolials that much. While Philolials were generally appreciated and one of the least feared monsters out there, very few people actually loved them, and none to the extent of Melty. Hey Philo, Izuku got his daughter's attention. Don't forget, we're going to the nearby village soon, but you can play till then. Daddy, Philo called. Can I play with Mel for a little while longer? Since the monsters in the area wouldn't be able to threaten Philo, even if she had to protect someone else who couldn't fight at all, Izuku had no problem with it. Sure, just be back by sundown. And don't go too far. Even if nothing was strong enough to hurt Philo, it would still be a pain for Izuku to track her down if she got lost. Plus, if they went too far, they might stumble into a stronger monster's territory. Before getting a room for himself and his party, Izuku went to the hospital in the town and helped cure the sick. Most of them were only slightly injured or had a slight cold, so Izuku just gave them a potion to drink. But a few had more serious conditions, so he treated them personally. After he was done with that, he rewrapped Pony and Raphtalia's wounds with bandages soaked in holy water. I'm sorry, this is my fault. You promised you wouldn't say that again, Raphtalia reminded him. Before Izuku could reply, Philo walked in. I'm back, Daddy. Are you and Pony feeling better, Raphtalia? The raccoon girl nodded. Philo smiled and said, good. I'm so glad I made a new friend today. Philo continued talking about Melty while Izuku only half paid attention because he was finishing up wrapping Raphtalia's arm. The thing that caught his attention was when Philo said that Melty had been separated from her people. Then, the girl in question walked in. I apologize for showing up so late, but could I please travel with you for a little while? Hold on a minute, that isn't a good idea. Izuku tried to stop her from coming because he didn't want any more delays on the way to the capital. Melty said, I was on my way to the royal capital when I saw those beautiful Philolials. I couldn't help myself and my guards left me behind by accident. Must be some pretty unreliable guards then, if they left you behind like that. Another clue that this girl was someone important or came from an important family. Savior, I heard you were going to the capital tomorrow. Could you please take me with you? She must have found out about me from the villagers. I realize that this is a selfish request, but please, I have to get to the capital. We might get a reward if she's some nobleman's daughter, but it might cause problems if I'm the one who brings her back. Philo tugged on Izuku's shirt. It's important, Daddy. I really want you to help her. Master Izuku, we can't just turn her away. It was impossible to resist Philo when she got all pouty, and it was made even harder by Raphtalia and Pony jumping in, so Izuku gave in. Okay, he agreed, but it won't come for free. I still have to make a living, and unfortunately this doesn't really pay as much as I need for the future. Sure, he had a literal mountain of gold strapped to his waist, but that wasn't his money and he had no right to use it. So, it would stay untouched until it was given to Windia. Melty agreed, stating that her father would be happy to provide a reward. As Philo and Melty celebrated their success, nobody noticed that one of the queen's shadows was standing in a tree nearby, watching them. The next day the party in Melty set off. They had to stop shortly after while Philo dealt with a monster. During that time Melty watched in amazement and Izuku took care of Raphtalia. The curse was hard on her and made her normal travel sickness worse than usual. They stopped for a while and played around in the stream for a while. Philo caught a large fish during that time. Later on, Philo and Melty were playing while Raphtalia and Pony watched them. Izuku prepared food for all of them. During dinner Philo finished her food but still looked hungry. Melty tried to offer her own food to her new friend but Izuku took it away. Philo didn't like that, so she and Raphtalia started arguing because Raphtalia sided with Izuku. Pony and Melty watched on in amusement. Some time passed and everyone went to bed but Izuku and Pony. They were talking for a bit before Pony noticed something. Wait, where's Mel? Then they saw it. The outfit Melty was wearing was on the ground next to Philo, but the owner of said outfit was nowhere to be seen. Izuku and Pony assumed the worst when Philo burped. She wouldn't. Yes, she would. She even wanted to eat her own kind. After a moment of silence, Izuku said, Pony, we saw nothing. We never met a girl named Melty and Philo never ate her. Pony argued that they couldn't do that, and Izuku argued that they couldn't confess to Philo eating her. The argument woke Philo up. Daddy, what's wrong? Raphtalia had also woken up during the argument and asked Philo, what did you do with Melty? What are you talking about? She asked. Mel's sleeping in my feathers. She has been all night long. Mel, wake up. The girl who everyone thought Philo ate popped out of Philo's feathers. What are you doing in there? Izuku asked. Philo's feathers are so warm I couldn't help falling asleep. So you took off your clothes? She nodded. That still left one question unanswered. Raphtalia asked, how did you get in there? She put her hand onto Philo's feathers, and it sunken up to her shoulder. So warm. She and Melty each fell back asleep. Pony decided that they looked comfortable and did the same, also falling asleep almost instantly. For a moment Izuku questioned if Philo's feathers had any sleep-inducing properties, but cut off that idea instantly. Nah, I'd have fallen asleep any time I tried to ride her if that was the case. He looked to see that his 4 companions all looked to be sleeping soundly and smiled softly. Might as well use this time to get some work done. Once morning came, the party got moving right away. Philo dozed off again while Izuku attached her to the wagon, but once he woke her up, she started running full speed. This time Pony directed the wagon while Izuku and Raphtalia stayed in the back so he could help her with her travel sickness. It was about noon by the time they got to the capital. Daddy, can I take Mel home? Izuku nodded. Then he said, sure, just don't forget the reward. Be safe. I don't want you to come back and have rumors spreading around that somebody was eaten by a giant Philolio. Pony said, I think we'll miss her. We'll see her again, I'm sure. Their next stop was the church, where Izuku did 2 things. First, he bought the strongest holy water available, which wasn't too much of an issue since he still had a lot of the money he won from Motoyasu. The Pope said, welcome to our humble abode, Shield Hero. I saw your incredible duel with the Spear Hero. I cannot believe you won that fight with the odds so stacked against you, especially without any weapons of your own. Although I must ask, what was that strange power you used to do so? I've never seen anything like it. Just some clever use of enhancer magic to make a strength and speed enhancer last as long as I want it to. It comes with the side effect of that lightning around me. Izuku wasn't about to reveal that his quirk came from his world, or that it was even a quirk in the first place. I see, the Pope said. Well, I am sure you are not here to discuss your powers with me. What is it that you require? Izuku said, I need the highest quality holy water you have to get rid of a powerful curse. Actually, make it 2 of them. He didn't say how the curses were placed or who was responsible, because he didn't need more rumors about him going around. Holy water, is that it? Izuku nodded. Of course, that will be 1 gold coin. After Izuku handed over the money, the Pope signaled to one of the priests, and he left to get a bottle of holy water. Before Izuku took it, he made sure it was the correct quality, but it wasn't. It was the worst quality holy water. That's not what I just paid for. Turning to the woman who brought the water, the Pope asked, for what reason did you bring the low-quality item? The woman tried to make an excuse, but the Pope said, if you brought this item to satisfy some sort of personal belief, then you must repent. The woman looked scared and ran off to get the correct item. I apologize for my disciple. It wasn't the time or place to start a conflict. So Izuku accepted the apology without making a big deal out of it. Once he made sure he got the right holy water, he thanked the Pope and left. After exiting the building, Raphtalia pointed to a guard coming towards them. He looked rather young, but Izuku wasn't taking any chances. He grabbed Pony and Raphtalia and ran off. The three ducked into an alley and Izuku said, he's probably after me. I'll go distract him so he can't get you too. Get to Philo and meet at the wagon, then we're leaving. The two girls nodded and ran down the alley while Izuku entered the main street and ran off with the young man still chasing him but falling far behind. After running for a few more minutes, Izuku stopped to catch his breath, sure he had lost his pursuer. Then a familiar voice shouted, Izuku. Matoyasu came down and tried to attack Izuku, but he simply grabbed Matoyasu's spear and ripped it out of his hands, tossing it to the ground behind him. What do you want? To Izuku's surprise, Matoyasu didn't look worried that he had just been disarmed like it was nothing. The slave girl. Free her now, or I'll kill you and free her myself. Izuku looked around and said, Matoyasu, look at where we are. We're in the middle of a town, and you just attacked me out of nowhere. I disarmed you without really trying. And you couldn't kill me even if you had the other two heroes backing you up. Even if you were at a level where you could fight me at my full power, it would level this city like a child destroying a sandcastle. You need to ask yourself, are you prepared to kill who knows how many innocent civilians just to try to beat one person who you deem a villain? Matoyasu froze as Izuku's words sank in. He was about to agree that a fight wasn't worth the possible risks, but then he decided his pride was more important. You're just saying that. That power of yours took me by surprise last time, but it'll be different this time. He summoned his spear back to his hand and used a skill that Izuku blocked. Then a few more, hitting the surrounding buildings when Izuku blocked them as well. Fights were breaking out between the civilians, and Matoyasu charged Izuku. The young soldier from earlier jumped in front of Izuku, but Izuku wasn't about to let someone get skewered for him, so he activated OFA and moved faster than the eye could see to once again grab the spear and take it from Matoyasu. He pointed it at the spear hero, and the blue lightning that appeared any time he tried to use a weapon did so, but it was drowned out by the power of OFA. Are you done? Or do I have to shove this spear up your ass point first? How are you doing that? You shouldn't be able to use a weapon. What are you? Now Matoyasu was scared because if Izuku could use an actual weapon, then nobody would be able to stop him. Oh, this hurts like hell right to do, Izuku said calmly as he didn't even react to the pain. But my power is drowning it out, so that pain wouldn't stop me from using your own spear against you. So, surrender before I go with option B because you won't like option B. The guard who tried to defend Izuku said, please. This is no place for a duel. You must take this elsewhere. It is now. Main had showed up with more guards and an official-looking document. I declare a duel between the darling spear hero and the horrible rapist the shield hero. For once Matoyasu used his brain and said, no, I surrender. I can't beat you as I am now. But mark my work, Midoriya Izuku. The next time we meet will be the last day of your life. He took back his spear when Izuku offered it to him and tried to leave. His pride was wounded, but he still knew that he was completely outclassed here. However, before he could leave, Main stopped him. Get back over there and kill him. Now, guards, surround them. She then spoke to the crowd after the guards had drawn their swords and surrounded the two heroes and the other soldier. Ladies and gentlemen, by the power of the crown which has given me the authority to do this, I decree this an official duel. The situation was finally resolved by Melty of all people. She showed up with more guards and said, stand down, put your weapons away. All the guards immediately did so and bowed. What are you doing here? Main demanded. Melty continued to walk forward and said, it has been far too long, dear sister. I hope you don't think you or the hero's privilege can cover up this mess. She waved her hand around to point out the damage. The destruction is clear, and it is not the shield hero's fault, so don't even try to blame him for this. He dealt with the spear hero swiftly and without damaging anyone. She turned to address Matoyasu. Spear hero. Would you call a man a hero when he pointlessly risks the lives of others, all to settle a simple grudge? He looked down in shame. Your fun and games have gone on long enough, sister. Even though she was obviously in the wrong, Main said, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just aiding the spear hero, as is my job. Making him fight in a public place is aid now, is it? You dare go against your older sister. If I have to, I will report this to Mother. Main scowled but said nothing more. As Melty went around apologizing to everyone, Izuku thought Melty is Main's little sister. He was wondering what part she played in the country's politics if even Main was afraid of her. Izuku, what's happening? Did we miss a fight? Pony asked as she, Raphtalia and Philo ran up. I'm not sure if I would call it a fight. Matoyasu's just being an idiot again. While Izuku was taking, Matoyasu came up and grabbed Philo's hand. He got down on one knee and said, Philo, that is what they call you, right my dear? Philo nodded. Oh, you poor thing. It isn't fair how hard that Izuku works you, like some sort of common beast. Tilting her head in confusion, Philo said, what? But I like pulling the carriage. Not Matoyasu was angry enough to want to start another fight, completely forgetting Izuku's threat that he would very happily follow through on. Izuku, you pig. You dare make her pull the carriage like that big fat bird. He pointed his spear at Izuku, who grabbed it again and ripped it out of Motoyasu's hand. Now here's something I just can't understand about you. Izuku started. You tried this not 5 minutes ago, and this is exactly what happened. What changed between now and then to make a different outcome possible? I'll tell you your biggest mistake though. You just called my daughter fat. Motoyasu started running away in fear as Izuku aimed the spear and threw it. Because he had literally no experience at doing so, the spear spun in midair, nailing Motoyasu in the back of the head with the blunt end. To make things even worse for him, Philo walked over. You just had to call me fat. Motoyasu looked confused. You insulted me the last time we met too. Oh, I did. Philo transformed and Motoyasu paled. Philo said, I hate you, spear guy. You mean, you're that big fat? That was as far as he got before Philo slammed her foot into his crotch at full force, sending him flying into the air and destroying the protection he had gotten. Main panicked and ordered the guards to take Motoyasu to a doctor while Melty facepalmed at the whole ordeal, patting his daughter on the head. Izuku said, I'm proud of you, Philo. Pony and Raphtalia looked on with a mix of amusement and disappointment. Neither one was disappointed in Philo. No, that was saved for Motoyasu. They were disappointed because of how badly he failed as a hero. Sure, he tried, but he refused to listen to reason or even try to talk things out, which led to him getting into even more problems. He never thought about what sort of consequences his actions had, and that was why he would never be considered a real hero. Raphtalia also chastised Izuku for not setting a better example for Philo and not teaching her that not all her problems could be solved by kicking them in the crotch. Melty walked over and said, Sir Shield Hero, I must speak with you, urgently. Kid, you mind explaining what the hell is going on? The group had gone to the blacksmith shop and the owner of said shop was confused as to what was going on. If you would stop asking that, we could get it sorted out. And don't curse in front of my daughter. It sets a bad example. Pony whispered to Raphtalia, pot meat kettle. The raccoon girl giggled quietly at that. Listen, if you're gonna be here, you either need to let me in on the full story. Raphtalia said, forgive us, we couldn't find any place closer. So, Izuku asked Melty, who are you exactly? I apologize, I should have told you this sooner. I am first in line for the Melremark throne. I am the second princess, Princess Melty Melremark. Everyone had various reactions to that. Raphtalia asked the most important question. If you are the second princess, why are you first in line for the throne? Shouldn't that fall to your older sister? You've met her. Can you name one person of royalty more unfit to be on a throne? No, we cannot. Melty continued. I really had no idea you were the shield hero at first, although this might be the perfect opportunity. Sorry, but no. I can't trust anything you say, princess. I've been burned by the throne too many times for me to want anything to do with it. I'm going to ask you to leave politely. Izuku didn't want to be rude to her since she had been kind and Philo liked her, but he refused to let himself or his party get caught up in any more trouble. Sorry, but no. I can't trust anything you say, princess. I've been burned by the throne too many times for me to want anything to do with it. I'm going to ask you to leave politely. Please, Melty begged. You must hear me out. Shaking his head and sitting down, Izuku said, I don't have to listen to anyone. Listen, princess. You seem nice, and Philo likes you. She's a pretty good judge of character, so that gives you a better standing with me than the rest of your family. Please don't ruin it by trying to force me into a position I don't want to be in. A guard entered the shop and said, Princess Melty, His Royal Highness has called. Please come with us at once. Very well. Melty turned to Philo. I have to go now, Philo. As Melty left, Philo tried to run after her but was stopped by Izuku. Philo, no, don't. After Melty left, Raphtalia asked why couldn't you give her a chance to explain herself. The blacksmith added, she's right, kid. Philo also wasn't happy. She tried to get Izuku to explain himself as to why he made Melty leave. With a deep sigh, Izuku said, I can't trust the royal family at all. They've been out to get me ever since I arrived in this world, and I refuse to let any of you suffer the same way. That's why it's better if we distance ourselves from them, even Melty. I'm sorry, Philo, but it isn't a good idea to play with Melty anymore. Philo ran out and sat outside the door to the shop, trying to keep herself from crying. Then a group of soldiers approached her. They said they wanted to talk to Izuku, so Philo opened the door and peeked inside. Daddy, I'm not mad at you, Philo. You don't have to skulk around like that. Just come inside. Philo smiled and did so. She opened the door more to let the soldiers in and said, You have visitors. Izuku saw then and asked you again. Why do you keep following me around? The lead soldier, the one who had been chasing after Izuku earlier, stuttered as he said, oh well, he gulped as he forced himself to stop stuttering. Please, sir, allow us to accompany you, at least during the waves. The group bowed to Izuku and the lead one continued. All of us were deeply moved by your courage during the last wave. Everyone here wishes to support you in any way we can. If this is about fighting the waves, then you should already be doing it without me. No, Sir Hero, that's not the point. We want to fight alongside you. Why? Izuku asked. I'm not the most popular of the 4 heroes. In fact, pretty much everyone hates me because of those stupid rumors still going around. One of the mages stepped forward and said, "We all hail from the village of Loot. You saved our families from a painful demise, when even the captain of the guard couldn't care less." The lead soldier, who looked to be the same age as Izuku, said, "We wish to repay you for saving our fellow villagers." Raphtalia smiled at Izuku, and Pony was prepared to answer for him if he said no. Holding up a leftover trinket with a fairly weak enchantment on it, Izuku said, "Buy this for 150 silvers. Then I'll let you join me." The soldiers and mages all flinched and stared at Izuku in slight shock. 150 silvers was more than they made in a month combined. Even if they pooled together all of their savings, it wouldn't be enough for it. "Now what?" the mage who spoke earlier asked. "We'll have to arrange it." "We understand. We'll gather the silver pieces right now." The group of soldiers and mages left to go gather the money. After they were gone, Raphtalia said, "I can't believe you're making them buy a leftover accessory for that much money." "I'm not," Izuku said. He had no problem sharing his plan with his party. "Don't tell them, but I have no intention of taking their money. This is just to make sure they're serious about joining us, and to make sure they have good enough equipment. If they do join us in fighting the waves, I refuse to let them die because of it. This makes it easier." The blacksmith chuckled and said, "You never change, do you, kid? Speaking of equipment, we might as well upgrade our own while we're here." Izuku pulled out a bag of his own money and told Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo to pick out some better gear. "We need to be as strong as possible for the coming wave." After taking a few minutes looking around, each party member had picked out new gear. Philo had taken a dagger, because all the other weapons were too large for her to use effectively. "I don't understand why I need a weapon. I can just kick all the enemies away." Izuku explained, "If you ever get into a situation where you can't transform for whatever reason, like the space you're in is too small for it, then you need something to deal with monsters that are resistant to magic. It's better to be prepared for a situation you'll never encounter than to be caught helpless because you didn't think something like that would happen." Even though they called themselves the twin swords of the shield hero, Pony and Raphtalia each picked out different kinds of swords. For Pony, she chose a much larger sword that was almost the same size as her. Anyone else would have had trouble using it, but Pony's quirk came with the added mutation of increased strength. Raphtalia picked out 2 high-quality one-handed long swords, similar to the kind she and Pony had used before, and also kept hers and Pony's old swords to use as a backup. Pony and Raphtalia also each got better armor, but because of her transforming nature, Philo wasn't able to do the same. Izuku had already enchanted her outfit to better protect her to make up for it though. And finally, Izuku handed his maid to order armor back to the blacksmith. "Can you fix this stuff up for me too? And improve it if you can." "Sure thing," the blacksmith said. "It'll cost you a pretty penny for the improvements if you want it to be at the same level as these two though. And this bag is way too small to possibly have enough money in it to afford everything." Picking up the bag, Izuku said, "That's what you think." He turned it upside down and a small mountain's worth of gold and silver spilled out. "I learned a few new tricks. I enchanted this bag to be able to hold anything I can fit in it, and never feel heavier than it does when empty." Inspecting the bag, the blacksmith said, "Incredible. I may not be a wizard, but I'm no slow at identifying enchantments on items. I don't recognize the element this enchantment comes from. So that means I really did invent a new kind of magic. Either that or I'm the first human to access it. You always manage to surprise me, kid. Anyways, this more than covers how much you owe me." He took the exact amount he needed and helped Izuku put the rest of it back into the bag. While they were doing that, Izuku asked, "Hey boss, what do the little stars next to Raphtalia's and Philo's levels mean?" "Oh, you guys are ready for class upgrades. At level 40 monsters, humans and demi-humans hit a point where they can't get any stronger until they get a class upgrade. That's when most people choose what career they want, and upgrade into a class that goes with it. That's how I did it a while back too." "Then why doesn't Pony have one? She's level 42, but no star next to her name." Thinking for a moment, the blacksmith said, "You said Pony comes from your world, right?" Izuku nodded. "That might be it. The heroes aren't affected by the level cap, and they can't upgrade their classes either. It might not be a special ability they have, but instead the whole ordeal is something that only affects those from this world. Anyways, in order to get a class upgrade, you need to get it done at the Dragon Hourglass. I'd make that your next stop." On the way to the church, Izuku asked Raphtalia, "What kind of class were you thinking of going for?" Raphtalia? "Oh," she looked surprised by the question. "I'll go with whatever you choose." Izuku shook his head. "That isn't going to work out. You need to make your own decisions. I may be your master, but it's only really to keep others from claiming you as their own slave. You have just as much say in what we do as a party, and the only person who decides what path you go down in life, especially if you decide to stay here when Pony and I go back to our own world after we deal with the waves. Why are you even asking me that? I swore to stay by your side always, even in another world that won't change," Raphtalia said. Izuku smiled. He bought some food for Philo since she was staring at a vendor who was selling it, and they made their way to the church. Once there, the priestess standing in front of the hourglass said, "To upgrade a class, it will be 15 gold pieces per person." Grabbing his back and pulling out 30 gold pieces, Izuku prepared to hand it over. But he realized something was off. The priestess was sweating just a bit more than would be normal for the temperature in the church. That was usually a good indicator that someone was lying. His suspicion was confirmed when an older priestess stepped into the room and said apologies. But there has been a mistake. The king has forbidden us from providing this service to the Shield Heroes party. She held up an official decree. Rubbing his temples and sighing in annoyance, Izuku said, "Need I remind you of the laws of your own country? The king doesn't have any authority over the heroes, and the Pope isn't allowed to restrict access to anything either. Only the queen could bar me from using this hourglass, and she is not here to give that decree. And the price, it's also a lie, isn't it?" After the ordeal in court, Izuku would have thought people would have learned that he knew the laws just as well as any citizen and was not afraid to defend himself using those laws. But clearly people were idiots who thought he could be manipulated like that. "Stand aside," he ordered, his colder side once again showing itself. The Pope, the highest authority figure in the kingdom with the queen absent, spoke from the doorway. "I do hope there's nothing unpleasant going on in here, Sir Shield Hero." Turning to the Pope, Izuku noticed how his smile was a little more forced than usual, and the man's eyes poorly hid disdain for Izuku. "Not at all. I'm just upgrading Raphtalia's and Philo's classes. After I do that and use the hourglass to sync up with the next wave, I'll be on my way." Assuming there aren't any more interruptions, Izuku's tone made it very clear that further stalling him from using the hourglass would only end badly for the ones trying to stall him. The threat appeared to have no effect on the Pope, but the priestesses were a different story. They all immediately cleared out of the room before things turned even worse. "Of course, Sir Shield Hero. I trust that you have made all other necessary preparations for the wave. Either way, I will take my leave now and allow you to finish your business here." Without another word, the Pope left. Raphtalia and Philo each did the class upgrade ceremony. But what happened definitely wasn't normal. First off, OFA activated around Izuku despite him not doing so. Then, a beam of green lightning shot from the gem on his shield and hit Philo, Raphtalia, and even Pony. Even though Izuku couldn't see it, Philo and Raphtalia each saw that a new class had appeared on the list of classes they were seeing, and it was automatically chosen for them. The light from the hourglass was producing faded, as did the lightning that was surrounding everyone. "Daddy, I couldn't pick the class I wanted," Philo said as she hugged Izuku. "Yes, it gave me a different class than the one I selected as well." In front of Izuku, Raphtalia, Philo and Pony's health and mana amounts tripled, making them way higher than Izuku's. He quickly checked their stat pages and saw that not only had their health and mana tripled, but all their stats also had tripled. "Well, all three of you have stats way higher than mine. The only one of my stats that is still higher is defense. This is crazy." After leaving the church, which in itself took a while because the group had trouble believing just how strong they were, Izuku went back to the blacksmith for a bit to finish making the deal. "I know it's a bit short notice, but do you think you can manage it? If you're serious about paying that much, and in advance, then no problem. It'll take me a while to get them all done, but by the start of the wave I'll have your wagon stocked up with extra swords and other supplies from some of the other merchants in the area." The two shook on it and Izuku paid the money required after getting the blacksmith to agree to pay back the money not used for swords, medicine, or food. Once that was done, Izuku went to the inn where Pony, Philo, and Raphtalia were already in a room. When he got there, his companions were already asleep, so it gave Izuku some time to work on the accessories he was making for them. The next day they left the capital to look at potential places where the waves might attack so they could prepare for it. Or at least, that was the plan. "Master Izuku, now that we have recovered and are stronger, I think it's time we go save that little girl. With the next wave so close, I'm not sure if we can make there and back in time, even if we don't fight anyone. But we're planning on infiltrating a major city, freeing a prisoner of the Lord, and possibly fighting and killing him if we're forced to. There are only 9 days before the next wave. People here need us just as much." Izuku didn't want to leave the little girl to suffer, but he had to make sure they had enough time to rescue her without risking missing a wave. Philo said, "Daddy, I think we can make it." "Raphtalia, where are we going?" "Rabier territory. It's at the very edge of the kingdom. Lord Rabier lives in the largest city in the area, and that is also where he keeps his slaves. And Master Izuku, we cannot wait any longer. If we do, Windia might not survive. Rabier is cruel and dangerous. He tortures his slaves to the point of death." That was all Izuku needed to hear. "All right, let's go. Raphtalia, you sit up front with me and direct Philo to where she's going. Pony, you're in the back this time. Is that all right?" Pony nodded. With the stat boosts from the class upgrade, Philo raced across the land. She was almost going too fast for Raphtalia to make sure she was going the right way. If they continued on with that pace, they would reach their destination in a couple of days. That was more than enough time to get back to the capital before the wave hit. To avoid having to stop for tolls or slow down in towns and cities, Raphtalia led Philo down the roads that didn't go through any major towns or cities. At night, they rested with Philo getting to have as much food as she wanted because of how hard she worked. When everyone was asleep, Izuku put the finishing touches on the accessories that he had been making for Philo, Raphtalia, and Pony. The next morning, when everyone woke up, Izuku said, "Hold on. Before we get going, we need to talk for a bit. If we go at the same pace as we did yesterday, we should reach the city by sundown. That's perfect because it will be easier to sneak in and out without alerting the guards. Our goal is to get in and out without causing a scene. My plan is to have Raphtalia use illusion magic to hide us from the guards for as long as possible. To escape, you and Pony are going to be riding Philo, Raphtalia. Your job is to get Windia out of the city. I feel like she's more likely to trust demi-humans and a Philolial than she is to trust me. What about you, Zuzu?" Pony had started calling Izuku by that nickname recently and refused to explain why, so Izuku chose to ignore it for now. "Philo isn't big enough to carry 4 people. She's barely big enough to carry you 3. That's why I'll be behind you, following with OFA the best I can. I'll keep any ranged attacks from hitting you and give you enough time to escape. Then I'll meet you at the wagon and we can escape. We'll leave it out of sight but nearby so we can get to it. Any questions?" Philo raised her hand. Izuku nodded and she asked, "If we go at the same pace as yesterday, then I'll be too tired to help out. How will the plan work then? And if Raphtalia uses all her mana, then she won't be able to help much either." "I've planned for that actually. I finished this last night." He pulled out the 3 items he had been working on recently. "Philo, this hair clip will double your speed and agility. Hopefully it will help get us there without tiring you out too much to help us escape." He put the clip into her hair. Then he held up the bracelet. "Raphtalia, this will increase your mana regeneration. Hopefully it helps you in any situation." He handed it to her, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at the gift. She blamed her being part raccoon, but she liked shiny things and usually couldn't resist them in normal circumstances. And finally, "Pony, this necklace will increase the strength of your magic. I hope it doesn't come down to a fight, but if it does, then this will let you take down enemies while using less power than usual. Just be careful with it." Pony flung herself at Izuku and pulled him into a hug. "Thank you, Zuzu, I love it." She put it on and then asked, "How does it look?" "Stunning, but then again you could wear anything and still look beautiful." When Izuku said that, Pony couldn't stop the blush that overtook her face. She had never been complimented like that, and Izuku didn't even seem to realize that what he just said could be considered flirting. He also missed the extremely jealous look Raphtalia was giving Pony. "Now let's get a move on. We rescue Windia tonight." Just like Izuku had planned for, the group arrived just after dark. It would still be about half an hour before the shifts for the guards changed, so the ones on duty now would be tired and easier to slip past, and any activities that went on at night wouldn't have started yet either, further reducing their chances of being caught by anyone. After unhooking the wagon from Philo, Izuku asked everyone, "Remember the plan?" "Yep, yes, we remember." "Good. We move quickly and quietly. Don't attract any unwanted attention. Let's go." They moved around to the wall surrounding the city. Going through one of the entrances could be risky, because 4 people showing up at night would raise suspicion. So instead, they used a combination of Philo's wind magic and Izuku using OFA to get over the wall without being seen. On top of the wall, there is one guard that saw them. But before he could ask what they were doing there or shout and alert the other guards, Izuku seemed to teleport in front of him and punched him in the face hard enough to knock him out before he even hit the ground. From there they jumped down the wall into the city. We're in. Things should get easier for a bit as long as we don't draw attention to ourselves. The group walked towards the center of the city where the Lord's mansion was. On the way they bought some food from the street vendors who stayed open a bit later than everyone else to make them look less suspicious. But all that was pointless, because when they got to the gate to the Lord's mansion, they were stopped by guards. "Halt. Lord Rabier is not to be bothered unless it is urgent. Apparently, he's breaking in a new slave he got a little while ago. Now, state your business or leave. That must by Windia, meaning we don't have any time to waste. You, guard, I am the shield hero, and I have official business with your boss. I'll give you 2 options. You can let us through without any trouble, or you can find out what burning flesh smells like. It's your choice." Izuku really didn't like threatening people, but at this point the 2 options were threaten him or fight their way through. At first the guard didn't look impressed by the threat, but when Izuku lit a fire in his hand, that changed. The guard started sweating and tried to reach for his sword, but he never got there. Raphtalia had already drawn her own swords and smacked the 2 guards that had stopped them on the heads, knocking them out as well. The other guards that had witnessed the event unfold sounded an alarm and the party ran into the mansion. "Down here, Master Izuku. This is where he keeps the slaves." Raphtalia led everyone down a flight of stairs on the left side of the courtyard. It was clear what they were immediately. This wasn't just a holding area for the slaves, it was a torture chamber. In each of the cages were shackles, and the floors were stained with blood, tears, and other fluids that nobody really wanted to know what they were. And another thing became clear. Izuku's plan wasn't going to work. A small female voice asked our Raphtalia, "Is that you?" Raphtalia turned to the voice with tears in her eyes. "Rifana." Then she felt guilty. "I wasn't sure if you were still alive." Raphtalia looked down at the floor in shame. If she was brave enough to face her past, then she could have convinced Izuku to come here much sooner. But she refused to let herself remember the terrible things that happened to her in this place. The girl who had spoken to Raphtalia approached the bars of her cage. She was extremely thin to the point her bones were almost visible beneath her skin. Her hair was pink and her eyes were red. She didn't look like she was much older than 9 or 10. "We made a promise, remember? We promised that one day we would see each other again. And that when we did, we would meet the great shield hero." She broke into a coughing fit and blood splattered on the ground. "I'm glad we could do at least one of those things. But what are you doing here? It isn't safe, you know that. That monster took another girl into the main building to torture her, but he'll be back soon." After seeing the girl had coughed up blood, he stepped forward and pulled out a potion. It was clear she was sick and wouldn't last much longer without treatment. "You get to do 3 things you hoped for. 1. You get to see Raphtalia again. 2. You get to meet the shield hero. It's nice to meet you. And 3. You get to survive. Now, drink this and then hold still. This may hurt a bit." Rifana drank the potion Izuku handed to her and then stood as still as she could. Izuku's shield turned into a book and his hand glowed with green energy. He gently took the girl by the hand and did his best to heal any injuries she had. Rifana flinched hard as all the pain she would have experienced from her wounds over the course of their healing process washed over her all at once. "I'm sorry for the pain. I can only speed up the healing process and remove the limit of the wounds you can heal, but your body experiences half the pain from those wounds all at once, while I experience the other half. It's the price we pay for healing." Unfortunately, Izuku couldn't do anything about the scars. So instead, he did what he used to do best. View things in a positive light. Scars tell a story. They tell a story of how much you've survived, and how strong you are for it. If you're strong enough to have suffered through all that you did and still be yourself, then you're strong enough to do anything. That's one was that we're similar. He smiled and with a quick swipe of his hand ripped the door to her cell clean off its hinges. Wait, no, he ripped those off too. After being caged for so long, Rifana couldn't believe that she was free just like that. She reached out to feel for the bar in case this was some sort of sick joke. But it wasn't. She then ran out and jumped at Raphtalia, pulling her into a hug. "I can't believe it," she said, suddenly feeling much better and full of energy. "You're part of the Shield Heroes party. You're so amazing, Raphtalia. I always knew that you would be amazing. So much more than I could ever hope to be." "What are you talking about?" Raphtalia asked. "I became like this because of you. Any time I wondered if I was good enough, I thought of how you used to be, and I pushed myself to be just like that. I know that if our situations were reversed, you would be just as strong as I am now. In fact, I'm sure you would be stronger." She released Rifana and the pink-haired weasel girl ran down the hall to the only other cells with people in them. "Guys, Raphtalia is back, and she brought the shield hero with her. They're going to save us all." The girl hadn't even taken notice of Pony yet, and the blonde American joked, "What am I, invisible?" Izuku laughed a bit at that. He got more serious and said, "We can't leave them here. Even if we deal with Rabier, it won't be safe for them in this city. The old plan won't work anymore, not with this many people coming with us." Any ideas on what to do? Instead of the one person they were planning on rescuing, there were now 7. Pony thought for a moment, then said, "How about this? We save Windia, then me and Philo go to get the wagon. It'll be a tight fit, but we can all get in it and escape. While we're gone to get the wagon, you and Raphtalia can use this place to guard them. It only has one entrance, so it'll be easy to do it. When Philo and I get back, we get in the wagon and have Philo run full speed out of here into the forest. With how fast she is, nobody will be able to catch us." "That might work, but we can't go full speed in the forest. If we hit a tree going that fast, it'll destroy the wagon. For now, I'll have to ask you to stay here and guard everyone while Raphtalia and I go get Windia. I have a feeling she needs to face this herself." He turned to Raphtalia where she was talking with her old friends and smiling. "Raphtalia, let's move. Pony and Philo will stay here and guard these guys while you and I go to get Windia." "Right. I'm sorry, I have to leave for a bit. I promise I'll be back as soon as I can. Then we'll get out of here. This is Pony and this is Philo. They'll be able to protect you from anyone who tries to hurt you." She gave Rifana one last hug before standing up and leaving the dungeon with Izuku. They then entered through the main entrance and forced a guard to direct them to where Rabier was. Idle Rabier was a simple man who enjoyed the simple pleasures in life, or at least that's what he thought about himself. In truth, he enjoyed causing harm to others, especially when they were powerless to fight back. Children were especially vulnerable, and he had a very special child for him tonight. It was a girl who had been adopted by a dragon. It was completely unheard of. He knew he had to have her and be the only person in the world to have the broken daughter of the strongest breed of monster in the world. This is going to be fun. Any last words before the pain starts? The man asked as he raised his whip into the air. An unfamiliar voice came from behind him, and a powerful hand gripped his wrist so hard he heard it popping. Yeah, I have a few things I'd like to say, and a few more that I'd like to do. Rabier didn't see the fist that sent him flying across the room, but he knew he was in for a good fight either way. He stood up and dusted himself off like nothing had happened. Interesting. You, whoever you are, you're strong. It looks like my night just got a whole lot better. There's nothing quite like watching the fire in one's eyes die out and be replaced with despair. He looked at who had hit him. It appeared to be a boy, one who couldn't even have reached adulthood yet. But there was no denying the strength behind that small body, or the aura of danger that surrounded him. Tell me, what should I do to the one who Brock? He paused as he recognized the other person in the room. Sure, she was older and looked very little like the sniveling runt she used to be, but the hatred in her eyes was all too familiar. Why if it isn't Raphtalia? I always regretted not destroying you when I had the chance. It looks like I'll have the chance to do that after all. And if the rumors about you are true, then this must be the mighty shield hero. I really am going to have fun tonight. Despite the fact that Izuku wanted nothing more than to rip this pig's arms off and beat him to death with them, Izuku took a step towards Windia and said, I highly doubt that. He's all yours, Raphtalia. He started working on unlocking the chains that were keeping Windia up. The raccoon girl drew both her swords and took a step towards Rabier. Thank you, Master Izuku. Her eyes darkened and her glare harshened as she attacked. Despite her being so much stronger and faster, Rabier was actually able to draw his sword and parry her strikes, albeit with great difficulty. That showed that he had definitely gotten a class upgrade and was extremely skilled. But he was still no match for Raphtalia. She spoke as she fought her tormentor. You kidnapped us from our broken village. She struck at him with her swords, putting a small crack in his own when he parried the blows. You barely fed us enough to survive. Another strike that widened the crack. You beat us until we bled, then left us chained up for hours. One more strike and even more cracks. Rabier was pushed back until he was almost at the wall. You left us for dead. Then you sold me to make a small amount of money that wouldn't have made a difference to you. The next attack came with much more force and power as Raphtalia's rage grew. It shattered Rabier's blade into pieces, and he was now pushed back against the wall. This is for everyone whose lives have been lost to your cruelty. She thrust one of her swords forward, but a hand grabbed her arm and stopped it cold. That's enough, Raphtalia. Don't sink to his level. You're better than that. Izuku spoke softly to calm her. You're better than him. I know it and you know it. Raphtalia dropped her sword and clung to Izuku, crying as she was finally able to move on from the horror of what had happened to her in the past. While Izuku comforted Raphtalia with one arm and carried Windia's exhausted form with the other, Rabier slunk away to grab his whip. Once he had it, he swung it at the group, hoping to hit them all in one go. Izuku didn't even glaze Rabier's way as he took his arm away from Raphtalia and flicked his finger using 10% of OFA, knocking Rabier out the window and sending him crashing to the ground below. After a few more minutes of comforting Raphtalia, Izuku let her go again. He tended to Windia's wounds, which were only from the chains that had been holding her up, and had her drink a potion to help restore her energy. That potion is just to help you stay awake while we get out of here, so I don't have to carry you the whole way. It isn't a replace for sleep though, so if you start to get tired then let us know. When it wears off, you'll be more exhausted than ever and might just pass out. Okay. The small girl with dog ears said thank you. She was scared as every single person she had ever interacted with before had wronged her, either selling her into slavery or beating her. The only reason she wasn't freaking out or trying to escape was the fact that these two had just saved her, and one was also a demi-human. Let's go. By now all the guards in the city will be here. Turned out, Izuku was right. Every guard in the city was waiting for them. He grabbed onto Windia and Raphtalia and activated OFA, using the speed boost it gave him to move to where Pony, Philo, and the other demi-humans were. We got her. You've got to leave, but it'll be difficult to get past all those guards from here. I'll clear a path first. Izuku left the dungeon and was attacked almost instantly. The guards were too afraid to go into the dungeon, but if someone came out, they would attack without mercy. Izuku easily blocked all the attacks and used a few well-placed punches with OFA to push all the guards back enough for Philo and Pony to get out. Before the two made their escape, Rabier called out to Izuku and his party. Hey, shield hero, do you know what's sealed by this obelisk? It was a powerful monster that not even the ancient heroes could kill. They lured it here and sealed it away over 1,000 years ago. If it were to be set free, it would rampage again, and nobody would be able to stop it this time. Izuku didn't like where this was going, and I'm going to set it free to kill all of you. Yeah, Izuku really didn't like where this was going. Unfortunately for him, it took less than a second for Rabier to undo the seal. Now well, they'll die together. The obelisk shattered, and a bright light blinded everyone. When their vision returned, a massive beast that looked like a much larger T-Rex stood in the courtyard, having flattened a couple dozen guards. It roared and Rabier said, "Behold, Tyrant Dragon Rex." Then he was immediately eaten by the beast he had set free. It really is called T-Rex. The monster wasn't dumb by any means. It quickly singled out Izuku as the biggest threat despite the fact that he carried no weapons and charged him. The guards that were in the way did their best to run away, but it didn't do much good. "Yeah, I'm not dealing with this right now." Detroit Smash. He used 30% of OFA and punched Rex in the chest, which took a large jump to get to. But it got the intended result. For the first time in the history of the universe, people saw a wingless dragon fly. Tyrant Dragon Rex was launched into the air and vanished past the walls of the city. Everybody who lived in the city had heard the tale of Tyrant Dragon Rex. It had completely destroyed 4 cities before the ancient heroes managed to seal it away. And this young man who hadn't even fully matured yet just sent it flying away with a single punch. And he didn't even look like it took that much effort. So, Izuku asked, "Who's next?" The horrified guards, at least the ones that had survived, screamed in terror and ran away. Never before had Izuku heard so many high-pitched screams at the same time. "Philo, Pony, go. I doubt anyone is going to try to stop you." The 2 left. Raphtalia, "Is anyone injured?" After a quick survey she confirmed that everyone was okay. "Good. Now, I don't have much on me right now, but when Philo and Pony get back, I'll give each of you some bread and some berries. It isn't much, but we don't have time to stop and cook anything, so nothing else we have is edible right now." The wagon had a lot of food in it, but most of it was vegetables and meat that needed to be cooked for it to be eaten. "Luckily, the guards won't be bothering us anymore. Unfortunately, now I have another problem to deal with. So, while I would like to help find a safe place for you to stay right away, a certain noble that is lucky he's already dead awakened a powerful monster, and now I have to kill it. When the wagon gets here, all of you will get in it and stay in it until I tell you otherwise." It only took a few minutes for Philo and Pony to return, but in that time the captain of the guards had approached Izuku and formally apologized for troubling them. That was how badly Izuku had scared them by punching away that thing. "Pony, Philo, change of plans. Rex is too dangerous to be left alive to rampage. We need to get rid of it, permanently. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Now go." Philo took off towards the direction that Rex was sent flying, at a much more controlled speed because of the young demi-humans in the back of her wagon, and the fact that if she hit a tree at full speed then it would be disastrous. Thankfully, despite the fact that Izuku had sent it flying with ease, it wasn't too far away, and Philo reached it as it was eating a rather large monster. Well, large to anyone else. It was tiny compared to Rex. Izuku got out of the wagon. Philo, Pony, and Raphtalia tried to follow him, but he said, "Stay here. If it tries to attack the wagon, I'd rather you 3 be right next to it to protect it than protecting me." Even though they didn't like it. All 3 members of Izuku's party knew he was stronger than them, even after the crazy stat boost they got. Green lightning and fire sparked and burned around Izuku, and he walked out into the clearing his opponent was in. "Tyrant Dragon Rex," he shouted. The wingless dragon turned to him. Even though it had no facial expressions, its glowing red eyes burned brighter, letting Izuku know that it remembered that it was him who sent it flying, and it was pissed at him. "You are a menace to this world and cannot be allowed to survive. If you stop this rampage, then I will make your death as painless as possible." In response, Tyrant Dragon Rex roared and charged Izuku. It got close enough to bite him, and the children who had peeked their heads out of the front of the wagon to watch gasped in horror. But just before the beast's maw closed around Izuku, the green-haired hero vanished. He moved so fast he left an afterimage, which Rex ate and thought it had killed Izuku. But his voice came from behind Rex. "I see. Well, don't say I didn't warn you." Then a hole was blown into the dragon's leg, causing it to collapse. But Rex wasn't done either. He was close enough to reach what was left of his earlier kill and ate it whole. Then the hole in its leg closed up and Rex got even larger than before. I wasn't expecting that to happen. Not like it really matters." Izuku threw another punch, and this time it actually connected with Rex's leg, completely blowing it off. Then another punch blew the other one off. The dragon roared in pain as the small creature in front of it ripped it apart like it had done to so many others. It had no idea how something so small could hold so much power, but here it was, helpless on the ground. Whatever it was in front of Rex, it could finish it off at its leisure, and Rex could do nothing to stop it. "I'm sorry," Izuku said to the beast. "I warned you what would happen." Something strange happened when Izuku made contact with Rex. He understood it. He knew what it was thinking, for that brief moment of contact. Even before Izuku had blown off its leg, it was in constant, unbearable pain. It was scared, and it was angry, and it was hungry. For the first time ever, Izuku was wondering if the monsters he had killed were more complex than he first thought. He still knew they had to die, but maybe they weren't mindless beasts like he had first thought. I'll put you out of your misery. Goodbye, Tyrant Dragon Rex. May you rest in peace. One more punch was enough to kill the dragon, but Izuku felt no happiness from the creature's demise. Just like when he healed a person, all the pain the dragon felt, he felt as well. With a sigh, Izuku went on to collect the crystal in the dragon's chest, as well as scales and teeth from the dragon. Then he grabbed a few empty bottles from the wagon and filled it with Rex's blood. Even normal dragon materials were valuable and useful, but this was no normal dragon anymore. The crystal it had eaten changed it into something more powerful than almost any other monster from this world. That made the materials from it all the more valuable. After Izuku had taken everything he needed from the corpse, now including a few of its ribs and more of its scales, then he burned the corpse to ash, so there wouldn't be a plague like the last time a dragon's corpse had been left to rot. "Let's go," he said when he got back into the wagon. He didn't say anything more, just sat there contemplating what he had just done. Eventually he returned to normal, mostly, and started talking to the demi-humans he had just saved. He learned all their names and where they came from. Then he turned to Windia. "I already know who you are and where you came from. I'm sorry about what happened to your adopted father, Windia. I also have something for you." He pulled the bag of gold off of his belt. "In this bag is your father's entire hoard of treasure. It belongs to you. I guess you could call it the inheritance from your father." Windia teared up, but not out of sadness. She had long since come to terms with the fact that her father died, and it wasn't like he was totally innocent himself. She was tearing up because she had never been shown such kindness. It would have been so easy for the shield hero to take the gold and never tell her about it, but that wasn't what he did. He saved her from a horrible fate and returned a little of what she had lost. "Thank you, Sir Shield Hero. It seems my father was right about you. You are the kindest of the 4 cardinal heroes." She smiled at him. It was slightly out of character for her to get attached to someone so quickly, but something about the boy in front of her was different. "I'm only doing what is right. Now I just need to find you all a safe place to live. Pony, take us back to the capital." "Philo, once you get back to the road, go full speed. I know it's late, but I want you to get there by noon tomorrow. We have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it." The wave was getting even closer, now only being 7 days away, and they still had a lot that needed to get done. "We really have our work cut out for us." Back in the clearing, a young woman stood surrounded by Philolials. "It appears I was too late. Then it is lucky that the shield hero is so powerful. I truly hope the other 3 heroes can get onto the right path. This world needs 4 functioning heroes to survive. And should I need to kill the current ones so we could get new ones, I highly doubt I could kill him without him killing me as well." The young woman walked back into the forest and vanished, leaving no trace that she was ever there at all. "Welcome to the capital, everyone," Izuku said as Philo finally got them to their destination. She had been running almost non-stop for the last day and was exhausted. "Philo, can you make it to the blacksmith's shop?" Philo said, "Sure thing, Daddy." She slowed down a lot in the city because she didn't want to crash into anyone, but it only took a few minutes for them to get there. After everyone got out, Izuku led them into the shop, but before he did, he warned them, "Don't touch anything without permission. Everything in this shop is dangerous if you're not careful, and I don't want anyone hurting themselves." The group entered and Izuku saw someone else he wasn't really expecting. "Princess, what are you doing here?" For some reason, Melty was waiting for them. "Sir Shield Hero, I was hoping you would return here before the next wave. Where did you find so many demi-humans? We may or may not have raided a lord's mansion to rescue some abused demi-human slaves," Izuku said, not really caring what Melty thought of his actions. But she didn't even look upset. She just asked, "Was it Lord Rabier?" Izuku nodded. "I see. Then I'm glad you saved them." Unfortunately, because of the laws in this country, what he was doing wasn't against any laws, and I could do nothing to stop it. Even though Philo was exhausted, she still looked excited to see Melty. She also glared at Izuku a bit, her meaning clear. He said, "Listen, second princess, I need to apologize. I was too harsh on you the last time we spoke, and I should have heard what you wanted to say. Can we start over?" He looked at her with sincerity and no small amount of shame for how he acted. It was impossible to resist him, and Melty found herself blushing a bit. "Oh, of course we can, Sir Shield Hero. And I also need to apologize. I should have told you who I was much sooner, and I shouldn't have been so demanding once I did. I'm glad we can put our last interaction behind us. Now, I don't want it to seem like the only reason I tried to make things right between us because I need your help. But I really do need it. You see, I don't have any place where these guys will be safe. Do you have anywhere they could stay for the next wave?" Melty smiled and said, "Of course. It will be no problem for me to get a place for them to stay. And as long as it isn't for too long past the next wave, it won't even matter how short notice it is. After all you have done for the people of this country, even if we were on bad terms, it would be wrong of me to deny your request. I'm sure nobody would notice if I let them stay a few of the spare rooms in the castle." One of the demi-humans, a tomboy named Keel, spoke up. "No way. I'm not staying in some stupid castle. I want to fight the waves with you, Izuku." Izuku had refused to let the demi-humans call him anything other than Izuku or Midori. None of them complained, but a few of them still had trouble dropping the sir when they addressed him. Let me fight with you. I promise that I'll be useful. Bending down on one knee to speak face to face with Keel, Izuku said, I can't do that, Keel. In the last wave there were so many monsters that I couldn't protect Raphtalia and Pony from every attack like I was supposed to. This time there will be even more monsters, and if even one monster lands a hit on you, you won't survive it. Don't get me wrong. I have faith that you could be a powerful fighter, but you would need to level up a lot, and we only have 4 days before the next wave. I'm just trying to keep you safe, okay? Izuku spoke calmly and gently, to keep Keel from freaking out or misunderstanding him. But I want to help you. You went through all that trouble to save us, and I want to repay you for it. And you took down Tyrant Dragon Rex, the strongest monster ever. How would you not be able to keep me safe if you beat him in less than a minute? A loud gasp escaped from both Melty and the blacksmith. You beat that thing. Tyrant Dragon Rex is the stuff of Legends, kid. Not even the ancient heroes could kill it, and they make the legendary heroes of today look like little kids playing dress up. Standing up straight, Izuku said, I did. My power is able to outclass everything in this world, even without using it fully. If I wanted to, I could destroy this city on my own. But my power is too strong for me to control. I can only use about 30% of my power safely, and the longer I use it, the more likely I am to lose control. He looked down at Keel, who climbed up on a barrel to look Izuku in the eyes. Keel, I'll make you a promise. I promise that if you go with Melty and stay in the castle during this wave, then I'll help you level up and let you fight alongside us in the next wave. Deal? He held out his hand for Keel to shake if she agreed. Deal, I'll stay in the castle this time. Then her voice got softer, and she looked a bit worried. Promise me you'll come back safe. Izuku said, I promise. I won't let anything happen to me, or to Pony, Raphtalia, or Philo. Over the course of the next 4 days, Izuku did his best to prepare for the waves. He was already synced up with the hourglass, so that wasn't an issue. Because he already had an order in from the blacksmith for supplies, Izuku didn't need to go out shopping for any. So, instead he decided to learn something new. I know you still have a few of the swords to make. How would you like an apprentice for the day? He asked. The blacksmith smiled and raised one eyebrow. This is a bit new. In all my years I've never met an adventurer like you, kid. But do you really want to learn what most would consider a common trade? Sir, with all due respect, most heroes are nothing without their gear. People like you, who support the heroes, are just as important as the heroes themselves, maybe even more so. Besides, for what I have planned for after this wave, I'm not going to be able to make the trip here to get my gear repaired or upgraded every time I might need it. Plus it'll be helpful when I go back to my own world too. Still smiling, the blacksmith said, good reasoning. And I'd be happy to teach you what I know, but I will warn you about something. Before I chose my class, I tried out a whole bunch of different things to see what I liked to do most. Each time I hit a limit to what I could successfully do. It might work differently because you're a hero and from another world, but I figured I might as well warn you now so you don't get disappointed or surprised by how quickly you might reach your limit. Anyways, let's start simple by introducing you to the tools we use. Follow me into the back room. The back room of the shop was actually 2 rooms. One was just a changing room so you could change into your new armor without having to undress in front of others. But the much larger section was where the blacksmith actually created things. Rule 1 of any apprenticeship, you call the one teaching you master. It's a show of respect for the teacher's skill. I'll only insist on this while we're actually making weapons or armor together though, because you're a hero who deserves just as much respect as any teacher for everything you've done for the people. But while we're working together, at least until you finish your training, you are to call me Master Erhard. Sure thing, Master Erhard. So where do we start? The skilled blacksmith pulled out a small hammer from a box sitting on the floor. It was simple and well worn, but still clearly durable. With this, I don't really use this one anymore because I have some higher quality ones, but this is a forging hammer. You use this to shape metal that's been heated by the forge. I shouldn't have to explain to you what the forge is or how it works. I will say that since you have fire affinity, you will be able to light the forge with hotter fire and heat metal much quicker than usual. It's one of the reasons I learned as much fire magic as I could. Once the metal is heated, you take it out of the fire and shape it into whatever form you want it in. You usually pour the metal in a mold first, then use the hammer I gave you to work out the smaller details. For example, if I wanted to make an axe, I would melt the metal and pour it into the mold I have. Then once it's cooled enough to solidify a bit, I take it out of the mold and finish it with the hammer to make sure it's the right length and thickness. For custom orders where a specific design is ordered, you don't usually use a mold. For example, I had a nice young man come in here last week and order a unique weapon that he had designed himself. It had a blade in the shape of a circle, with the hilt connected to the center of it so he could throw it. Izuku had never seen a weapon like that, but it seemed like with enough practice it could be a useful tool. Damn right it was useful. I went with him when he tested it out to see if I would need to change the design or make it stronger. And the thing cut through multiple monsters when he threw it once. Then he used wind magic to make it return to his hand and threw it again. I made him 3 more, and when I asked him what he planned to do with them, he said that he was planning to protect the village he was from if the next wave struck there first. Anyways, the next thing you need to look at is the molds themselves. Most are pretty simple, like the axe head or the sword. Others, like the mace or the halberd, are a bit more complex. Taking the molds out of another box, Erhard showed them to Izuku, who seemed to memorize them. The lesson continued. Molds can be used more than once, but after about a dozen uses, they start to deteriorate from the metal. Now, onto the metal itself. I say metal, but that isn't all I work with. I also work with hide from animals, like leather or scales. Usually, leather is used for hilts and the parts of armor that come into contact with skin. Scales are used for the actual protection. I can show you the rest of what you need to know while we work. So let's get started. Erhard had Izuku light the forge and choose the metal to work with. After the metal was heated, Izuku also got to choose the mold to use. And he decided it was best to start simple. Longsword, can't say I blame you. That is one of the best places to start for beginners. Pouring the metal into the mold was simple, but dangerous. They had to pour it slowly into the mold to avoid it splashing or not filling in evenly. But they couldn't do it too slowly or the metal would start to cool before it was in the mold. Once the mold was filled, the metal cooled quickly away from the heat. Erhard removed it from the mold gently and set it on his workbench. Now we use the hammer. See the edge? The sword is too thick for a good cutting edge. The best way to deal with that problem is to make it longer and wider. Start at the bottom and use the hammer, going up as you hit. Try to stay as close to the center of the blade as possible to get an even spread. But be careful how hard you hit because you don't want to warp or shatter the blade. Izuku gently smoothed out the blade so it would be thin enough for a sharp edge, but still thick enough to be durable. Great work, kid. Now most blacksmiths would put it in oil to cool the blade and harden it. But I have something that works better. Erhard pulled off one of the thick leather gloves he had put on before starting to work and put his hand above the sword. He muttered a few words and slowly but surely frost started to spread across the blade. It was cooled nearly instantly and then the frost melted away just as quickly. It took a lot of practice, but I managed to find the perfect way to use ice magic to cool the metal. Now, we do this one more time to harden the blade further. Erhard had Izuku stick the sword into the still-lit forge, then pull it out again when it was glowing red with heat. Then more ice magic was used to cool it again. The next step was to put the guard and wrap the hilt. You're a quick learner with all of this. Now this next part is the most difficult. We need to sharpen the blade without making it so thin it breaks easily. I'll show you with one side and let you do the other. They sharpened the blade and it also came out perfectly. You sure that shield of yours doesn't give you any boosts to crafting? It does, but I thought it was just for gem crafting. I guess I was wrong. Wait, you're a gem crafter too? Izuku nodded. Well, why didn't you tell me that? Blacksmithing and gem crafting are closely related, so being skilled in one usually helps you learn what to do in the other. Now this sword is almost complete. Since this is the first sword you've ever made, I want it to be a special one. Most of the time I don't sell enchanted weapons because my usual customers can't afford them. This one will be an exception. I'm sure you've already been enchanting gemstones for a while. It's the same principle, but you want to focus on something specific with weapons instead of just making it give a generic boost to whoever holds it. For example, the last enchanted weapon I sold was a bow that lit any arrows fired from it on fire. But it didn't do anything else and broke quicker than other bows I had made. But that was mainly because of the poor quality of the enchantment. So, Izuku set the sword on the table and did his best to enchant it. Because this was his first time doing this with a weapon, he wanted to start simple. But at the same time, he was experienced with enchanting things and wanted to impress Erhard. Master Erhard, it's done, he said after a few minutes. Perfect. That was pretty quick compared to the last guy. It took him hours to enchant the bow. So, what does it do? With Izuku's skill in magic, Erhard was expecting something simple, but powerful nonetheless. Picking up the sword and handing it to Erhard, Izuku said, I wanted to impress you and do something nobody else has ever done before. Flaming swords? Seen it before. Swords that don't lose sharpness or never break. Dulled and shattered against my shield. What I went with was something nobody could possibly have ever done. Because nobody else has discovered this type of magic. If I did it right, and I'm pretty sure I did, then it should be impossible to block or parry strikes from this sword, while still letting it block or parry other strikes. The sword will phase right through other blades or shields and might do the same to armor. Kid, you just keep shattering any expectation I had for you. If this works, then I think I can safely say that you are the greatest enchanter this world has ever seen. Now we just need a way to test it out. The suggestion Izuku had was both shocking to Erhard, yet totally in character for him. Try it on me. Are you insane? What if you get hurt? If that happens, then I can heal myself. And I didn't mean to use it full force against me. That would be stupid. The effect should be the same no matter how fast you swing it. Swing it slowly, and it should go right through my shield. If you do it slow enough, then you can stop it, or I can get out of the way." Reluctantly, Erhard agreed to the test. After all, Izuku was most likely the only person who they could test it against and not mortally wound if things went wrong. Erhard gently swung the sword and Izuku tried to block it, only for the sword to phase right through the shield. Izuku could have gotten out of the way, but the sword wasn't going that fast, and even if it went through his armor, it wouldn't do much more than scratch him. So, he just took the attack and his armor stopped it. So, it goes through shields like I wanted it to. And we can assume it works the same for swords too. But it doesn't go through armor. I was expecting that because I didn't make the enchantment to work like that. But even a heavily armored target would still be taken by surprise when this goes right through their sword or shield or whatever they use to defend themselves. And it's sharp enough to pierce through most armor. I'd say this is one of the more dangerous weapons you have in this shop now. Agreed, Erhard said. Kid, you are single-handedly the greatest enchanter I have ever met, and I've met hundreds in my days as a blacksmith. If you're even half as good at fighting as you are at crafting things, then I doubt anyone who isn't a master swordsman will be able to stand a chance. That's all for today. I need to spend a while figuring out how much I sell this for. It also needs a name. I'm thinking the Ghost Blade. What do you think? I think it sounds good. I hope we can work together more soon. That was a lot of fun, making the blade like that. Erhard nodded, as Izuku left the older blacksmith's side and said to himself, that fire in your eyes is the light that gives us all hope for the future, kid. I hope it never burns out, because these days hope is hard to come by. He smiled and inspected the blade one last time before locking it in a chest underneath the counter, where he kept the other really valuable weapons. He reminds me of myself when I was his age, headstrong, stubborn, but also kind and caring, even if he is way stronger than I could ever hope to be. The rest of the time until the wave passed slowly, Philo played with Melty and the demi-humans they rescued. Philo and Raphtalia explored the city and enjoyed themselves the best they could, and Izuku did his best to learn as much about blacksmithing as he could in the small amount of time he had. On the last day, the soldiers he had spoken to 10 days prior returned. It took a while, but we managed to scrape up 150 silvers. Here you go, sir. But Izuku didn't take the money. Instead, he dropped the accessory in the young man's hand and said, good. Use that money to buy yourselves better gear. Meet me in front of this store tomorrow an hour before the wave starts. We can go over strategy and what we plan on doing. Sound good? Yes, sir. The group of soldiers and mages said at the same time. Then they entered the shop, since Erhard was the best blacksmith in the country, and even if there was a better one, nobody exactly had time to leave the city. The next day, an hour before the wave started, the group went over their plan. We have potions and spare swords. Don't be afraid to use them if you need to, but don't get greedy either. Our goal is to help any villagers caught in the crossfire. We get them to safety. Then we make sure they still have homes to come back to once the wave ends. If any of them are able and willing to fight, we let them, because we need all the help we can get. Other than that, you do what you would normally do. Stay in formation, kill all the monsters you see. If there isn't a village nearby, we go into the thick of things and slaughter everything in sight. That is a sound plan, sir. But what will we do if the wave doesn't end soon? We can only hold out for so long. Izuku replied, I hate to do it, but we have to rely on the other 3 heroes to end the wave just like last time. If it comes down to it, I'll go find the boss myself and kill it. Nobody doubted Izuku's ability to kill the boss on his own, but Pony asked, why don't you just go do that from the start? It would save us a lot of trouble. I want to give the other 3 heroes a chance to actually act like heroes for once, instead of acting like these untouchable figures who are above the law and unable to be punished whatsoever. If they can't stop this wave's boss, then I'll deal with it myself, and deal with the rest of the wave bosses myself too. I don't want to have to do it, but I will protect this world and its people through any means necessary. Rolling her eyes, Pony said, you're too kind for your own good. I doubt they'll be able to pull their acts together, and even if they could, they're still too weak to do much. Even I could beat them all on my own without my sword. The group finished making plans just in time. He added the knights to the party and watched as the timer ticked down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sky started to turn red as Izuku and his party were teleported to the location of the wave. Raphtalia pointed out the nearby village and Izuku sparked up with the power of OFA. Let's do this thing. On top of a nearby mountain, a woman dressed in a kimono and holding 2 fans by her side spoke to nobody in particular. I am truly sorry it has to be like this, but this is the end of this world and all its inhabitants. She jumped off the mountain and started flying towards the battlefield, where she would make her stand against the heroes against this world to ensure her own world's survival. The final grain of sand hit the bottom of the hourglass, and the sky turned red. Izuku and his party, including the knights and mages who had begged him to let them help, were teleported to the location of the waves, as were the other heroes. Instead of a grassy plain being the main location of the wave, it was now in a vast canyon out in the middle of nowhere. That was both good and bad. It was good because it was very unlikely for any of the monsters to reach people and wreak havoc on defenseless villagers. But it was also bad because they were so far out that it would take hours for the main army to reach them. By then the wave would most likely be over. Master Izuku, look. Raphtalia pointed to the nearby village. Another village, and they don't have anywhere to evacuate to. Sparking with green electricity, Izuku said, let's do this thing. Everyone, get in the wagon and hold on tight. You too, Philo. Using the power and speed from 10% of OFA, Izuku was able to pull the wagon at speeds that made Philo look slow in comparison. They managed to reach the village within a few minutes, and that was just in time. The nearest monsters had just reached them. Within minutes, the sounds of battle filled the village. The main enemies were small goblins that wore no armor, and so the blades and spells from everyone were easily able to destroy them. But they were still dangerous because of their large numbers and powerful swings with their axes. The first thing everyone did was evacuate the village as best they could. That's the last of them, a soldier said as a man ran off to where the rest of the villagers had gone. He spoke to the other soldier with him. It took a while. We should be getting back to the other main monster of the wave made an appearance. And it was much stronger than a goblin with an axe. A lizardman that was at least 10 feet tall showed up out of nowhere and attacked the soldiers without warning. Just before the heavy blow struck, which would have undoubtedly killed both soldiers almost instantly, it was blocked by a shield. Go, Izuku said calmly, like the creature in front of him was no threat at all. Pony and Raphtalia attacked, cleaving the monster into tiny pieces. You two, keep a lookout. There are still plenty of these things. The two soldiers said, got it. And Izuku's attention was drawn elsewhere. He realized why this village looked familiar. An old lady was beating two wolfmen easily. The two powerful monsters fell to the ground dead after just one unarmed blow. Raphtalia asked how did she do that. After taking a second to catch her breath, she turned to Izuku and bowed slightly. Thank you for your help in the past, Shield Hero. I am indebted to you. Because only Philo and Izuku had actually gone to help the old lady, leaving the wagon behind to get there faster. Neither Pony nor Raphtalia had ever seen her. But Izuku did. You're that same old lady. She smiled and looked proud of her strength. Yep, as you can see, I'm feeling much better thanks to your help. I used to be an adventurer back when I was younger. I may not be as strong as I used to be, but these small fries are no match for me. I swear by these arms that have fought many a foe much fiercer than this. Just what the hell did I give her? Izuku wondered out loud. Even an experienced adventurer wouldn't be able to defeat these monsters that easily, especially without weapons. But he didn't get the chance to question her, because the leader of the soldiers arrived to deliver a message. He said, Sir Shield Hero, all the villagers have been moved to safety. Nodding, Izuku replied, good. Keep it up. Then another question rose from Izuku's mind. It's been 3 hours now. What's taking them so long? The leader said you should go. If you don't put a stop to this wave, then we will be overrun eventually. We just don't have enough resources to last for much longer. At first, Izuku was hesitant. He didn't want to leave these soldiers defenseless. But once again, the old lady spoke up. Don't you worry about things here. Me and these fine young men and women will be able to hold them off for a while longer. She slapped the leader on the back, who started coughing as the air was forced from his lungs even from that gentle slap on the back. I'll even whip him into shape before they head back to the capital. She turned to the group of soldiers and mages. You hear that? By the time I'm done with you, you'll be the most powerful troops in the army. Smiling at the old woman's enthusiasm, Izuku said, all right. But don't push your luck too much, Grandma. Philo, Raphtalia, Pony, let's move. Because they didn't have any time to lose. Philo carried Raphtalia and Pony while Izuku used OFA to run alongside them. Pony could only carry 3 people at most, but she had to slow down to make sure nobody fell off. With one less person riding her, she could go almost twice as fast. As they reached the battlefield, a massive ship came into view. That must be the boss. They arrived at where Itsuki and his party were firing volley after volley of arrows into the kraken at the front of the ship. Finally, you got here. Where the hell were you? He demanded, making sure the village nearby was secure. Or did you forget that our job as heroes is to make sure everybody is safe? Itsuki just replied with a whatever and explained the situation as best he could. At first, things were going well. Even the lizardmen weren't strong enough to survive more than 3 or 4 hits from us. Then this ship arrived. We're sure it's the boss, but we just can't take the stupid thing down. I already used one of my skills to blow that hole in its hull, but it didn't actually do much. The other 2 are up there doing God knows what. I said that spawning the Soul Reaper by attacking the figurehead was priority, but they ignored me. With that information gathered, Izuku and Philo leapt onto the ship, taking Pony and Raphtalia with them. On top of the ship wasn't much better. Motoyasu and his party were fighting one of the kraken heads while Ren and his party were attacking the skeleton captain of the ship. Neither group was having much luck. Ren managed to kill the captain, but it just revived at full health and kept fighting, while Motoyasu and his party couldn't even scratch the kraken head. It was obvious that both parties had been fighting for a while now because everyone was exhausted. The two parties started arguing about what to do to spawn the Soul Reaper. Izuku landed in the middle of them and released his aura a bit, getting everyone's attention. "Shut up. This is no time to argue." Motoyasu and Ren looked at him as he landed. Neither one looked happy to see him. "Izuku, why don't you go defend some village?" Nain tried to chip in about how an incompetent hero who couldn't fight shouldn't be there, but Izuku shut her up with a glare in her direction. Without missing a beat, he said, "You're the incompetent ones. This wave has been going on for 3 hours. You say I can't fight. Then why the hell are you wasting time?" Normally he didn't curse, but they were pissing Izuku off. And when he got pissed off, monsters tended to spontaneously combust, as did anyone who got in his way. "Do you think this is some sort of game?" "No, and I know that. Why do you think I'm attacking the Skull Captain to spawn the Soul Eater?" Motoyasu once again started fighting with Ren, but Izuku wasn't listening. Instead, he focused on the Skull Captain. There was nothing special about it, but there had to be a way to spawn the Soul Eater. Then he saw it. The shadow was distorted. Raphthalia. Use light magic on that thing. Fast light. The bright light shone around them all, and the shadows started wavering and distorting even more. Izuku ordered them to attack the shadows, and when they did, the Soul Eater finally spawned. Dimensional Soul Eater. The 3 weak heroes panicked while Izuku didn't look impressed. Before the Soul Eater could attack Itsuki, Ren and Motoyasu each fired off their strongest skills. They each used a lightning spell, but it did very little damage to the monster. Lightning magic won't get you anywhere here. It's heavily resistant to that element. Philo, wind magic. Philo cast Fast Tornado and did 3 times the damage of the other heroes combined. But that still wasn't very much damage. Then the Soul Eater attacked. It started to charge up a large blast of green energy, and Ren and Motoyasu tried to attack it before it fired. Izuku had other plans. He had his party get behind him, then fired off a powerful fireball that hit the ball of energy, making it explode in the Soul Eater's mouth, doing 1/4 of its health. "Idiots, get away from that thing," he shouted, but it was too late. The explosion from the ball of energy had knocked everyone but Izuku, Philo, Raphtalia, and Pony to the ground. Many of the other heroes' parties were barely conscious, and a few weren't awake at all. Philo, Pony, and Raphtalia attacked and would have killed it eventually, but they didn't have that sort of time. "My turn," Izuku said. Green lightning sparked around him as he activated OFA at 15%. The 3 members of his party backed up as he attacked. Then, a single punch was all it took to kill the Soul Eater. It practically disintegrated from the impact. But something unexpected happened. The lightning around Izuku turned from green to red and the rage shield activated. He didn't do that, but it happened anyways. Then he was pulled into his own mind again. "You will pay. You will pay." A voice kept repeating as Izuku's rage grew for no reason. Izuku had no idea what was going on. Then, a vision of Ren appeared. His sword flew towards Izuku but vanished before it hit him. His shield transformed and flames billowed around them. They weren't his normal orange and yellow flames though, they were a deep crimson. Still beautiful in a way, but harsh and terrifying at the same time. The voice kept repeating itself until Izuku finally realized what was going on when it said, "For defeating me as a puny human, then for humiliating me by turning my bones and flesh into a common tool." A different voice spoke as well. "For sealing me away, for destroying me, for not even giving me the chance to fight back, for taking my scales, my flesh, my bones, my life. You will pay. You will pay." That voice was harsher, but one that Izuku could recognize somehow. "The dragons I've killed. This is their hatred. Tyrant Dragon Rex. And the zombie dragon. This is what they felt as they died." Then the pain hit him. Every ounce of pain they felt, he felt as well. When he killed them, the pain he inflicted drove them deeper into the madness that had consumed them. And now it was trying to consume him as well. But he refused to let it this time. When he last used this shield, Raphtalia and Pony nearly died because he couldn't control it. He refused to let that happen again. He was facing off against the will of 2 dragons, each who had met a painful end at his hands. But he would not give in. He said, "I didn't suffer through bullying, abuse, and suicide baiting for this. I didn't survive being turned into a criminal and having the whole world turn against me just to give in here. You 2 are dead. I beat you once, and I refuse to surrender here. Now let me go." Finally, he managed to break the hold they had on him, but not before they left their mark. His shield had turned, and so had his armor. His arm guards and his chest plate had been changed into that strange black metal that the rage shield was made of. But unlike the last time he used this shield, where he had lost control and only avoided killing Philo because of Pony and Raphtalia bringing him back, he felt in control. He still felt all that anger and pain the dragons had imbued him with, but alongside with it was hope. Hope for the future, hope that he would not have killed them for nothing, hope for a better world once all was said and done. Izuku focused on that hope. Anger was a powerful weapon, but one that could only be used when tempered by hope and compassion. And that was what he had done. He was done burying everything deep down inside of him, but he also wouldn't let himself be controlled by negative emotions. Then, both dragons asked another question. This time their voices were much calmer as they asked, "Who are you?" And for once, Izuku had the perfect answer to that question. "I am Midoriya Izuku, the shield hero, and the ninth bearer of One for All. I am the hope for the future of two worlds, and I will do everything in my power to make sure they remain safe." That answer was also good enough for the dragons. The rage retreated and all that was left was that hope for the future. He was still a long way away from being able to let everything go. But this was a damn good start. Look at him. He's lost all control. That isn't how a hero. Shumane was cut off by Pony. Finish that sentence, and I will throw you off this boat. Mane wisely shut up. Izuku is there, using a power he doesn't have full control over, doing what you should have done. If we were stronger, he wouldn't have to do that. You three are supposed to be the strongest fighters in the land. You're supposed to have power, and you could have power, but you don't know what real strength is. Well, take a look, because that right there is what it looks like. She pointed at Izuku, who had stopped struggling with some invisible force. His eyes were still closed, but he looked calm. His armor and shield had changed, and even though the fire looked the same, it now seemed gentler and less aggressive somehow. Raphtalia continued, "Master Izuku is willing to risk his life for complete strangers. This world has pushed him down time and time again. And yet here he is, still fighting for this world, still helping, still finishing the work you three started. You look at this world and think of it as a game. You don't suffer consequences. You don't realize what effects your actions have on others. And that is why no matter how strong you get, no matter how many levels you gain, you will never be stronger than Izuku. And you will never be even a fraction of the hero he is. And 1,000 years from now, people will still remember who he is and what he has accomplished, while you three will be remembered as nothing but failures. Nameless, faceless failures." Raphtalia's and Pony's words hit deep, because as much as they tried to write off Izuku and his accomplishments, they couldn't. They may have hated it, but they had to admit that Izuku was better than them. But it also inspired Ren and Itsuki to do better. So, when the second Soul Eater spawned, they prepared to fight just as hard as Izuku had. Even Madoyasu got ready to fight. I still think he's cheating by using that power, but fine. I can't let that bastard show me up like this, so I'll take this thing out. A voice from above the ship said, "How noble." Strange blades of light rained down on the Soul Eater and killed it instantly. And I must say, that was quite a speech. I was a fool for underestimating the great shield heroes party. I can sense power in you, power and determination. But today you are not the ones I am here for. A woman landed on the second Soul Eater and destroyed its body. And as for you three, she faced Ren, Itsuki, and Madoyasu. I'm disappointed in you. Even before the shield hero got serious with that strange power he has, he was more than capable of killing that thing with just as much ease as I did. You three couldn't have even scratched it. The strange woman wore a kimono and carried 2 fans with her. Izuku finally escaped the trance he was in, and his shield and armor returned to normal. For the moment, Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo ignored the woman and focused on Izuku. "Master Izuku, you're okay." "Of course, I am. I made a promise to you three that I would always be there for you." He got pulled into a big hug by his party members. Philo had even started crying a bit. "I was so worried about you, Daddy." The woman brought attention back to herself. "How very sweet, shield hero. You are the only one worthy of the title of hero. May I ask you your name?" He said, "I am Midoriya Izuku. But it's a bit rude to ask someone's name without introducing yourself first." Where are my manners? You may call me Glass. And as of now, all you need to know is that I can be considered your enemy." She opened her fans, revealing the sharp blades they hid when closed. "Well, Izuku, shall we begin? The only fight of this wave deserving of the name. I expect you not to hold back on me, like you have a habit of doing." Everyone was shocked. It wasn't very often that a woman appeared out of nowhere, killed a powerful monster, introduced herself politely, and then challenged someone to a fight. But Izuku was used to crazy things happening to him, so he just prepared for her attack. Glass could tell that he was going to hold back at first because of the lack of green lightning or crimson flames around him. But that wasn't her problem. "Fine, if you wish to throw your life away by not taking this fight seriously, then I will end it right now. I just warned you not to hold back, and yet you still do not activate that flaming shield or strange power." Glass asked Izuku. It wasn't like she really cared, and she wasn't sure if it would even matter. She could sense the power that this boy in front of her was hiding. It was like a raging storm, just waiting to be unleashed. And underneath that storm was a different power, burning brighter than even the sun. If she fought this battle, then it would almost certainly end in her demise. But she refused to let that stop her. She had a reason for being here on this day. And if she could not muster up the courage to fight, even when her opponent's strength eclipsed her own, then that reason would mean nothing. So much would be lost to her. and the only person she would be able to blame for it would be herself. Why do you not attack? You certainly have great strength, and I have seen that you are more than willing to use it when needed. Perhaps you want your worthless servants to attack me first. You did not just call Raphtalia, Pony, or Philo worthless. Take it back, or I'll give you exactly what you've been asking for. Izuku finally felt like he had control of his emotions after his conversation with the two dragon spirits that had appeared before him, and somebody was already testing that control. Glass replied, I was not referring to those three. I can tell they are far from worthless. They might not be quite at my level, but they could certainly put up a good fight. No, I was talking about those three. She pointed to the other three heroes. They go around using a title they have not earned, nor will they ever earn at this rate. They have next to no power, and yet people all over this country worship them. They are failures. While that alone wouldn't make them worthless, the fact that they do not recognize their own shortcomings or how to overcome them even when the answers are so simple is what makes them that way. The other three heroes and their parties attacked. We are not worthless, and we are not Midoriya's servants. They all shouted, screw you. They each fired off their strongest skills, and the shockwave from them impacting Glass rocked the ship. When the smoke cleared, Glass said, is that all you've got? Zero Stance Rondo, reverse 4 seasons. A golden glow appeared at the edge of her bladed fans and all around her. She swung her fans around, and golden waves of energy shot out in every direction. The other three heroes and their parties were all defeated with that attack. Most of them were unconscious again. Like I said, worthless. Now, I do hope you will give me an actual fight. She was trying her best to stay calm, but Glass knew that she couldn't win. Her opponent wasn't someone who could be beaten by mere strength, no matter how much strength she possessed. Luckily for Glass, Izuku had no interest in fighting her at the moment, because he recognized something in her, something similar to himself. Why are you doing this? He asked. You have to know this isn't a battle you can win. Yet you still stand here against me, begging for a fight. Why? Glass backed up a bit, because she wasn't sure what the point of that question was. Clearly, he was going somewhere with this, but the question was where. Fine, I'll humor you. I am doing this because this world needs to die. And the only thing stopping that from happening is you and those three weaklings. If I remove you from the equation, there will be no one strong enough to fight your waves. This world will die, and that is something I must assure. Izuku could tell it wasn't the full truth, but he didn't push it. That's not the full reason, but fine. You don't want to tell me that yet. The reason you're here is because you have something, or maybe someone, you're fighting for. That look in your eyes, it's the same one I've had before. You want to protect something, and you've convinced yourself that the only way to do that is to destroy this world. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't let that happen. One of two things can happen to glass when it's made. It can be made into a beautiful work of art that stays around for thousands of years and is admired by everyone who sees it, or it can shatter. Which path of your namesake will you follow? Izuku sparked up with green electricity. I don't want to fight you, Glass, not when you have a reason to fight like you do. But I won't let you endanger the people of this world. In the blink of an eye, Izuku was in front of Glass and punched her in the face, sending her flying back into the mast. He's fast and strong. I couldn't even see him move, let alone react to it. I may have made a mistake. She tried to attack Izuku, but he was just as good at defense as he was offense. Each of her attacks were blocked and met with another powerful blow of his own. Glass couldn't fight back at all. Izuku wasn't giving her room to think or breath. The winner had been decided before the fight had even begun. With one last large blow, Glass once again crashed into the mast of the ship and slumped to the ground. When this wave started, I thought I would be prepared enough to kill you all. I thought I was strong enough to handle anything this wave could throw at me. Glass hung her head down, partially in shame and partially so she wouldn't see the killing blow coming. You thought wrong. So, imagine her surprise when that final hit never came. You are by far the strongest person I've fought since I got here, though. You actually made me use 10% of my power. The most I've used was 30% against Tyrant Dragon Rex. But I don't really count him as a person since he was a dragon. Congratulations on that at least. Heh. Glass forced herself to stand up and look Izuku in the eyes. You beat me using 1/10 of her strength, and you didn't even use that strange flaming shield. And I thought my defeat was humiliating before you revealed that you didn't even use 1/4 of what you can really do. Shaking his head, Izuku corrected, not true. 10% is about 1/3 of what I can handle right now. If I were to try to use my full power to fight, I would shatter every bone in my body. And as for that other shield, it's hard to control and I may have accidentally killed you. Now Glass was confused. What do you mean accidentally? I came here with the intention to kill you, all of you. And now I'm powerless to defend myself against you. Not that it was any different before. Why do you not strike me down? Because that's now who I am. I told you that I saw it in your eyes that you're only doing this because you have something you're fighting to protect. I won't pretend to know what's going on with you, but I do know what it feels like to have everything and everyone you've ever cared for ripped away from you just like that. If I can help it, and I can in this case, I won't make anyone suffer the same thing. Izuku tossed her a potion to restore her stamina so she could leave. Go on, drink that and leave. Nobody will try to stop you. Pony stepped forward and asked Izuku, are you sure? She may be weaker than you now, but that might not be the case the next time you meet. Izuku nodded and gave his party a look that said not to try to stop her. The other 3 heroes weren't so content to just let her leave though. Hold on. Motoyasu pointed his spear at Glass. Midoriya, you cannot be serious. She tried to kill all of us, and you're just letting her go. I say we return the favor. Agreed, Itsuki said. She cannot just be allowed to leave. We have to at least capture and question her. Ren was also prepared to fight. I'll make sure the king hears about this. Aiding the enemy is a serious crime, Midoriya. You will face punishment. Flames suddenly erupted around the 3 heroes. Izuku said, you 3 are idiots. I may have beaten her pretty badly, but she's still very capable of killing you all, even without that potion I gave her. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. He turned back to Glass. Glass, you're free to go. But I expect you to explain more about your situation the next time we meet. I might be able to help you. And I want to be the first one you come to the next time you feel like killing all of us. Understand? Glass nodded, extremely confused as to what was going on. But she wasn't going to question it, because Izuku might change his mind and kill her. She drank the potion and flew off before he got the chance to. Once she was gone, Izuku stopped the fire surrounding the other 3. Ren was the first to speak. You have some explaining to do, Midoriya. Because as far as I can tell, you just committed treason. With how fast Izuku and his party could travel, he got back to the capital extremely quickly. Ren went with him. On the way back, Ren said, I have to keep an eye on you now. I can't let you vanish without explaining yourself. But unlike the other 2, I'm willing to give you the chance to explain yourself. And so Izuku did his best to explain it in a way Ren would understand. In my world, I wasn't treated kindly. I was beaten and bullied every day of my life. 10 months before I came to this world, I met a man who was willing to take a chance on a scrawny, emotional kid like myself, and he trained me. He's the reason I'm as strong as I am now. I escaped my previous situation, but I never forgot about it. I made myself a promise that I would change the way things worked, so nobody else would suffer the way I had. That doesn't explain why you let her go. I'm getting there. To understand why I did what I did, you need to know what made me who I am. I never forgot what was done to me. And so, when I saw someone who was vulnerable and didn't understand much of what was going on, I helped her. Unfortunately, I couldn't save us from a collapsing building, and Pony and I ended up in this world. When I looked at Glass, I saw someone just like me. Someone who had been betrayed by society and pushed away by those she was supposed to trust. And just like me, she rose up stronger than before. Somewhere there is somebody she was fighting for. I let her go because I had a feeling that just as much as she needed that person or people, they needed her. I couldn't take her away from them. I refused to break the promise I made to myself, and killing her or capturing her would have broken that promise. So, you saw a person with incredible power, still dependent on others because of a past situation. And because of your own past, you let her go. Despite the fact that she tried to kill all of us, you included, and she had the power to accomplish that with everyone but you. Fine, I don't understand your reasoning, but I can tell it's the sort of thing I would have needed to experience before I could understand it. On to my other question. You said Pony is from your world. Izuku nodded, and Ren then asked, then why does she have horns? Was that a side effect of whatever magic that brought you here? Let it be known that Ren was the smartest of the other 3 heroes. Izuku didn't exactly want to explain how his world worked, but it seemed inevitable at this point. No, she had those in my world too. The cat's sort of out of the bag now, so I might as well tell you. My power comes from my world as well. It has nothing to do with my shield or with magic. I don't want to go into too much detail because it would be hard to explain, but the majority of the population in my world has special powers we call quirks. Pony's quirk gives her horns, hooves, and a short tail. She can also shoot off those horns and control them. Ren was shocked. His version of Japan was nothing like that. That's incredible, and it sounds powerful. From the front of the wagon, Pony chimed in, not really. My quirk is fairly average compared to some others. It's on the upper end of the spectrum, but just ask Izuku what his quirk can do at full power. His is the best of the best, even if he can't control it fully yet. When Ren looked at him to confirm that was true, Izuku nodded. Yep, my quirk is the strongest in my world. Izuku didn't realize that wasn't quite true, but that wasn't his fault. If I used its full power, I could change the weather with a punch. But doing that would most likely shatter every bone in my body the moment I moved. So, I've never used more than 30% of it. Once again, Ren caught something that didn't quite make sense. If you've never used your full power, then how do you know you could change the weather? Because this power wasn't originally mine. Now Pony looked back in shock. Izuku decided there wouldn't be any harm in telling Ren. And Pony and Raphtalia deserved to know anyways. My power used to belong to the strongest man in the world. He used a different name to keep his identity secret. Everyone in my world knows him as All Might. He used a punch to save me and someone else, and it really did change the weather. He was the one I met who changed my life. Before that I was powerless, and because the entire world revolved around quirks I was bullied and even suicide baited. I see, Ren said. He didn't understand how powers like that worked, but how could he when he had no experience like that? So, when the ones you were supposed to trust betrayed you as well, it must have hit hard. Nodding, Izuku said, I almost lost myself. If it wasn't for Pony and Raphtalia, I wouldn't have stayed true to my goals. And even then, I've changed. But without them, there's a good chance I would have snapped completely and killed you all. And if that had happened, we would have lacked the power to stop you. I understand you a bit more now. I also recommend not telling this to either Madoyasu or Itsuki. I'm willing to try to understand you, but they aren't. And if they learn that your power was given to you, they might want it for themselves. Raphtalia, who had also been listening but didn't say anything, asked, and you don't. Pulling out some bread from his provisions so he could eat a bit to restore his energy from the wave. Ren said, oh, I would love to have power like that. But I see the bigger picture. I saw just how strong Midoriya was before his training in this world. His body had to have been trained to the extreme, and he still can't control his full power. If I were to try to obtain that power, it would very likely kill me instantly. It also leaves me wondering just how muscular this All Might is. You know those monster bears by that village where you killed that dragon? Ren nodded. Yeah, he's bigger than them. Even without his quirk, he's 540 pounds of pure muscle, and it shows. Part of the reason he's so much stronger than me is because of that. Even though One for All, that's the name of my quirk by the way, got stronger when it got passed to me. If we were to each use 10% of our power, he would still be stronger and faster than me. It's an enhancer to your abilities, and he has a much stronger base to go off of, which in turn makes One for All stronger, or it used to, before he gave it to you. No, he's still stronger. Think of it like this. OFA is a source of energy that transfers that energy into whoever uses it. You can remove that source, but the energy already transferred will stay. The more he uses that energy, the weaker he'll get, but he's still easily the strongest man in my world. Izuku loved to talk about quirks, and ever since he got OFA, he made it his personal mission to figure out as much about it as he could. He had recently hit a wall, but that was fine. All Might could explain it to him once he got back to Japan. Ren asked, you're going back to your Japan? How? Silently Izuku cursed his muttering. I don't know yet, but once the waves are over, or we find a way to end them at the source, then I'll focus all my attention on figuring it out. If I'm lucky, I might even find a way to use spatial magic to travel between universes. Ren started to question what spatial magic was, but even after Izuku explained what it was and how he invented it, Ren found that he couldn't use it. Izuku wasn't exactly surprised though. None of his party members could, and they were way more accomplished with magic than Ren. He also made Ren swear to keep it a secret until Izuku revealed it himself, if Izuku ever revealed it, that is. It took an entire day for the other two heroes and their parties to return. Once they did though, they could all finally meet with the king to report about the wave. They made their way to the throne room only for a different face to greet them. Instead of the king, a little girl with long blue hair sat on the throne. Welcome back, heroes. I trust the wave was successful. She already knew it was because of crystal balls, but she wanted to hear it from the heroes. Melty, Izuku asked, what are you doing on the throne? And where's the king? Standing up to make herself look taller, which didn't really work out. Melty replied, I was sent here by my mother to replace father as the acting ruler of this kingdom. Originally, I planned on convincing you and father to make up without having to take over, but after speaking with you and learning just how far father would have had to go in order to turn you against him, I went with mother's plan. So, I am now the acting ruler until mother returns, which will be soon. Until that time, I have been granted full power over the kingdom, meaning I have just as much authority as mother would, with the exception of being able to punish the heroes with anything more severe than time in the dungeon. I see. Well then, Izuku bowed down to Melty as a show of respect and support. I shall tell you what I can, your majesty. My party and I protected a nearby village, then stepped in to take on the boss of the wave. The group of soldiers I brought with me stayed behind. The village had a retired adventurer who decided she would whip them into shape and make them the strongest troops in your army. I have no idea when they'll be back. And what of the strange woman who you fought and let go, might I add? Izuku once again explained everything, minus the parts about his power. Melty nodded and Izuku said, I did what I felt was necessary. In the future she could be a powerful ally, and it just wouldn't be right to take her away from those who depend on her. Very well, but if she causes any more problems, it will be you who I call to deal with her. Moving on, before I took over, father had set aside 10 gold pieces for each of you. That should, hopefully, be a sufficient reward for you three. She pointed to Ren, Itsuki, and Madoyasu. But for defending the village and almost single-handedly ending the wave, I offer you another reward of your choice. Nothing is off limits. Melty was expecting Izuku to take advantage of that offer in the worst way possible for her. She knew she owed him for saving the world though, so she was prepared for that possibility. Her surprise was immeasurable when Izuku said, "I want the land that Raphtalia's village used to stand, and I want a larger wagon to make it easier to transport my growing party." Is that it? Melty was sure he was going to ask for something much more. Perverted. Izuku nodded. Then it is yours on the condition that should I need you, you are to come to the capital immediately. Izuku had no problem with that, as he planned to support Melty in any way possible to make up for how rude he was to her when they had first gotten to the capital together. I ask that you stay in the city tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will have one of my servants track you down and deliver you the royal decree giving you the land and the larger wagon you have asked for. Itsuki and Motoyasu tried to complain, to say that it wasn't fair, but Melty wasn't hearing any of it. She felt like she had to make it up to Izuku for how badly he had been treated. And the other three heroes hadn't really done that much during the wave. Rewards were given out, but before anyone could leave, Melty asked one last thing. Sir Shield Hero, what was that power you used to defeat that woman? It would be very beneficial to the survival of the country and its people if all the heroes had that. All I will say right now is that it doesn't originate from my shield or from magic, nor can it be copied. It comes from my world, as does Pony and her power. And don't bother trying to ask Ren either. I've made him swear to keep it a secret. I see. Melty was a bit disappointed, but she could tell that Izuku wasn't lying. Well, if they cannot use that power, then it would do no good to try and force you to explain it. You are all dismissed. If you are needed, you shall hear from me soon. Oh, and Sir Shield Hero, the demi-humans you have staying with me are getting restless and worried about you. You can stay in the castle if you want, as it will be easier than finding an inn with enough open rooms for you all. Izuku realized that he was probably in a lot of trouble. He had promised them all, mostly Keel and Rafana, that he would be back in a few hours at most. It had been over a day since he had last seen them. I have to face the music eventually. Might as well do it now before it gets worse. A servant led Izuku, Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo to the large suite the group of demi-humans were staying at. He was immediately tackled into a hug by three very upset figures. It was Izuku's one weakness. He couldn't handle it when people were upset because he worried them too much. And from the mix of worry and anger Rafana, Keel, and even Windia were giving him, he knew he was in big trouble. Because of the wave and the fight with Glass, Izuku crashed hard once he laid down in the bed that was set up for him. He, Philo, Pony, and Raphtalia had all spent the night in the castle with the rest of the demi-humans he had rescued before the wave. Even if Izuku didn't especially struggle with any of the enemies he fought, he was still fighting for 3 continuous hours. Then he fought the Soul Eater, then he fought Glass. It exhausted him, and the inn he had spent the night in before didn't do much to help with that. But the bed in the castle was much different. It was soft and comfortable while still providing support, so he didn't end up sleeping in an awkward position from it being too rigid or sinking into the bed from it being too soft. Only one thing surprised him. He knew that when he first went to bed, he was alone because all the others each had their own bed. But sometime during the night, Pony and Raphtalia had crawled into bed with him. That didn't really surprise him, because it was normal after they had slept together after he accidentally cursed them. What surprised him was that Keel, Rafana, and Windia had done the same. He was also the last one awake. The 5 other people in his bed were all staring at him, which was sort of creepy. "Good morning, Izuku. Did you sleep well?" Izuku could only nod, not trusting his voice to work when he realized the position he was in. Pony and Raphtalia had his arms wrapped around them, and his hands now sat way too close to their rears for Izuku to be comfortable with, while everyone was pretty content to just lie there for a while. Even Izuku, once he got over his embarrassment, a knock on the door forced them to get up. Everyone scrambled back to their own beds to keep it from looking like they were sleeping with Izuku. A maid entered the room shortly after that, without waiting to be invited in. Apologies. Princess Melty sent me to fetch you all so you could speak before you left. When you didn't answer, I thought you were still asleep and came in to wake you up." She spoke politely but also nervously. Izuku could understand why people would feel nervous about him. There were still some false rumors about how he raped Maine. And there were other rumors that were true, like how he was strong enough to fight the other 3 heroes on his own at the same time, while holding back his own strength. "Thank you. Is she waiting in the throne room?" The maid nodded. "Then we will all be down shortly." The maid quickly left and Izuku stood up and stretched. Then he had Windia, Rafana, and Keel, who had become leaders of sorts to the other demi-humans, wake everyone up. He then explained the situation. "Princess Melty wants to talk to us before we leave. She's going to give us a bigger wagon so we can all fit inside it comfortably. We'll be traveling for a while, but I promise it will be worth it." A few of the demi-humans, mainly a young fox boy and a young bunny girl, groaned as they didn't like riding in the wagon last time. "I know, it sucks, but with Philo's speed and the new wagon we're getting, it won't be that long. Hopefully." Before anyone could leave, Keel spoke up. "Hold on, Izuku. You promised me you would teach me to fight and let me help you in the next wave." "I did promise you." Izuku agreed. And I will. Our first stop before we leave the capital is to get you and anyone else who wants to help in the next wave basic gear so you can start leveling up once we get where we're going. I do have to warn you though, that won't be the only thing we're focusing on. We have work to do, but I'll be doing most of the heavy lifting for it. Rafana stopped Izuku one more time before he could leave. One more thing, Izuku. You promised us that you would be back in a few hours, but we didn't see you for the rest of the day and most of the next. We were all worried about you. You broke your promise, and you need to make it up to us. Izuku gulped and started to back away but bumped into Windia, who had snuck behind him. She crossed her arms and pouted at Izuku. And we know just how you're going to do that. Without warning Rafana, Keel and Windia had latched onto Izuku and refused to let him go. He could easily carry the three of them, but they were clinging to him tight enough to slightly cut off his air supply, making it a bit difficult to breathe. Still, as far as punishments went, it could be much worse. He just smiled a bit and wrapped his arms around the three of them in one big hug. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I promise. Melty liked to think of herself as a very patient person. That's why she didn't get upset at how it took a while for Izuku and his party to come down to the throne room. She knew it would be hard for him to wake everyone up and get them ready, mostly because all of them were small children. Thankfully, she had someone to talk to. How is your meal, Philo? Delicious. Philo had spent the night in Melty's room. Melty had wanted to spend more time with Philo, and that seemed like the best solution. A few minutes later, and Izuku entered the throne room with the rest of his half-asleep party. Morning, you two. How did you sleep, Philo? He spoke like he didn't have three young children hanging off of him. Just fine. It was nice to spend the night with Mel again. She then instantly went back to focusing on her food, which surprised nobody. Philo enjoyed two things when she was awake, pulling the wagon and eating. When she wasn't doing one, she was doing the other. It was hard for Melty to keep from laughing, but she managed to keep it professional. Good morning, Sir Shield Hero. I wish to speak with you before you departed. We have your larger wagon ready and have transferred all the supplies to it, which I oversaw personally to make sure nobody stole anything. Thank you. What did you want to talk about? She looked conflicted for a second before a small smile appeared on her face, and she said, I just wish to thank you for all you have done for my country one last time before you leave. You have my eternal gratitude. That is all. Goodbye, Sir Shield Hero, Raphtalia, Pony, Philo, and the rest of you. I am sorry I never got the time to learn all your names before you leave. Melty hugged Philo one last time before releasing her and exiting the throne room. From behind the slightly open door, Melty watched as they all left. Then she thought to herself, he doesn't need to know about this. His burden is more than enough to crush a lesser man. Any more, and even one as great as him may crumble under the pressure. She took one last look at the note she had been given. It read, you have taken the throne to support the devil. Your reign will be short and bitter, and your death shall be slow and miserable. Not even the so-called shield hero will be able to save you from righteous justice. She tossed the thread into the nearest torch, then walked back into the throne room and sat on her temporary throne. Even with all the guards in the castle, the note still left her feeling uneasy. Her father had employed some of the cruelest and most corrupt soldiers possible to guard the mansion, possibly for this exact reason. A majority of the guards and even the soldiers in the army were only loyal to their next payment. She didn't trust any of them to actually protect her if the castle was attacked. The note only made things worse. Now she was afraid of one of the guards or servants in the castle stabbing her in the back or killing her in her sleep. But she wasn't totally out of options. There were a few people she could still trust. She ordered a servant to deliver a message to the general of the royal army. If there was nobody she could trust in the castle, then she would just have to bring in people that she did trust. We're here, Philo announced happily. It had been a tough few days, even with the bigger wagon. There wasn't much room to lay down and sleep, and the fact that there was very little to do left all the kids feeling restless. And with 8 of them, Izuku spent quite a bit of time breaking up fights. It became even more difficult because all but 2 of the kids had decided they wanted to try to fight in the next wave, so all but those 2 had weapons. Those weapons weren't a danger to Izuku in the slightest, but the same wasn't true for each other. Keel was the largest problem. She didn't have a behavioral problem, but she, like all the kids, didn't like closed spaces where they couldn't move much. It was the trauma from Rabier's dungeon. All the kids were like that, but Keel was the most outspoken about it. That led to her getting into a fight with some of the other kids who didn't want to listen to her complaining. But everyone made it, and Izuku knew just what to do to help the kids focus on their next goal. And it would be helpful for that goal as well. He grabbed an axe from the wagon and said, Pony, Philo, set up the tents. You two, he pointed at the 2 kids who didn't want to fight, can help them. Everyone else come with me. We're going to be collecting wood for fires and clearing out any monsters in the nearby area so they don't try to attack us while we're sleeping, and to keep them from interrupting our other job here. Hold on, I thought you couldn't use weapons? Raphtalia questioned as Izuku carried the axe into the forest. Izuku nodded. You're right, I can't, but I'm going to be using this as a tool, not a weapon, so it doesn't count. Besides, I can just use one for all and power through the lightning that makes me drop it. It hurts, but pain's an old friend. That doesn't sound healthy. You're probably right. Izuku then walked into the forest humming to himself as Windia, Rafana, Keel, and 3 other children followed. Raphtalia sighed and did the same. Knowing that her master was strong enough to survive anything, even his unhealthy habits, it didn't take long to find what they were looking for. Izuku chopped down a tree and started hacking it into smaller logs to use as seats around the fire, then cut the rest of the tree into small blocks of wood to burn. While he was doing that, Raphtalia was helping the kids fight a monster. It was nothing special, just a large wolf, but it would still be strong enough to show the kids how dangerous what they wanted to do was, which was Izuku's plan. It didn't bother him that they wanted to help him fight the waves, but he needed to make sure they knew what they were getting into. Plus, the monsters were weak enough for Raphtalia to handle with her eyes closed, so nobody would be in any real danger. But she didn't even need to get involved. While 3 of the kids wanted to run and hide behind Raphtalia, Keel, Windia, and Rafana were ready to fight. Keel decided she wanted to use a sword and shield, so she had a small version of both. Rafana had taken after Raphtalia in using 2 weapons, but she had 2 daggers similar to the ones Raphtalia and Pony started out with. Windia had chosen a simple wooden staff, the kind that mages used. Izuku wasn't expecting her to be able to do much until he taught her magic. He was very mistaken. The 3 rushed the wolf and Raphtalia drew one of her swords in case she needed to intervene. Keel slashed at one of the legs with her sword, cutting into it deeply. She also managed to block the wolf's head from biting her with her shield, despite being inexperienced. Rafana chose the stealth approach and sunk both of her knives into the backside of the wolf after she snuck around it while it was distracted by Keel. Windia surprised them the most. "Move out of the way, please," she shouted, and Keel and Rafana listened. Both jumped back and Windia released a spell while pointing her staff at the wolf. Black fire pellet. Black flames roared to life around the wolf, burning it severely. When the fire faded, the wolf collapsed to the ground and Windia gasped as she realized what she just did. Raphtalia was about to suggest she look away as the beast was put out of its misery, but she didn't get the chance to. Windia had already ran forward to comfort it. To everyone's surprise, the wolf didn't try to attack her. Instead, it leaned into her touch as she petted it and did something else. Her hand glowed white and the wounds the wolf had suffered healed before their eyes. Then, a symbol similar to the one Philo had gotten, but also glowing white instead of purple, appeared. Izuku noticed something else as well. Underneath everyone else's names, a health bar for the wolf appeared. "Windia, what was that?" Izuku asked. He had never seen magic like that before. Not the flames or the symbol just appearing like that without anything else. "And my father. He taught me to use something he called Way of the Dragon Vein magic. That was the fire. And after that, I didn't like seeing the wolf hurt. I wanted it to be better, but to not attack us. Then that happened." She was extremely nervous and stuttering, tears forming in her eyes as she did her best not to cry. Izuku walked over and comforted the girl by rubbing her on the head. "It's okay. I used to get nervous when talking about things too. Just take a deep breath and try to calm down." Once Windia calmed down a bit, Izuku asked, "You said something about a Way of the Dragon Vein magic. Can you explain that to me?" Nodding, Windia spoke slowly. "Most magic takes energy from the user. Way of the Dragon Vein magic is different. It takes energy from everything around the user. For some reason, the fire magic was easy for me. Usually it would take more energy, because the environment can change how it works, and I would have to force it to work like that. I have fire element magic. That might explain it then. Although I didn't feel any drop in my mana. It might also explain the healing and taming, if that was what happened. I have support and healing magic as well. And maybe. I haven't used it much, so I don't know how others' mana affects my magic." Standing back up and picking up the tired wolf, Izuku said, "We can figure it out together. I do have to ask though, will you be able to do this? We'll most likely have to fight creatures like this little guy again, especially when we're preparing for the next wave. I don't want you getting hurt because you refuse to attack something when you need to or stop us from attacking something." Slowly, Windia nodded. She hated to see monsters hurt, but if she didn't fight, or stop them from fighting, because she didn't want monsters to get hurt, then a lot of people would die. Good people, innocent people. She didn't want that to happen either. Not all monsters were like her father. Most were only thinking about one thing, survival. That was one of the things that made it hard for her to see them hurt, but it also made them dangerous. Monsters couldn't be reasoned with. Some could be lured away with other prey, but for the most part it was kill or be killed when you came across one. She needed to be strong, just like her father was. After all, that was the last thing he told her. To be strong and to be confident in herself. "I can fight, and I will, to protect everyone I care about." "Good," Izuku said. "We'll need everybody we can get if we want to get through the waves alive. The first 2 are easy. From here, it's only going to get harder. That means we'll need you too. All of you. I can tell that you all have the potential to become some of the strongest fighters in the world." and I'll be right there to guide you every step of the way. Who knows, you might be able to surpass even myself in strength." Windia smiled a bit at Izuku's words. She then blushed a little bit as she remembered the other thing her father told her before he died. Maybe she wouldn't have to search as hard as she thought she would. Once the group got back to the camp pony and the other two kids had set up, Izuku told everyone his plan. As things went forward, they would need a more permanent home base. So, Izuku had the plan to repair all the houses in Lorelona village, as well as make a few new ones for Izuku and any new party members, villagers who moved there. He made sure everyone knew it would be keeping its original name, but it would also have a different one, known only to a few. It was called Lorelona Village, but it was also called Hero's Rest, and anyone who used that name was to be given help and protection should they require it. Over the next few days, Izuku would chop down trees and collect stone and other materials to build the houses. While he was doing that, the kids who wanted to fight would go with him and, under the supervision of either Pony or Raphtalia, fight monsters to level up and prepare for the next wave. After that was done, everyone would pitch in to repair the houses. Word about what Izuku and his party were doing spread quickly, and a small group of people who used to live in the village before it was destroyed came to help rebuild. A man who seemed to be the voice of the group made the offer. "I used to be the carpenter for this town. After it was destroyed completely and most people died, I moved away. Too many memories and too much sorrow for me to handle at the time. But I'm back now, and I'm ready to help in any way I can. These houses aren't bad, but I can tell from just a glance that you don't have any experience doing something like this. If you can keep bringing me materials, I can fix up all these houses back to their former glory and even better than that. I can also build new houses. You any good at it?" Izuku questioned. He didn't mean it as a challenge or as an insult. The man just chuckled and replied, "You get me some wood and some more stone, and I'll show you just how good I am at this, boy." He could understand the need for proof. After all, it was a hard world out there and plenty of folks would take advantage of others. A few more days passed until it had been a full week and a half. The wall surrounding the town had just been finished, as had the farms, most of the houses thanks to the skill of the carpenter, and even a forge. All the kids Izuku had been having go out with him to fight monsters while he collected resources had grown up incredibly well. Before, most of them had made themselves look as small as possible, and now they all stood tall and strong. Izuku made them new armor and weapons. Each one had gotten exactly what they asked for. And as more people came to the village, more wanted to fight. So, more people were given weapons and armor and trained against the monsters in the forest nearby under the watchful eye of the Shield Heroes party. Something else that Izuku completely expected. Even when he got a minor surprise that Keel was a girl, Keel had taken command of anybody she was paired with. She was a natural leader and knew just what to do or say to keep her troops inspired. Izuku could think of no better person to act as captain of the village guard and general of the village army during the waves or when otherwise necessary. On one of the days where Izuku was resting, after being forced to by Pony and Raphtalia, one of the town guards came to him in a slight panic. "Sir Shield Hero, a small group of soldiers from the capital are approaching. Captain Keel has requested your presence in case it leads to a fight." Izuku quickly put on his armor and rushed to where Keel was on top of the wall. He saw the group of soldiers the guard mentioned, and he recognized them. He also recognized one other person with them. A girl with long blue hair in a frilly blue dress. Melty was here, and the soldiers who had fought with him in the wave were with him. Oh, and so was the old lady who had been training them for some reason. "Let them in," he ordered. "Izuku, are you sure? They might be planning something," Keel warned. She took her duty as captain of the guard very seriously. "I'm sure. I know these guys. They fought with me in the last wave. I trust them with my life." The town guards opened the large wooden gate and let the approaching group enter. Once they did, Izuku bowed and spoke in an overdramatic voice because he knew it would make Melty laugh. "To what do I owe the pleasure of the great Princess Melty visiting our humble village?" And laugh she did. Once she calmed down, her face got serious, and she explained the situation. "I am no longer the active ruler of this kingdom. My father has many allies in the capital. One of those allies made an attempt on my life, and very well would have succeeded if it wasn't for the actions of these brave soldiers and mages. They were the only people I knew I could trust after you left. I had them escort me here, as I know that no place will be safer than with you." Izuku's smile vanished. He shouted, "Philo, get over here now. Keel, I want you to have your two most trusted guards with her at all times. You guys," Izuku pointed to the soldiers he had fought alongside before. "You are also not to leave her side. Rafana, Windia." Once the two arrived, Izuku gave them orders as well. "You two are to be my eyes and ears. If you see or hear anything suspicious, you are to report it to either me, Keel, Pony, or Raphtalia immediately." While they hadn't been with Izuku for very long, everyone knew one thing about him. When he got serious enough to start giving out orders to people, you damn well listened no matter what position you held. Everyone who had been given orders nodded. Philo finally got there. "Hi, Daddy. When did Mel get here?" "Just now. But we have more important issues. Somebody tried to kill her in the capital. Our job is to protect her for as long as needed. I already have all these soldiers and guards protecting her, but I want you to do the same. Never let her out of your sight. And don't let anyone else get too close. Not even them. Understand? Philo nodded. As young as she was, she still understood when there was no time for jokes, and something had to be taken seriously. Now was one of those times. As an added measure, Izuku added even more protective spells to the walls to keep anyone from being able to break them or fire spells or arrows over them. This town is now on lockdown. Nobody goes in, nobody goes out. Heal, let everyone know, but don't let them know why. I want to keep the fact that Melty's here a secret for as long as possible, even from our own people. Heal nodded. She started giving out orders of her own to the town guards. Izuku couldn't have been prouder as his kids, even as young as they were, took command so easily and were prepared for any situation no matter how dangerous. Sir Shield Hero, is all of this really necessary? Melty asked. Sure, someone tried to kill her, but that was in the capital. She was on the other end of the country, and nobody knew where she went. It's only a matter of time before they figure out that you're here. Once that happens, I have a feeling the king will send an army, including the other 3 heroes and your sister. This isn't just about your safety anymore. The entire village is at risk. And as the shield hero and as the lord, it's my job to keep them safe. And you have entered my domain and asked for protection, meaning it is now also my sworn duty to protect you down to the last man. While Izuku's words sunk into Melty, he walked over to where all the guards and soldiers were meeting. Listen up, everyone. War is coming to our small place of peace. If you're here, you are one of the only people who can fight well enough to defend it. You are the first and last line of defense. I don't know when, and I don't know how many, but sooner or later an army will march on us. I expect you all to defend this place to your last breath, because if you don't, there might not be another breath for any of us. It was a beautiful day out. The sun was shining bright. There was a nice breeze coming from the ocean, and the few businesses that had been set up in the small village were doing well. But everyone could feel the tension in the air. The guards and the soldiers that had showed up did their best to keep anyone from noticing, but it wasn't possible. Too many people came asking, so Izuku decided it was time to make an official announcement. Besides, in the event of an attack he would need the reserve army, not just the town guard. Many of you have asked what was going on. We did our best to hide it from everyone to keep you all from worrying, but we couldn't. Former acting ruler, Princess Melty, is here with us. There was an assassination attempt on her after she took control of the kingdom on the queen's orders. We have reason to believe that the king will send his army and the other 3 heroes here against us to finish the job and secure his place on the throne. Izuku paused for a minute to allow his words to sink in. Then he continued speaking. But you have nothing to fear. I have put protective spells on every single building in the village and on the wall surrounding it. In order for them to breach those defenses, it would exhaust a large portion of their army and all of their mages. Not even the other 3 heroes have the power to break through easily. Even if every warrior, mage, and soldier in the country joins the battle, I will not allow any harm to come to any of you. I swear on it. And for those of you who decided to join the army, this is the moment you trained for. I expect for you to stand with the town guard and the group of soldiers with us. Should they manage to get through the wall, then you are to keep them from reaching the village at all costs. The capital has tried to crush us before and succeeded because we stood alone. Now we will stand tall together, and if they try to crush us again, we will show them just how strong we are. The battle for Luralona village will be one that decides the course of history, and we will not fall. Alone we have fallen. Together we rise. From that day onward, Together we rise became the town's motto. And to Izuku's surprise, every single person in the village who was of able body and of strong mind pitched in somehow. Some made gear, others collected resources. Food was grown and hunted. And magic was woven into literally everything, even the air itself. It became almost impossible to harm a resident of Luralona village in any way as long as they were inside the wall. The royal army wouldn't know what hit them. The king took longer than Izuku expected to figure out where Melty had gone to and send an army to capture and possibly kill her. 3 more days passed, making it 5 days after Melty first arrived, before the army showed up. And just like Izuku predicted, it was being led by Ren, Itsuki, and Motoyasu. When they finally showed up, Izuku stood with Keel beside him on top of the wall. Took you guys long enough to show up. I was expecting you days ago. Izuku, don't make us do this the hard way. Open the gate and let Melty go. We don't want to have to kill you. Itsuki at least tried to reason with Izuku. Ren made the sign to cut it out before he made it worse, but it was way too late for that. The army was expecting a lot of things when they showed up and made their demands. They weren't expecting Izuku to burst out laughing at a death threat. Kill me. Without warning, Izuku was mere feet in front of the other 3 heroes. Nobody saw him move. And until he spoke, nobody even realized he did. You couldn't even hurt me no matter how hard you tried. And he was suddenly back on top of the wall. Holy shit, he can fucking teleport. How the hell did he learn to do that? Matoyasu asked. With that many people with them, everyone had been feeling pretty confident. But nobody said what Izuku just said unless they could back it up. Ren gave the correct answer. I don't think he teleported. That might just be how fast he is. When everyone near him shot him a questioning look, he explained he told me about that strange power he wields, about its origins. There isn't a single thing in this world strong enough to compare to it. Before we left, I tried to reason with you all not to do this. I warned you that he was stronger than you could possibly imagine, and you ignored me. He turned towards the wall and started walking towards it. Izuku, I didn't come to fight. I know I can't beat you anyways. Ren drew his sword and turned again so he was looking at his former allies. As the sword hero, it is my job to protect the innocent. Even if the shield hero has committed some sort of crime, the town is innocent. I will perform my duty and not let a single one of you threaten the town. Also, Midoriya could kill us all single-handedly and I'm not ready to throw my life away like that again. A smile formed on Izuku's face, and he jumped off the wall. I always knew you were the smarter than the other two. This village has a motto. We live by it, and should we need to, we die by it. Together we rise. And together, you, me, and the town guards and soldiers that I personally oversaw the training of, we will repel them. But we have to capture the other two. Something bigger than we realize is going on here. Why else would an army be sent to a small village to reclaim a princess? Ren nodded. Ren, you damn traitor. Matoyasu shouted as he readied his spear. Why the hell would you join that bastard? Before Ren could explain himself and possibly turn more soldiers to the other side, Main said, who cares why? Just kill them all. Get them. Every member of the army drew their weapons. Arrows and fireballs and all other kinds of magic flew towards the wall, expecting to blow it up. But the spells Izuku had in place activated, and when the smoke cleared there wasn't a scratch on it. Even the earth mage who tried to open up a hole in the ground below the wall failed to do anything. Fine, if that won't work then fire over the wall. Even more spells and arrows flew, this time aiming much higher to hopefully hit the village behind the wall. But once again Izuku's spells activated, and a dome of green energy surrounded the village and wall. Ugh, what? Did you really not expect me to prepare for that? I knew you were coming, and I had almost a full week to prepare my defenses and train an army, Izuku said. It was finally sinking in just how outmatched the army was by Izuku. One kid was more than enough to overpower and kill them all. You're all welcome to keep trying, it just makes it easier on me. The archers and mages switched to a different target. Instead of aiming at the wall or above it, they aimed at Izuku and Ren. Not happening. Our turn. An admittedly small group of fighters jumped over the wall and started charging the royal army, while volley after volley of arrows returned fire, knocking the arrows flying towards Izuku and Ren out of the air, and causing the spells to explode before hitting anything. The people leading the charge were Raphtalia, Pony, Philo, Keel, Windia, and Rafana. Izuku looked at Ren and asked, shall we join them? Compared to the other armies on the continent, Melromark's army sat proudly as one of the strongest. But that was before the waves where a lot of Melromark's best generals were lost, and the queen wasn't there to guide them. Now, they were much weaker. The once proud army fell to pieces under the demi-human assault. Even the wolf Windia had somehow joined the fight and easily overpowered the soldiers despite not having been very powerful before the taming process. And that was before Izuku joined the fight. Ren helped a little bit too, but Izuku was just on another level. He tore through enemies like they were made of paper. The royal army started to retreat, and Luralona's army let them. Main tried to keep the fight going but was swept up by the stampede of fleeing soldiers and ended up getting trampled. Then one of the captains put her on his horse and rode away, glancing back towards the army with hate in his eyes. Finally, the only ones left were Izuku, Ren, Itsuki, Matoyasu, and a very angry army of demi-humans. Izuku said, you wanted a fight, I gave you one. And I'll give you one more. Just you two against me. Ren, go make sure nobody's too injured. Ren nodded, knowing full well that he would only get in the way. You bastard. I've heard all about what you did to Melty, and all these innocent people. You brainwashed them and forced them to do your bidding. Well, I'll kill you here and now and free the would you stop fucking laughing at me. While Matoyasu was spouting his bullshit, Izuku couldn't help but burst out laughing at both how inaccurate it was and how Matoyasu thought he could kill him. Izuku said, I already said that you wouldn't even be able to hurt me. But clearly, you don't believe me. So, I'll let you have the first move. I want you, both of you, to hit me as hard as you can. The arrogance Izuku was showing was admittedly out of character for him, but Matoyasu was pissing him off. And if I don't, then all the people who called you useless were right. An arrow shot towards Izuku's face and broke in half the moment it touched him. Huh, that clearly touched a nerve. Izuku muttered that part out so Matoyasu and Itsuki couldn't hear him. Okay, clearly you never learned how to follow directions. But that's okay. I'll give one more chance. You, me, hard as you can. The two failed heroes growled in anger but listened to Izuku. They charged up their strongest skills and fired them off. Meter Shot, Their attacks were fairly strong enough to obliterate nearly any normal creature that got hit by them. But Izuku wasn't normal by any means. Even before his defense was raised to unimaginable levels by his shield, his pain tolerance was inhuman because of him getting blown up on a daily basis. With his shield, he was almost impossible to damage in any way. But Itsuki and Matoyasu didn't realize that. While the smoke was clearing, Matoyasu asked, "Do you think we got him?" "Yeah, nothing could have survived an attack like that." Then both got knocked flat on their asses by Izuku, who didn't have a scratch on him. "Then you thought wrong. I fought and defeated Glass with ease. Ren joined you for that attack too. What exactly changed between you then and you now to make you think that would work?" Scrambling backwards in fear, Matoyasu asked, "What the hell are you?" Izuku smiled at him. It was unnerving. A second ago he looked ready to commit murder. Now he was smiling bright enough to make the sun look dull. It terrified both of the heroes who were on the ground. "I'm the strongest of the 4 cardinal heroes." Neither of them even had time to process that before Izuku blurred forward and knocked them out with a single punch each. "Ugh, my head. What hit me?" Matoyasu groaned as he sat up with a pounding headache. He was in a room he didn't remember entering, let alone going to bed in. That wasn't unusual for him as he spent a lot of nights drinking until he passed out. But he didn't feel like he was hungover. It felt like he got hit in the head with a hammer. Another person in the room said, "Midoriya punched you in the face." Yep, that would do it. The spear hero sat in the bed he was in for a moment to process everything. Then he looked over to the voice that spoke and saw Ren. Itsuki was also in the room, but he was still unconscious. "Ren, what the hell is going on?" The calm and collected Ren asked. "What do you remember?" Matoyasu thought about it, then said, "I remember we marched to Midoriya's new village to rescue Princess Melty, who he had hypnotized. When we got there, he had this stupid enchanted wall that we never even got close to. And everything was coming back to him as the drowsiness wore off. You damn traitor. You joined him and kicked our asses." "Technically, I didn't do much. I fought maybe 5 people. Midoriya and his army took care of the rest. Then he knocked you 2 out. Itsuki is still out. Probably will be for a while." When Midoriya knocked him out, he hit his head on a rock and cracked his skull wide open. If it wasn't for the fact that Midoriya is probably the best healer in the world, Itsuki would be dead. There was something so chilling about how casually Ren said that. But hey, that was the world they lived in now. And it was all too sobering to realize that even if they were considered some of the strongest heroes in the world, they couldn't hold a candle to Midoriya. After trying to stand up and instantly feeling dizzy again, Matoyasu flopped back down on the bed he was in and asked, "How long have we been out?" "Not long. The battle was a couple hours ago." "I'm honestly surprised you woke up this quick, but I guess you always did have a pretty thick skull." Matoyasu didn't even have the energy in him to feel offended by that. He looked around and saw that he was in a hospital of sorts. Most of the beds were empty, with one other man with light injuries being the only other person besides Ren, Itsuki, and Matoyasu. "Where the hell are we?" "We're alone in a village." Also, a quick tip. Don't try to cause any trouble here. Midoriya has so much magic protecting the residents that unless they step outside the town, they're practically invincible. That isn't the case for us though. So, any fight will be embarrassingly one-sided. The way Ren said that made it sound like he spoke from experience. And he did. The captain of the village guard was one tough fighter. Even without the invincibility, she would have put up a really good fight against him. Maybe even won. Finally able to stand up, Matoyasu did so and asked, "You tried, didn't you?" Ren just nodded. He pointed to the corner of the room where his spear and Itsuki's bow were leaning against the wall. After grabbing his spear, Matoyasu pointed it at Ren. "I should kick your ass for betraying us in that fight." "Don't bother. I said that the protection the villagers have didn't extend to us. I never said Midoriya didn't grant me other protections. As long as they don't cause problems. Guests in the village are also pretty damn hard to hurt. If you attack me without me doing anything to warrant it, you will lose that protection and I'll be free to fight back without losing my own." Lowering his weapon, Matoyasu said, "Damn, how did Midoriya get so good with magic?" "Practice apparently. It probably helps that he's pretty much a genius. Anyways, once you're feeling good enough to move around, go find Midoriya. He'll let you know what's going on. Oh, and he told me to warn you that if you tried to fight him or cause more problems for his village, he wouldn't hold back." Nodding. Although he hated the fact that he was basically powerless to do anything, Matoyasu exited the building to try to find Izuku. "You coming?" "Nope. One of my jobs is to watch over you and Itsuki until you recover and wake up. Then I have a few other things to do." Ren didn't like the fact that he was essentially given a list of chores to do but knew that he really didn't have a choice in the matter. He was in Izuku's village, and Izuku's word was law here. Finding Izuku wasn't too hard, but he wasn't where Matoyasu thought he would be. First, he checked the largest house in town, but the guards there said that nobody was home and warned him to move along. Something that really surprised him was just how many guards were patrolling. In the capital, you could find a couple guards going up and down every major street, but that was it. In this small village, there were at least twice as many. Finally, he found Izuku. He was in the blacksmith's building, making a new sword. "Oh, there you are. I was wondering when you were going to wake up. How's Itsuki? Still out cold? Ren told me to come find you. What are you even doing in here?" Not taking his eyes off the sword he was working on, Izuku explained it's not easy to make new swords and armor from scratch, especially since I can't go buy molds for everything we would need. What with the impending threat of another raid attempt. So, I'm one of the only 2 people in the village with enough knowledge of how things go to forge things from scratch. Plus, I'm the only one who knows how to make enchanted weapons. And that's what the town guard uses. That shocked Moroyasu as well. "Your entire army has enchanted weapons." "Most of them," Izuku said. "But I wouldn't really call them that special. The weapons are just a bit stronger and a bit more durable than usual. The only member of the guard with an actually powerful enchanted weapon is Keel. Her weapon is enchanted to be able to turn her mana directly into power. And Raphtalia and Pony each have something I call the contingency plan." "The hell is that?" Izuku shook his head and didn't explain it. "Not something you need to know about. It's not like you could get into the building they're kept in anyways. Anyways, the reason you're here is because I clearly can't trust you to leave us alone, or to not harm others by your failures at being a hero. So, the best solution is to keep you here. You can go just about anywhere in town. And as long as you follow the rules, you'll be left alone. If you try to cause trouble, or try to escape, then you will be detained. Once the queen returns to the country, I have plans in place to alert her as to what's going on and help sort everything out. At that time, you will be free to leave." "Fine." Ren said something about having to watch over us, and then he had a few other jobs to do. "What's that about?" Moroyasu was almost afraid to ask, but he figured it would be brought up eventually. "The best way to keep you out of trouble is to keep you busy. Basically, every morning you will be given a list of duties you must complete by the end of the day. Once everything's done, you can turn that list into either Rifana or Windia. If they think you've done a good enough job at it, you'll be paid for your work. If they don't think you did good enough, the list the next day will be longer. The same thing will happen if you don't get everything done." Izuku finally finished the sword and put it in its sheath. "Hell no," Moroyasu shouted. "I'm doing chores. What gives you the right to order us around?" Standing up, Izuku wrapped up the sword in canvas and said, "Besides the fact that I could rip you in half like a piece of paper, this is my town. You follow my rules, or you face punishment. Everyone here has a job to do, and everyone does what they're best at. It isn't just a way to keep conflict from arising. It's the only way a place like this can survive. If even one person stops doing their job, it reduces the resources we have. I don't just want the people here to survive, I want them to live. If you look, you'll see that even though everyone needs to work, each person has time to relax and to enjoy themselves with what they love to do." The tone in the room shifted, and Izuku's eyes grew cold and hard. "If you threaten the careful balance that I've worked so hard to make and uphold, you won't see the light of day until the next wave." Izuku handed him a piece of paper. "This is your list of duties. If you can't find Rifana or Windia, go asking around. Either you'll find them eventually, or they'll find you." As Moroyasu left, Izuku sighed. He hated the fact that of the 4 heroes, he was the only one that people could rely on. If this world was going to survive, things needed to change. And they needed to change fast. Izuku let out a deep sigh as he left the holding cell area. He hated the fact that he had to keep Itsuki in there, but the bow hero refused to play nice. The second Itsuki woke up, he grabbed his bow and tried to shoot Ren with an arrow. That forfeited any protection he got from the spells Izuku had in place, and Ren kicked his ass hard while keeping his own. But even if Itsuki was beaten easily, the fact that he resorted to violence so quickly when even Moroyasu was showing that without being influenced by Main, he wasn't a complete dumbass and didn't make the situation he was in worse. He didn't like it but knew that his other option was worse. Itsuki refused to listen to reason, and so he would spend his time in Izuku's makeshift dungeon, constantly being watched over by 2 of the strongest guards in the village. And once the queen arrived, he would be her problem. As Izuku walked back towards his house to spend time with Pony and Raphtalia, he saw something walking towards the village. At first, he wondered if someone was using illusion magic, because what he was seeing seemed impossible. A Philolial the size of Tyrant Dragon Rex was approaching. It quickly reached the wall and tried to step over it, but Izuku's spells stopped it, and it took a step back. "Sir Shield Hero, I must speak with you and the other heroes," it shouted, revealing that the Philolial was a female. "Please allow me to enter your village." Using OFA, Izuku reached the top of the wall quickly so he could speak to her. "The only way you could get in is through the gate if it was open. Is there any way you can shrink down?" A massive burst of smoke covered the area, and after Izuku cleared it, a girl who could have been almost any age stood outside the wall. "That'll work." He ordered the guards to open the gate. He jumped off the wall to greet her. "You probably already know, but I'm Midoriya Izuku. Welcome to Luralona Village. You are my guest and will be given the same protections as every other guest. If you cause trouble, then those protections fade away. You will also find that everybody who lives in the village is almost impossible to hurt in any way, and the buildings are practically indestructible. I wouldn't waste the effort to try. As of now, I have no intention to cause you, your village, or the other 3 heroes any trouble. I am simply here to speak to you all and warn you of what is happening with the waves. I am Fitoria, Queen of the Philolials. May I ask where the other 3 heroes are? After thinking for a minute, Izuku said, right about now. I guess that Ren is at the docks helping catch fish, and Motoyasu is probably with either the farmers or the carpenter. Itsuki's locked up because the first thing he did when he woke up after our fight is try to attack people. I see. Fitoria looked upset after Izuku told her where the bow hero was. Can you bring them all to one place? We have much to discuss and very little time to do it. Nodding, Izuku called for Rifana and Keel. Once the 2 demi-humans showed up, Izuku said, Rifana, can you go get Ren and Motoyasu and bring them to the town hall? Sure thing, I'll get them there right away. Rifana acted as Izuku's eyes in the village. She reported only to him, Pony and Raphtalia, and kept track of everyone he needed her to. She worked really well with Windia, who acted as Izuku's ears. Even if somebody tried to have a conversation in secret, Windia knew about it, and if there was anything concerning, she would report it. Thank you, he spoke. Then he told Keel, I'm sure a lot of people saw Fitoria approach. Can you go assure everyone that there's nothing to worry about and I have the situation under control? Keel nodded and ran off without another word. Izuku then addressed Fitoria. Sorry if things seem harsh, but with so few of us we need everyone to pull their weight or major problems can arise. Following Izuku to the town hall, Fitoria said, I can understand. My pack of Philolials is much the same way. This is a dangerous world, and the weak are swallowed up by it if they are not careful. I also wish to speak to your party, especially the one you call Philo. She is a very special Philolial, after all. Now Izuku was a little bit suspicious. He could understand wanting to talk to the 4 heroes, because they were incredibly important for fighting the waves. But his party, sure, they were stronger than anyone but him, but for the most part they were unknown and not viewed as important. He stopped where he was and Fitoria stopped as well. What are you planning? After the ordeal with Tyrant Dragon Rex, Fitoria knew Izuku was powerful. But now that she was standing next to him and he was letting her feel the true depth of his power, she realized just how much stronger than her he was. It terrified her that a human who had only been in this world for about a year completely eclipsed a being who had been alive for over 1,000 years. The pressure he was releasing made it difficult for her to breathe and she almost collapsed to her knees. Finally, she managed to get out the words, I mean no harm to you or your party. I may not have revealed the whole truth to you yet, but I do not lie. That isn't an answer. What are you planning? Fine, she cried out as the pressure increased more. Philo is a Philolial queen, like me. I'm looking for a successor, and I want her to be the one to take my place as the true queen of the Philolials. In coming here, I intended to enlighten you and the other heroes as to what the situation in the rest of the world was, and to give Philo a gift that would crown her the next queen of the Philolials. Just as suddenly as the pressure appeared, it vanished and Fitoria could breathe properly again. Despite not being very tall, Izuku now appeared to tower over Fitoria. I do not appreciate things like this being hidden from me, especially if whatever is being hidden affects my family. I'll let you make your offer to Philo, but the choice is hers to make if she accepts it or not. And the next time you want to make an offer to one of my party members or residents of the village, I expect to know in advance. If I don't, I might not stop next time. Do you understand? It was both terrifying and calming to see Izuku react so strongly to someone he cared about being threatened. On one hand, he was so close to ending her life like he was snuffing out a candle. On the other, he cared about the people of this world, and there was nobody stronger than him in this world. Perhaps this time, the world would be safe for good with somebody like him fighting the waves. Yes, I apologize for trying to hide this from you. It was foolish of me to try to come into your village and keep secrets that would affect a member of your family from you. Good, wait in here, I'll bring everyone to you. Izuku opened the door to the town hall and showed Fitoria where to wait. The Philolial queen took a seat on one of the many chairs surrounding the large table. Then Izuku left her alone for a few minutes to go get Raphtalia, Pony, and Philo. Melty also insisted she come along, because she didn't want to leave Philo's side. Once he returned, the other heroes, including Itsuki, who was still under heavy guard and without his bow, were also waiting with Fitoria. I'm sure you all saw the giant Philolial outside the village boundary. That was Fitoria. Yeah, she kind of already explained that. Motoyasu rubbed the back of his head as he explained that to Izuku. He really didn't want to annoy him at the moment, mostly because it was almost sundown and he still had 4 items on his list. Okay, that saves me some time then. Izuku moved on. She said she has information about the waves, and then an offer for Philo. She can take things from here now. Standing up to address everyone, Fitoria said, thank you, Shield Hero. As you know, the 4 heroes are the only way to fight back against the waves. But you have only been clearing the waves that appear in Melremark. That has left the other countries defenseless against the waves. The only reason the world has not been destroyed is because I have been clearing those waves as they appear. But very soon it will reach a point where I am unable to defeat them. That will leave you 4 and your parties as the only means of defending against them. By having you all in the same country, you risk the others being overwhelmed. Ren thought about what they almost did. Just by being in the same country, they nearly doomed the world they had agreed to protect without even realizing it. I see. The king failed to inform us of the other countries even existing. And once we did find out, traveling out of Melremark was heavily discouraged, bordering on forbidden. Why would he do that? Probably because the king is a dirtbag who doesn't care about anyone but himself. He wanted the 4 heroes all to himself. He might have even been plotting to use us as bargaining tools to take over more land and make his temporary rule permanent. Think about it. All the countries of the world are being hit by the waves. But this one is the only one with us. After enough time, the rulers of the other countries would become desperate and do whatever it takes to get at least one of us to defend them. From the very beginning, the king has tried to make us his puppets. And with you 3 he succeeded for the most part. Izuku said, "The hell, we aren't anyone's puppets. We do what we want." Madoyasu argued back. The look Izuku gave him said that he didn't believe that for a second. Sure, you do what you want. That's why Main was able to manipulate you so easily, and why you mostly completed the list of chores I gave you. Madoyasu didn't say anything but grumbled as he realized that Izuku was right. Deciding to move on, Ren said he's right. Our duty was to defend the people of this world, but the only one who really did that was Midoriya. He protected those villages during the waves, and in the most recent one he did what we couldn't. The king filled our heads with the ideas that our job was to kill the monsters to make us stronger, and to get rewards from him. But on to something else. You make it sound like we're expected to fight waves alone. With a shake of her head, Vittoria said you would have your parties with you, as well as the 7-star heroes, once they are revealed. The 7-star heroes are heroes in possession of a 7-star weapon, also called a vassal weapon. In this world, there are 8 of them. However, I am unaware of the locations of all but one of them. They are the whip, the axe, the gauntlet, the claw, the hammer, the projectile, the staff, and the carriage weapons respectively. I am the current wielder of the carriage weapon, although I did not bring it with me to this meeting, as well as 2 others of equal or possible greater power than even the cardinal weapons. Itsuki asked, what about the other 2? Do you not have any information about them? If you don't have any information, then you're useless. He hated the fact that he was so easily beaten, and that the other 2 heroes were rolling over for Izuku, who Itsuki considered beneath him. Watch your tone with me, boy. I am older than you can imagine and far more useful to this world than you have been. I was getting to that. The other 2 are unique, as they have been given names and are well known in legend. One is the sword known as Durandal. The other is a pair of swords known together as Excalibur and Caliburn, sometimes just referred to as Excalibur. Although they are well documented by history and have been seen being wielded by multiple people over the centuries, their current location is unknown to me. Itsuki recoiled a bit at the harsh words, and when he tried to leave, Keel pressed the tip of her sword to his back. After Itsuki was forced to sit back down, Madoyasu said, great. So, if there are 8 vassal weapons, that would mean each of us would get 2 to make it fair. And for the other 2, whoever gets them first, I guess. Vittoria nodded. Correct. Not only is it fair for each of you to have 2 each, it is also impossible for you to add more than 2 7-star heroes to your party at a time. Once all the other 7-star heroes have been found and joined your parties, I will join whoever is left with only 1. And as for the wielders of Durandal and Excalibur, they do not follow the same rules. I am unsure about the origins of those weapons, much like the vassal and cardinal weapons, but their strength is undeniable. That left one question remaining. How do we find them? The next wave probably isn't that far away. And if it's anything like this one, the only one of us that'll be useful against the boss is Midoriya. And I've been locked up for the past few hours. I can't even call my bow back to me. How the hell did you manage to do that, Midoriya? Magic. Of course. I'll just add it to the ever-growing list of bullshit you've pulled. I'll put it right below stealing Madoyasu's spear and using it against him, despite the fact that you shouldn't even be able to use a weapon at all. Vittoria said, I am unsure. Perhaps they have already been found, and you just need to find their wielders. Perhaps you need to find the weapons, and the appropriate person to wield them. That is all for you 3. You may go. Shield Hero, I still wish to speak with you and your party. Izuku nodded and the other 3 heroes left, with Itsuki being led back to his cell by Keel. You seem to put a great deal of trust in Keel, Windia and Rafana, despite how young they are. They've more than earned it. Even if they look young, they're high level and really skilled. The only thing I find strange is how, despite the fact that they're almost at the level where Raphtalia was when she first became an adult, their age hasn't changed at all. Izuku said, The other demi-humans he had rescued had all become older, but those 3 were still the same age as when Izuku rescued them. That is quite strange, Vittoria said. I have no idea why that would be. At this time, we have other matters to focus on. Philo looked at the older Philolial. I am the queen of the Philolials. However, I am old, and I will not be able to protect our kind forever. That is why I wish for you to become my successor. Will you accept? Without even thinking about it, Philo said no. Why not? Vittoria expected many things when she came to this village run by the Shield Hero. She wasn't expecting the Shield Hero to terrify her just by standing in front of her and getting angry. And she definitely wasn't expecting Philo's answer to be no when she offered to make her Philoria's successor. You would live for a very long time, and you would be very powerful. I don't want to leave you, Daddy. After the waves are over, he's going back to his own world, and I'm going with him. If you made me a queen, I would have to stay here. But I don't want that. That wasn't exactly surprising anymore. I see. Well, I do hope you will reconsider Philo. The Philolials have always had a queen to lead them, and I must find one soon. One last thing before I go, Shield Hero. The curse powers you use, while they are impressive, they carry a heavy cost. I must ask you not to use them. I know the price of using them. I won't let my anger overwhelm me again. Very well. Then I offer you something else that is, while not as powerful, much safer to use. She plucked one of the cowlicks off the top of her head, which instantly grew back, and fed it to Izuku's shield. This is farewell for now. And Philo, if you change your mind, then just think about wanting to talk to me again and I will come find you. With those final words, Vittoria left the village. Before Izuku could return to his house, Raphtalia and Pony stopped him. We have a lot to talk about now. After Pony said that she and Raphtalia had Izuku sit back down in the chair he was in before. Normally, Izuku wouldn't be nervous talking to the two of them. But the way Pony had said that they needed to talk left him extremely nervous and wondering what he had done to upset them both. It was rarely good to hear those words. What do we need to talk about? He asked, internally cursing himself for stuttering like that. He was one of the strongest, if not the strongest, people in the world. And he was stuttering like he did before he came to this world. Pony sat down next to Izuku, not wanting to keep standing the entire time because this would likely be a long conversation. It isn't exactly what I wanted to talk about, but we should probably at least acknowledge the 7-star weapons and those other 2 weapons, and more specifically, what we're going to do about them. Raphtalia followed Pony's lead and sat down on the other side of Izuku. She then said, I believe a good place to start is to look at our weapons of choice. You prefer a single larger sword. That sounds similar to how I have heard Durandal described in the stories my father used to tell me. Pony nodded. She could see where Raphtalia was going with this. On the other hand, I have started to use 2 smaller swords, and while I have never heard of Excalibur and Calibur before, it would make sense that because they are a pair, they are also smaller than Durandal. I think it would be a good idea for you and me to claim those weapons for our own, so we can guarantee they are being used for good. I agree. Izuku chimed in. Those weapons are apparently at the same level as the 4 cardinal weapons, or possibly even above that level. If the wrong person got their hands on even one of them, they could do some serious damage. It will also make fighting the waves even easier for us, and with the waves getting more and more difficult each time, any advantage we can get needs to be taken. Then for the 7-star weapons, Windia is not only skilled with a staff, but her magic is powerful too, and the staff weapon could be really helpful for her. Keel has been experimenting with many different weapons, but lately she likes using an axe. Rafana still likes those daggers she uses, but she's also been experimenting with throwing them for fighting at a distance. So maybe the projectile would be good for her to use. Philo mainly fights with her claws and wings in her Philolial form, so the claw weapon would be the best choice for her. Izuku easily and quickly broke down the best choices for the other 4 members of Izuku's party. The only problem is that we can only have 2 of them in our party, Pony said, and I hate the idea of any of them going to one of the others' parties. But before we can cross that bridge, we need to find the weapons first. Nodding, Izuku had an idea. Vittoria said that she didn't know where any of the other weapons were, other than hers that is. But she's also been disconnected from society for centuries. I'll send a message to that trader who introduced us to the Merchants Guild info web. If anyone knows anything about any of the weapons, one of them will. Once we get that information, we'll find all of the weapons and guard them here. That way we can make sure they get into the hands of good people who will do the right thing. After we take our pick of them, of course. It might not be fair that Izuku and his party were going to have the first pick of the weapons and be the ones to decide who got the other weapon. But the other 3 heroes had shown multiple times that they couldn't be trusted with matters concerning the fate of the world. And any other option to help decide likely had their own agenda that wouldn't be best for the fate of the world and its people. That was why they would handle this themselves. Raphtalia asked, what about Melty? As of now, Melty isn't a member of our party. I'm not trying to be mean by saying that. It's just a simple fact. She hasn't expressed any sort of desire to join our party or to even help fight the waves directly. So, until she does, I'm leaving her out of the equation. If that changes and she joins our party, we can discuss it with her. He thought of something else. It might also be a good idea for us to ask her if she knows anything about the 7-star weapons or the other 3. But that's sorted out. Mostly, Pony was able to bring up the other thing she wanted to talk about with Izuku. Izuku, the very first time I met you, you helped me when nobody else would. Then you tried to save my life that very same day. Granted, that didn't go exactly as you planned, but it worked out well enough. When we came here and you weren't with me, I got so worried about you. Then I got captured by that slave owner, and you rescued me again in Raphtalia too. It made me so angry when I heard how you were treated. It made you into a different person. But as we did our best to save this world, the real you showed up again. You're kind, smart, sweet, smart, and funny. Not to mention cute. Izuku started blushing slightly at that, but Pony didn't stop. This world is dangerous, and it's cruel, but I can stand it all because of you. You've suffered through so much, but you still shine brighter than any star in the sky, and I love you for it. For just a few seconds, the 3 of them were silent. Pony and Raphtalia were waiting for Izuku to respond. And Izuku had no idea how to respond at first. He very quickly decided that he didn't have the right words to say, and instead used actions to describe how he felt. It took more courage than fighting the waves did. But he pulled Pony close to him and kissed her. It said more than any number of words could. And Pony melted into his arms as she finally got the man she wanted after so many months. Raphtalia was slightly jealous, but she knew she would also get her chance. After Izuku and Pony separated, Raphtalia said, I love you too, Izuku. Ever since you saved me, I've loved you. I promise to always stand by your side, and you've helped me through so much. Pony already said it, but this world is only bearable because of you. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far, and I wouldn't be able to protect the ones I love. And you and Pony are the ones I love the most. I want to be with both of you. It was almost more than Izuku could handle and better than he ever hoped for. He was worried that he would have to choose between his feeling for Pony and his feelings for Raphtalia, but that wasn't the case. They were both willing to date him. Wait, did this world even go on dates? That was answered quickly by Raphtalia saying, I'm so glad. We can get married as soon as possible. Both Pony and Izuku freaked out. They weren't ready for marriage yet. Raphtalia managed to keep herself contained for all of 10 seconds as she watched the shocked looks of her 2 lovers. Then she started laughing uncontrollably. She eventually managed to get out, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. After I heard you muttering that you didn't know if our world had dating, I knew I had to do that. What sort of world doesn't have dating? Izuku glanced at Pony, and she nodded, already knowing exactly what Izuku wanted to do. The 2 of them had stumbled across a few very interesting facts about Raphtalia during their time sleeping in the same bed. One of them wasn't to be mentioned outside of the bedroom, but the other thing they discovered was that Raphtalia was extremely ticklish. Both of them pinned Raphtalia to the ground and started tickling her until tears leaked out of her eyes from laughing too much, and she begged them to stop and apologized for tricking them like that. 2 days later, the merchant Izuku, Pony, Raphtalia, and Philo helped arrived at the town. He had been somewhat nearby and had some of the information Izuku requested. When he arrived, Izuku personally escorted him to the meeting hall. If anyone else did it, they would likely ask questions. And Izuku didn't want any information about what he was looking for getting to the other 3 heroes yet, especially not Itsuki. He even hid it from Keel, Rafana, and Windia for the moment, although he would tell them what was going on and invite them to join in collecting the weapons and bringing them back to the town. Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. I don't know how long until the next wave shows up, and I want to have another edge in case multiple people like Glass show up. It's no issue, I assure you. I was already in the area, and when I received word that you were asking about the 7-star weapons, as well as those other 3, I knew I had to offer my assistance. Although, this information isn't free. You know how it is. Izuku nodded, expecting that. He pulled out a bag full of potions and gemstones. How's this for payment? 6 gemstones, already prepared for enchanting, and 10 potions of various effects, all labeled and of the highest quality that I can make. The total value comes to about 80 gold coins. That's more than enough. And for the generous offer, I'll include one other bit of information you might find helpful. Now then, where to begin? I know, how about this? I only know of the location of one of the 7-star weapons. That would be the staff, which is currently wielded by the King of Melromark. What I can't find out is how he came across it. But that isn't important. As for the rest, I know who might be able to point you in the right direction. Somewhere along the northern border of Melromark, there is a town. The town itself isn't important, but a short distance to the west of that town is a log cabin. An old wizard lives there. He knows just about everything and can find out just about everything else. If you ask him about the location of the other weapons, he might be able to tell you. I regretfully have to inform you that I do not know the exact location of this town, so you're on your own there. But I'm sure you can handle it," the merchant said as he took the bag and looked through it to make sure everything was there before he continued. Izuku said, "I see. What about Durandal, Excalibur, and Caliber? Do you know their locations?" After a small pause, the merchant said, "I do, and I don't. Durandal is simple. Just about any merchant worth their salt can tell you where it is. The problem is that nobody has been able to claim it. Everyone who has gone into the cave it resides has vanished without a trace. I'll mark the location of the cave on a map for you. As for Excalibur and Caliber, there are 2 rumors about the location that are always mentioned and seem credible enough. One is that the Three Heroes Church protects both of them and never lets anyone see them. The other is that they are stuck in a stone at the bottom of the deepest lake in the world, which is thankfully also in Melrimar. I'll mark that down as well. That is unfortunately all I know about them." He pulled out a map and marked 2 locations down, then handed it to Izuku. "Thank you," Pony then asked. "But what about the extra information?" "Ah yes, I almost forgot. Normally there is one way to separate a 7-star weapon from its owner, and that is to kill them. However, I came across an ancient scroll that mentions another possibility. I have no way to confirm it, but the scroll says that if an owner of one of the weapons is misusing the power or not helping combat the waves, then one of the Holy Cardinal Heroes can strip their weapon and title away from them. I am unsure how this is done, or if it even works, but it does save you the trouble of killing the king if you plan to collect all 8 of them." He got up and put the bag Izuku gave him into his pack. "And with that, I bid you farewell. I do hope you call on me again the next time you need something. Ta-ta." He exited the meeting hall, then poked his head back in. "Oh, one last thing. There's a rumor going around that the noble who inherited this land from her father escaped from imprisonment in the castle and is trying to make her way back. Just a little warning for you, in case it's true and she tries to cause trouble." With that, he left and Izuku looked at the map he was given with the 2 locations with Pony and Raphtalia next to him. "So, where do you want to start first?" he asked them, as there were so many different places they could go to look. Pony thought for a minute, then said it would be best to get as many out of the way in as short a time as possible. "We don't know when the next wave will be, and we don't want to miss it because we're looking for things to help us fight them. The Eastern Mountains are the only location that we know for sure will give us a chance to claim one of the weapons. Then, we either go to the capital for the staff and one of the rumors about Excalibur and Caliber, or we go to the lake for the other one. Those give us the best chance to find them." "I agree," Raphtalia chimed in. "There are too many unknowns, and the other locations are too far away from each other for us to get to them without going so far out of the way we might miss something important. So, we start with the cave holding Durandal. Then I say we go to the capital and see if you can strip the staff away from the king and get the church to hand over the swords or at least admit they have them. Then if they don't have them, we go to the lake and find a way to get to the bottom of it safely." A voice spoke out. "Perhaps I could be of some assistance with all of your tasks." Melty had entered the meeting hall with Philo right behind her and her guards waiting outside. "As the second princess and the next in line for the throne, I can force the church to tell me if they have the swords you speak of. And with my water magic, getting to the bottom of the lake is a relatively simple task, if a bit tiring." She was underselling how much effort it would take to make a pocket of air at the bottom of a lake, but she was also confident in her abilities. "How long have you been standing there?" Izuku asked, not having heard her come in. Melty answered, "About since Pony stated the best options." "I don't plan on mentioning it." With a small smile, Izuku said, "Thank you. I'll get Windia, Keel, and Rifana and inform them of our plans and give them the option to join us." A few hours after the meeting between Izuku and the merchant, the group was ready to set off. It was very lucky that their old wagon recently got upgraded to a newer and bigger one because the old one would have been cramped between all the food, medical supplies, backup weapons, and of course, the people riding in the wagon. The ones that were going were Izuku, Pony, Raphtalia, Philo, Melty, and Windia. Keel and Rifana decided to stay behind with admittedly sound reasoning. "We're the 2 strongest fighters in the village beside you, Pony and Raphtalia. Somebody needs to stay here to keep those 3 in check and lead the army in case of another attack by the king or anyone else. As captain of the guard, it's my responsibility to protect this village, especially when you're not here to do it yourself," Keel had said when asked why she didn't want to go. Rifana had added, "Besides, none of the weapons you're going after will be of much use to us. We don't use staffs, and Pony and Raphtalia have already claimed the other 2 weapons you're going after. Now get going. If you wait too much longer, you'll have to travel at night to get to a good place to stop and rest." Somewhat reluctantly, the group of 6 left the village. They knew it was probably fine because of all the permanent enchantments on the village and the villagers, but they couldn't help but worry. As the wagon disappeared over a hill, Rifana and Keel watched from the top of the wall surrounding the village. "Be safe, father," they both whispered to themselves. Once their father figure, not that either had told Izuku about it yet, was out of sight, Keel turned around to look inward at the village. It had expanded quickly after the other 3 heroes arrived, and 2 of them started helping to gather resources. "Let's get to work," she spoke. Rifana nodded. Luckily, their tasks were simple. Keel had 3 jobs. 1. Station guards where they needed to be, including having some patrol the village. 2. Lead all the guards on training exercises at noon every day. And 3. Plan a way to smoke out and destroy a dangerous monster that had created a nest near the village recently. It was a strange creature. It looked like a dragon, but without wings and about half the size. But it was faster than a dragon, and almost as physically strong. It had heavily injured several villagers, but thankfully they all survived and recovered with no issues. Like Keel, Rifana also had 3 tasks. 1. Check all of the spots that were easiest for people to exchange information without being overheard. 2. Listen for any problems the villagers had and make a report to deliver to Izuku. And 3. Make sure Itsuki wasn't causing any problems. The bow hero had become increasingly angry in recent days and needed constant observation. A few hours passed and a guard ran up to Keel. "Captain Keel," he shouted in a panic. "It's horrible. The bow hero has escaped his cell and retrieved his bow. He is trying to escape the village." Keel recognized the guard as one of the ones she had assigned to keep Itsuki from trying anything. The bow hero still managed to do something. Besides a few bruises and a bloody nose, the guard was mostly unharmed, so she wasn't too worried about him. "Take me to him. Groups A, B, and C come with me. Groups D, E, and F go find those out gathering resources and escort them back to the village. Group P, alert Rifana and follow any orders she gives you. Everyone else, double patrols around the village and on the walls. You." She grabbed the arm of the guard who alerted her and yanked him to his feet. "Lead me to where you last saw him. Go, now." It was times like these that made sure nobody questioned why Keel was the leader of them all. It was no coincidence that Itsuki chose now of all times to make his escape. That meant one of 2 things. 1. She needed to re-educate her soldiers on how to keep secrets, especially from prisoners. Or, the far worse option, there was a mole in the guard who told Itsuki what was going on. Either way, this was a bad situation that could quickly escalate into a catastrophe. It was a good thing that Philo could travel so fast. Izuku didn't want to have to spend too much time away from his town. Not with the threat of another attack from the king imminent. They decided that the best course of action would be to ride right past the capital the first time around. It would be better when confronting the church about Excalibur and Caliber with the legendary blade in their possession, specifically ponies. By the time the sun was setting, they had made it about halfway to the mountain range the cave would be in. While there, one of the experiments Izuku had been working on with the help of Windia paid off. Inside his bag, a small white orb started glowing brightly and turned blue. He pulled it out and said, "Keel, is something wrong?" "Izuku," the demi-human answered with relief. "Your experiment worked perfectly. I can hear you like you're standing right next to me. But everything isn't all right here. The bow hero has escaped. He retrieved his bow after somehow escaping his cell. The guards keeping him in are both fine, but a bit bruised up. Right now, I'm in a secure location because nobody can overhear what I'm about to say." She took a deep breath before she delivered the worst news. "We might have a traitor. The only way to open up that cell is from the outside. We're still trying to get the story of what happened. Keep an eye out. I have a feeling he isn't going to just vanish quietly. For now, I'm stopping all resource gathering squads from going out. We have enough food to last for about a week. I hope you're back by then." The connection cut out right after that, signaling that Izuku still had some work to do with the communication devices. He sighed. Pony asked, "What should we do now? Do you want to go back?" Izuku shook his head. On his own, Itsuki can't touch the town. He knows that and won't want to risk getting caught again, so he'll likely get as far away as possible. He isn't a threat at the moment. We'll continue with the mission and deal with him later. Hopefully, by then we can sort things out peacefully. Raphtalia stirred the pot of soup she was making and nodded. "If the worst comes to pass, we will be more than capable of recapturing him. Though, I wish he could see the truth." "Me too, Raphtalia. But he's stubborn. He wants to be this mythical hero who can never be beaten so badly that he's blinded to what he needs to do to be that hero." It was just one more similarity between Itsuki and another stubborn blonde he knew. And he wasn't talking about Madoyasu. A few hours passed and it was time for them to sleep. Windia took the first watch and looked in envy at how Pony and Raphtalia were both curled up against Izuku, with his arms around them. She wanted to be in one of their positions more than anything. The only good thing about seeing them sleeping together was that Windia now knew Izuku was open to having multiple partners, as were the girls. She didn't have to worry about being rejected because he already had someone. "Sleep well, Izuku, Pony, and Raphtalia. I love you all." Windia wasn't quite sure when she first realized it, but she had fallen in love with Pony and Raphtalia just as much as she had Izuku. It took another day for the party to reach the cave that held Durandal. On the way there, Pony decided something. She knew whatever was in this cave was dangerous. Hundreds of adventurers tried to claim the sword and none of them were ever heard from again. That was why. As they were staring into the dark mouth of the cave, jagged rocks resembling teeth made it seem like the cave ate anyone who dared to enter it. She grabbed the bag she had prepared and walked ahead of the others. "I'm going in alone," she declared. Pony hated to do this, but she knew she couldn't let any of them get hurt for her. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but Pony stopped him. "Please, I have to do this." Izuku looked at the mouth of the cave again. At first glance, it didn't look like anything special. A bit creepy, sure, but nothing abnormal. But if you focused on the mana signature in the air, it revealed another story. The cave was deep and narrow. 3 larger rooms had some sort of other mana sources before it continued down and finally reached the main one that sent waves of mana all the way up to the surface. It screamed danger. Then Izuku looked over at Pony. One look at his girlfriend revealed the only answer in this situation. He said, "Okay, go, but be careful." He gave her a hug and a kiss, then let go so Raphtalia and, surprisingly, Windia could do the same. "But if you're not back in 2 hours, I'm going in after you." "Okay." Pony nodded and promised to come back safely. 2 hours wasn't a lot of time in all honesty. With one last glance back at Izuku, Raphtalia, Philo, and Windia, Pony descended into the depths. Philo asked, "Is she going to be all right?" "I don't want anything to happen to her. She'll be okay," he said softly. Then he turned away from the cave entrance. If he kept looking at it, he would convince himself to follow Pony and to protect her. But that would be an insult to her abilities and his trust in her. So, he faced the forest they had exited a short time before. Right now, he couldn't let show how worried he was. For Philo's and Windia's sake. Because I couldn't take it if she's not. Raphtalia was worrying just as much. And she sat down next to Izuku and took his hand. On the other side, Windia sat down and grabbed his other hand while Philo sat down behind the 3 of them and allowed them to lean on her for support. The path down was steep and uneven. If Pony walked too fast or tried to run, she would likely fall and twist her ankle. So instead, she put a new idea of hers to the test. She had only ever used it in controlled environments. So this would be its first real field test. First, she shot off 4 horns and had them float into a square formation. Then she used her lightning magic, blasted all 4 horns with lighting, and formed the electricity into a net. At first, the horns just held the charge, but then the moisture in the air started to condense into a miniature black storm cloud. That's new. Normally when she did this, it was just the electric web that Pony could stand on. It was slightly wobbly, but nothing too bad. She stepped onto the floating cloud and found it was perfectly stable. But this isn't bad. Let's see if it's controlled the same way. She started gliding down the slope much quicker than she could have managed while walking. The ceiling of the cave was high enough for her not to worry about hitting it with her horns. She quickly reached the first room and stepped inside. Torches provided the only light. And it was a bit hard to see. Skeletons were everywhere and the door to the other side was closed tight. Well, doors. There were 3 of them. One large door painted gold, made of steel, embedded with gems, and enchanted to be impossible to break. Next to it were 2 smaller doors, painted silver and made of the same thing. The fact that the large door was still closed told a story. It was unlikely that anyone had gotten past this obstacle. They had all died trying somehow. And Pony had a feeling that whatever killed them was behind one of the doors. She hopped off the cloud and let it dissipate as she walked towards the doors. Once she got to the center of the room, there was a loud click and torches all around the room went out for a moment. When they were lit, they were brighter. Pony saw a bunch of weapons in front of her, and one of the silver doors was starting to open. There was a sword and shield, a pair of daggers, an axe, a bow with arrows, and a whip. The magic of the room had also stolen the sword off her back. I see. You have to adapt to use the weapons the room provides. But what's stopping somebody from using magic to fight? The first silver door was almost completely open, and Pony could see what was waiting inside. It looked sort of like a dragon, but it was about the size of a horse and had no wings. Pony grabbed the weapons she was most familiar with, the sword and shield, and prepared for battle. The miniature dragon charged, but Pony met its attack head-on with the shield, using her incredible strength to stop the monster in its tracks. It tried to push her down, but she was able to overpower it with a burst of lightning magic charged in the shield to knock it back. The lightning didn't seem to hurt it, so Pony fired her horns at it instead. They shattered harmlessly against the beast's scales. Seriously, was the only way to hurt this thing by using the weapons provided? It would explain how so many still failed when almost everyone knew some level of magic. Fine then, my turn. She might not have been able to use magic to attack, but she could use it to corner the beast and help herself move. She shot towards the beast by blasting the ground below her with lightning to propel her forward. To make sure the drake couldn't dodge, she made a cage of lightning around it that it wouldn't be able to get through. She brought her sword down on its left leg hard, slicing into the scales easily with her strength and nearly removing the arm completely. She then dropped the weapons and grabbed the drake, throwing it across the room as hard as she could. The impact shook the entire room, and the leg she had cut looked like it was barely connected to the rest of its body. Behind Pony, a deep growl emanated. The other door had opened without her realizing it, and another monster had stepped out. This one was a wolf, but about twice the size of the drake. It also had red glowing eyes and fur as black as night. The torches next to it seemed to dim just from being close to the wolf. It lunged at Pony, and she dropped to the ground, letting it sail over her. The wolf landed next to the drake, which had ripped its leg off and let it regenerate. Okay, regeneration. I can deal with that. There were two ways to deal with something that could regenerate. One, you could destroy the brain and or heart. Or two, you could destroy the entire body. The drake seemed immune to magic, so the second option was out unless she could somehow drop part of the ceiling on it. Scooping up her sword and shield again, Pony charged the drake and wolf. She slammed the wolf in the face with the shield and used a burst of lightning magic to blast it away like she had done to the drake earlier. Then, she dropped into a slide and bisected the drake right down the middle, destroying its brain and heart in the process. The first of the monsters fell to the ground dead. Then, it burst into smoke and left a small golden key behind that Pony quickly grabbed and put in her bag. Then Pony turned her attention to the wolf. Its fur was charred where the lightning had struck it from the shield bash, but it didn't look too hurt by it. It lunged at her again, but this particular challenge wasn't meant for one as fast or strong as Pony. She dodged to the side and slashed the wolf with her sword, but it bounced off harmlessly with a burst of sparks. The only damage was from the magic she had hit it with. As a quick test, she blasted the wolf with a bolt of lightning. But it didn't do anything to it. Pony quickly figured out the answer. The weapons and my magic together. That's the only way to hurt it. You've had to be skilled with both weapons and magic to pass the challenge. She charged her sword and shield with lightning and stood waiting. The wolf was too slow to hit her by charging, but she would get nowhere from trying to attack it head on. The best option was to stop it with the shield and counter with the sword. Sparks flew and lightning lit up the room as the torches started to fade. Just before the last torch faded completely, Pony struck the killing blow by slicing the wolf's head off. It also burst into smoke and left behind another golden key. The two keys flew towards the door and into keyholes. There was a soft click and the door slid open silently. One down, two more to go. She once again sped down the tunnel on the miniature storm cloud she could make. On the surface, Izuku finally found a distraction from Pony being alone in a place that nobody had ever returned from. A large group of adventurers had come to try to claim the sword as well, but stopped when they saw Izuku. The leader of the group asked, "You're the shield hero, aren't you?" "And if I am." The leader pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to Izuku while everyone else drew a weapon. "You've got a bounty on your head. 200,000 gold will set us up for life. We're taking you in, dead or alive." He also drew a weapon, a two-handed longsword like Pony used. Izuku sighed. "Philo, Raphtalia, Windia, let me handle this." He then addressed the group of adventurers. "Normally I would have given you the option to leave before somebody got hurt. But right now, I need to get rid of some stress." That was the only warning the group got before Izuku attacked. Even without OFA, a single punch from Izuku was usually more than enough to knock a normal person out. It was a somewhat pleasant surprise when the leader got back up. His chest plate was dented with a small crack in it, but it was repairing itself rather quickly. What the hell are you?" Green lightning sparked around Izuku. The wrong person to pick a fight with today. The next room was much different from the other one. First, there was a much smaller door and only one of them. Only a human or something human-sized would be able to fit through it. There was also a single keyhole. What made the room vastly different from the other one was that it was completely lit up, whereas the other room had been slightly dim. In the room, there were 10 different stands, with a differently shaped key on 9 of them. On the ground in front of the door was a skeleton with the 10th key. Pick the wrong key, and you die. But which key is the right one? Pony didn't want to leave it to chance, because those were horrible odds. So, she inspected the room to see if it would give any keys. There were faces painted on the walls. Each one was looking at the same place, the stand without the key. Whoever else managed to get this far must have realized the same thing and tried that key. But it wasn't the right one, so there had to be more to the puzzle. That stand had something to do with the right key, but it wasn't the one that used to be sitting on it. Pony looked at the stand itself. She touched the top and it sank into the ground a bit. Barely noticeable, but enough for her to realize that it happened. She touched all of the others in the same way, but none of them moved at all. Pony pressed down on the top, but it wouldn't move down anymore. So instead, she tried to pull it up. All that did was reset it to the base position. Frustrated, she gave the stand a shove. She didn't expect it to do anything, but the stand slid backward about a foot. It revealed another key, this one made of bronze whereas the others were made of silver. But it couldn't be the right key because it was much too large, twice as big as the keyhole for the door. She looked around everywhere for a keyhole this one would fit in. She pushed the stand over on its side to inspect the bottom, but there was nothing. No keyholes anywhere she could see. Even though the last test had been a fight, Pony thought this one was much harder. Then she realized something. She had only been looking at the walls and floor. The ceiling might hold the answer. Looking up, she saw an intricate mural. It was a maze. She found the beginning of it and started to follow it the best she could. When she got to the place where the X would be, she looked around to see if this would reveal something hidden before. And there it was. On the wall where nothing was there before, a keyhole now existed. There was some strange magic in this place, but Pony wasn't going to question it. She put the key in the keyhole, and it transformed into a smaller golden key. She then used that key on the door, and it opened. The final room was smaller than the other two and filled with grass and moss. There was an empty stone altar in the center of the room, and despite there being no light source, the room was bright enough to see everything. She entered the room and the door shut tight behind her. Her regular sword finally reappeared on her back too. There was no evidence anyone had ever made it this far. No skeletons of those who had died trying to claim the sword. No footprints. The only light came from the place the sword should be. That did leave the question of who made all this. The puzzle, the fight, the whole cave. But right now, Pony didn't care. She walked towards the altar but stopped when a dark figure appeared. It was a shadowy copy of her, even including her horns. Pony drew her sword, and the shadow did the same. She took a step to the left and her opponent mirrored her movement. Every move she made the copy mirrored. The two clashed blades and Pony realized that she and the shadow were perfectly equal in strength and speed. Her sword ignited with bright yellow lightning and the shadow's sword lit up with dark orange lightning. It could copy her magic as well. Both figures were thrown back and Pony realized something. The copy was reacting to her movements perfectly. It was fast, but it couldn't make a move before Pony could. If she tried to clash with it, she would get nowhere. Magic also wouldn't work because it would copy that as well. As a sort of test, she fired off a couple of horns at the shadow, and while it leaned its head down to do the same, it couldn't copy that ability. Whoever designed this place managed to use magic to copy physical and magical abilities. But they had no idea what a quirk was, so the shadow couldn't copy it. That was how she could beat it. The two horns she fired missed because she wanted to see if it would work and didn't focus on aiming them. But this time she was. A barrage of sharp horns pierced the shadow and broke its sword, leaving it defenseless. Pony ran over and struck the final blow with her own sword, leaving no trace of the shadowy copy of herself. After she beat it, a bright light filled the room. When the light faded, it was there. Durandal was hers to claim. All she had to do was go in there and grab it. Durandal was bigger than her regular sword, though not by much. It had a gold cross-shaped hilt and a black blade with an edge that looked incredibly sharp. It was buried a foot deep in the stone and Pony would have to pull it out. She went to the altar and grabbed the hilt with both hands. Pony took a deep breath before pulling with all her might. Right before the 2 hours Izuku had given to Pony ended, she exited the cave with Durandal on her back. It luckily came with a sheath that appeared when she claimed it. Once she stepped into the light, Pony was trapped in a hug by Izuku, Raphtalia, Philo, and Windia. She hugged them all back. After a minute, Izuku asked, "How do you feel?" Different. Her magic felt easier to call on, but also stronger and harder to control. And she finally felt like she could stand equal to Izuku instead of being one step behind him because of his status as a legendary hero. It was only a little after noon, and they still had a lot to do before the next wave hit. "Good," Izuku said. "Let's get going. Next stop, the capital." He then paused and said, "Oh, and Raphtalia, can you cut the ropes? These guys won't bother us anymore, will you?" The leader of the group shook his head violently. Anything to keep from angering that insane green-haired monster again. While it was true that Itsuki was still at large and there were only 6 days left before the town ran out of food, the group stopped by the capital. It was on the way back to Heroes Rest too, so they might as well take what they needed while they were there. It only took a few hours to reach the front gates of the capital. The problems arrived once they were there. First of all, the gates were shut tight instead of being open like they normally were. The only times the gates closed were when the capital was under attack or during the waves, which led to problem number 2. In front of the gate was a group of 6 soldiers dressed in full armor and brandishing all sorts of weapons. On the walls above the gate, another 6 mages, and twice as many archers stood with bows and staffs drawn, waiting for the command to fire. Among those at the top of the wall stood Maine, sword drawn and hand blazing with fire magic. "Devil of the Shield," the leader of the soldiers shouted. "You and your party are under arrest for the kidnapping of Princess Melty and the assault and attempted murder of the royal army and the 3 heroes. Come quietly or we will use deadly force." Izuku was almost annoyed. He killed a couple of 100 monsters on his own during the last wave, and each monster was stronger than the average soldier. And now here he was at the capital, where a force of only 25 waited for him. If this is all he sent, the king must be underestimating us. Either that or he considers you all expendable. It wasn't Izuku that called out, but Pony. She was trying to goad the tiny army into a fight. Partly because a fight was already coming and there was no way to avoid it, and partly because she wanted to test out her new sword and the strength it granted her. She drew the sword and swung it in one swift moment, sending a burst of lightning forward. The 6 soldiers were struck and blasted into the closed gate with enough force to break the locks and wooden barricade and open it. There were heavy cracks in the gates, and they looked like they would fall apart in the next breeze. Behind the gates were the capital, no extra soldiers waiting for them and no sign that the city was actually on lockdown. Up on top of the wall, Maine was pissed and terrified. She knew that sword. It was Durandal. How do you have that? It was supposed to be impossible to claim. She jumped down and struck at Pony with her sword, only for Pony to meet the strike. Before, there would have been a brief struggle before Pony overpowered Maine and forced the spoiled princess away. This time, there was no struggle at all. The 2 blades connected, and Maine was blasted away from the force behind Durandal instantly. She flew past the soldiers that were unconscious on the ground from Pony's last attack. Because there was nothing to stop her, Maine flew far down the street where people were going about their daily lives. People screamed and ran into buildings and down alleys to escape whatever did that. Maine was a proficient fighter and one of the best mages in the country, and no normal soldier or adventurer could best her. And there she was, knocked out by a single attack that wasn't even an attack, just a parry to her strike. Pony had gone from a force to be reckoned with to quite possibly the strongest person in the world. The only person who might have been stronger than her was Izuku, and that was only if he was using as much of OFA as was safe for him. Durandal had become a part of Pony after she claimed it, almost like a second quirk. She didn't realize it yet, but she could summon the blade at will and store it in a pocket dimension while she didn't need it. That was why she felt so much stronger than before. All the magic and power in the sword had transferred to her, and the sword was just a vessel to help that power manifest safely. Once Excalibur and Calibur were found and Raphtalia claimed them, the same thing would happen to her. But at the moment, they had other things to do. If the party waited too long, the king would call every soldier in the city to the castle to protect him, making it much harder to get the staff from him. So, they made their way to the castle. A few guards tried to attack them, but Pony dealt with them the same way she did with the others. Eventually, people realized that it was pointless and started running when the party approached. Those that didn't run were the ones frozen in fear. Luckily, the ones attacking were not actually attacking. They had business with the king and the pope, not these soldiers. So, if they didn't attack the party wouldn't attack them. Although Philo stole food from the stands as people cowered and did nothing to stop her, it took only a few minutes to reach the throne room, where the king was waiting. He sat on his throne, already in a bad mood. When Izuku stepped forward to speak, the king spoke first. "I should have known you would come for me. My youngest daughter is safe in that little fortress you have made. I take it. Though, safe for how long? As long as I live, that barrier will not fall or be broken. Not by any force from this world or my own. And trust me when I say, even the strongest from this world pale in comparison to the champions of my own." It was true. For all the power the army and the monsters held, the average pro hero would shred those monsters with relative ease if they fought to kill them. Anyone in the top 100 could likely solo a wave on their own, though somebody like Glass would require somebody from the top 50, possibly even the top 10. The king thought hard about this. 5 warriors had already been summoned from 4 different worlds. If he could isolate the world the shield hero came from, the powerful warriors of that world could bring him to the top of the world. It seems I have a solution to my problem then. That barrier cannot be broken. I cannot get replacements for the useless heroes that reside in that place while it is up, nor can I get my daughter. He stood up and grabbed a small steel staff with a small purple gem embedded into the top of it. The solution to said problem is to kill you. He pointed the staff at Izuku and shot a massive ball of fire, only for Izuku to bat the attack aside with one hand, blowing a hole in the wall. Kaken's explosions were hotter than that. "You say killing me is the solution to your problem. I told you before. You can't hurt me, let alone kill me." The king growled in anger but said nothing. He pulled more and more mana into the staff from the surrounding area as he charged up a much stronger attack. But before the king got the chance to fire off said skill, Windia acted. As she moved to the front of the group, a flash of light blinded everyone momentarily. The wolf she had healed and tamed a few weeks ago had appeared from nowhere. It had vanished the night after she saved it, upsetting Windia. But it hadn't returned to the forest like everyone thought it had. It had instead been transported to a different plane of reality, waiting to be called upon. It had also grown from a juvenile to a fully grown adult. If it had been large before, now it was massive. It was taller than Izuku while on all fours, which wasn't saying all that much because Izuku was pretty short himself, and even from the other end of the throne room the king could count each massive fang in the beast's mouth. "Surrender and relinquish ownership of the 7-star staff to me, or I will take it from you by force." Izuku wasn't sure if Windia could win that fight, but the look in her eyes told him everything he needed to know. Unless she was about to die, Izuku wouldn't intervene or let anyone else do so. But he also formed a large barrier to keep anyone from interrupting and protect them if the palace collapsed above them from the fight. You think I'd bow to a filthy demi-human like you? Perish. An even larger fireball shot forwards, but the wolf stepped in front of it and black flames roared to life around it. However, this time instead of hurting the wolf, the flames coated it similarly to how Izuku's full cowling did. The fireball slammed into the wolf and was stopped cold. It started shrinking as the black flames started growing, absorbing the king's attack and powering up the wolf. The fireball was absorbed completely and Windia raised her staff. The black fire that surrounded the wolf transferred to the staff Windia wielded. Black fire beam, she spoke, and the flames rushed forward to attack the king, who barely raised a magic shield in time to block it. Because of the hasty nature of the shield, and the fact that the king hadn't used his magic for anything in almost a decade, the shield broke and the last of the flames hit the king and forced him back into his throne. His robes were smoking, and the top of his staff glowed red from the heat, but the king was otherwise fine. While the shield wasn't able to completely stop the attack, it dispelled it enough for him to survive. Without that shield, the flames would have burned him to ash in an instant. The wolf collapsed to the ground after absorbing that powerful attack and then transferring all its energy to Windia, who was similarly exhausted from that attack but not to the point of collapse. But before the king could do anything else, Izuku stepped in. That's enough. A pulse of his aura forced the king to his knees. Izuku's next words reverberated through the hall and were heard throughout the entire city. I deem you unfit to wield that staff. You have refused to fight the waves with the heroes, as is your duty. You have taken a throne you have no claim to by force. Your actions have segregated the demi-human population and forced them into the role of slaves. On my authority as the legendary shield hero, I strip you of your title as a 7-star hero and I take away the 7-star staff. The staff, which had been the only thing keeping the king from landing flat on his face, was ripped from his grasp by a mysterious force and flew away. Before it could exit the throne room through the hole in the wall, Windia managed to leap up, grab it, and pull it to her chest. The force that had been controlling it vanished and Windia fell to the ground, her fall cushioned by Raphtalia and Pony. Izuku came over and asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel strange. Something has changed in me. I am the same as I was, yet I am also different." The difference was clear to see as well. Instead of the gradual aging up Raphtalia had experienced, it happened all at once. Windia grew taller, her bones and organs and muscles all stretching and growing with her. It should have been a painful process, but it somehow wasn't. All she felt was a slight tingling sensation as she grew. By the time it was done, Windia stood at the same height as Raphtalia at around 5'12". Pony pouted a bit at once again being the shortest, as now Windia was also about an inch taller than her, not counting the horns. Philo was technically shorter than Pony, but only when she was in her human form. In Philolial form, Philo towered above them all by quite a large margin. "You grew," Izuku said, slightly amazed at watching the transformation happen all at once. However, while Windia had grown, her clothes had not grown with her. That led to her dress being multiple sizes too small and it was barely fitting anymore. If Windia moved too much, it would tear, leaving her exposed. Thankfully, Pony and Raphtalia grabbed her, picked her up, and put her on top of Philo, leaving Izuku behind. The four of them returned to the wagon, which had been hidden outside the city to keep from people trying to steal from it, where both Pony and Raphtalia had extra sets of clothes and armor in case something happened to the ones they were wearing. As they left, Izuku shouted, "Hey, don't leave me behind with this idiot." The king had been silent the entire time, but not because he was shocked into silence, but because he was no longer there. While the party was distracted by Windia's transformation, the king quietly slipped away deeper into the castle. Not like it mattered all that much. Izuku had no more reason to go after him now that the staff belonged to Windia. Using a bit of OFA, Izuku arrived at the wagon just in time to see Windia in her new clothes. It wasn't another dress, as Windia felt that dresses were no longer her style outside of formal events. It was the spare set of armor Raphtalia had brought with her. It had long white sleeves and a brown and red armored chest piece with a brown leather belt around her waist. It ended in a skirt, but below that was a pair of black leggings. It didn't look all that good for protection, but enchantments and magic woven into it during the crafting of it made it just as strong, if not stronger, than a full set of plate armor. "How do I look, Izuku?" Windia's voice had gone from being innocent and cute to melodic and beautiful. It wasn't often Izuku found himself blushing. He normally only did it when Pony and Raphtalia snuck into his bed to cuddle with him. But now he couldn't fight the slight red tint in his cheeks as he looked at Windia. "You look good," he got out, not trusting himself to say more than that. With a slight snicker, Raphtalia whispered, "That means you look great. Look at him, he can barely keep his eyes off you." That made Windia blush as well, realizing that Izuku found her attractive. That put her one step closer to what she wanted. Those words echoed through the city. It told the Pope everything he needed to know. He looked to one of the priestesses near him. "The Devil of the Shield will be coming here next." The rumor about one of his party members claiming Durandal now holds merit. Izuku Midoriya just stole the vassal staff from the king. If he is collecting powerful weapons to prepare for the next wave as I suspect him to be doing, he will be coming here to claim Caliber next, without a doubt. Are you sure? We have told nobody about our possession of the blade. How could he have learned it is here? With a sigh at how naive the priestess was, the Pope said knowledge about Caliber and Excalibur's whereabouts have been circulating the merchant guilds and information hubs for almost a decade now. The Devil of the Shield likely has contacts in the merchant world given that he was hiding in the form of a merchant during the time between the first and second waves, or he used his dark magic to steal that secret from someone. It doesn't matter how he did it, he knows, and he will come for it and take it back to his fortress of evil in the east. The Pope knew that Izuku didn't have the power to steal information from somebody's mind, or the ability to change his form to look like an unsuspecting merchant. But the more he spread those rumors, the more people would fear him for the unnatural nature of said powers. And if people feared the shield, they would unite against him. And a united people were much easier to control than a divided one. One thing was true though, the shield hero would be coming to claim Caliber for one of his party members. There was no way he was taking it for himself, and any rumor saying that he had managed to wield the legendary spear along with his shield was ridiculous. Such a thing was impossible. We cannot stop him. We lack the numbers to feed our last hope for long enough to defeat him. I will retreat to the catacombs and escape the city. I will gather our forces and we will march on that wretched place and raze it to the ground, finally getting rid of the Devil of the Shield and his unholy influence, once and for all. The Pope had a way with words that made others listen. It was how he rose to the position he now held. And the priestess looked at him like he was channeling the very essence of God, the foolish woman. She wasn't sure if it was because she could now stand as an equal to the other three because of the staff, or if it was from her finally growing up and being the same age. But Windia decided something. Screw it. I've waited long enough. She threw herself at Izuku and kissed him. She pulled back and said, I love you, Izuku. I love you, and Pony, and Raphtalia. It was right about then she realized a flaw in her logic. Just because she loved them doesn't mean they loved her back. She turned her head to look at the other two, only to see them trying not to laugh. Pony said, took you long enough. You really weren't as subtle as you thought you were. Especially after Raphtalia heard you talking to yourself the other night while you thought we were asleep. Windia had been blushing before. Now her entire face was red because they weren't supposed to know about that. Her blush didn't get any better because Izuku wrapped his arms around her and Pony and Raphtalia also joined in on the hug. The overwhelming emotion from this combined with the exhaustion from her fight with the king was enough to make her pass out. Izuku scooped her up into his arms and put her in the wagon. Let's bring the wagon with us this time. I don't want to leave her alone, and I don't want to leave you two alone while you're at the church. Philo had already hooked herself up to the wagon before Izuku finished speaking. He climbed in and tried to set Windia down on a pillow, but she was clinging to him in her sleep, so he just let her and continued holding her. Pony and Raphtalia took their seats at the front of the wagon and entered the city once more. The church was at the center of the city and easily recognizable. A few people were still on the streets, mainly the injured soldiers who had finally gotten back up, but nobody bothered the group. Less than 5 minutes after the Pope left with something from his chambers, the doors to the church were thrown open. The head priestess trembled but greeted the four who entered. Welcome. H, how can I assist you today? The Raph demi-human said, we are looking for a certain sword. We are unsure which of the two it is, but we know that either Excalibur or Caliber is being kept here. Give us the sword, and we will be on our way. V, very well. F, follow me please. The priestess walked over to the podium where the Pope stood at during ceremony. She put her hand on it and spoke a chant to reveal the location of Caliber. Behind the podium, a staircase leading down appeared. Down there, you will find what you seek. She took a torch from the wall, but it wasn't lit. Do any of you have fire magic? Without warning, the torch ignited with bright orange flames. None of them had made any movements or said any spell, so the priestess had no idea who lit it. P, please follow me. The stairs down led to a long corridor with a large ornate door at the end of it. This was it. She opened the door and let the three adventurers and their unconscious friend, which the priestess wasn't brave enough to question, into the chamber. T, this is the archive. T, the entire history of the country and the church is held in this place. B, but it also serves as the resting place for C. Caliber. In a glass case, a silver sheath held a sword with a hilt wrapped in brown leather with a golden guard on it. It was about the same length as the swords the Raph girl carried on her person. Normally, outsiders wouldn't be let anywhere near this room. However, she had orders from the Pope to let them in and give them Caliber. Said girl stepped forward, but the priestess stopped her. P, please wait a moment. T, the glass surrounding Caliber is nearly unbreakable. T, the entire church could collapse around it and there wouldn't be a scratch on it. Little did she know, but the shield hero could easily surpass the amount of force needed to shatter the glass. However, the four of them waited for the priest to lift the glass with the key. Once she did, the Raft girl grabbed the sword and unsheathed it. It was a beautiful weapon that was undeniable. 3 feet long, silver with a gold diamond pattern on the center of the blade, and sharper than any normal weapon. The only weapons that were able to surpass it were the legendary sword and spear, as well as Durandal, which surpassed the legendary weapons as well. When Caliber was wielded alongside Excalibur, it would give power equal to Durandal. Who said that? The girl spoke, but nobody had spoken. It wasn't like the priestess had missed it. The other 2 conscious members of the party had confirmed it. The Raft girl shook her head and sheathed the sword. Without another word to the priestess, they left with the girl not saying anything to her companion. It was then that the priestess realized something. Only the pure of heart could wield Caliber and Excalibur, and there was no way for someone with the devil of the shield to be pure of heart. Did that mean the Pope was wrong? Who said that? Raphtalia had taken and unsheathed Caliber to admire it. When she did, she heard a voice. It was a male voice, and as gentle as a breeze. It spoke in barely a whisper and said, "You who have claimed my other half, restore me to my former glory and wake me from my slumber." She somehow knew what the voice was talking about. Excalibur, the lost sword, was the partner to the one she held. But who was it that spoke to her? She would have to find out. But for now, they had something else to do. They left and she smiled. She finally felt like she was on the road to being equal to Izuku and Pony. And Windia had finally admitted her feelings, so they could just focus on the waves and building their little town in their small corner of the country. Maybe peace was more obtainable than she thought. The day the party had left, Izuku got a message from Keel using one of his magical inventions. She had said that because of the danger the bow hero posed to the villagers and soldiers, she was stopping any and all resource-gathering squads from leaving the village. With the farms producing food as well as the stockpile of food they had, the village could last for a week before running out, maybe a week and a half if they were going to the extreme with rationing it out. It wasn't ideal, but it gave Izuku, Pony, Philo, Melty, and Windia a chance to gather 3 of the weapons they were going after. Melty had stayed behind during the events in the capital because of the ongoing threat against her life, so she didn't see the action. She did see the weapons that were recovered, and Windia's confession to Izuku. She was happy for the girl, but she was also worried. Melty hated when she was traveling with her bodyguards because they refused to let her do anything and treated her like glass. It made her feel useless to not do anything for herself. Before getting that staff, Windia was on an equal level to Melty. Now with it, as well as seeing the wolf that had reappeared and now also has some special power, it made Melty feel useless again. She couldn't match the power the others had, couldn't even get close. The only one who was still close to her level was Philo. And even Philo was going to get one of the weapons eventually or get some other boost that put her on the same unobtainable level the others had reached. So, at night she brought it up to Izuku. She told him her fears and worries, and he listened. When she was done, Izuku said, "I understand feeling useless. From the time I was 4 to right before the day I arrived in this world, I was considered worthless by the majority of the population. They even gave me the nickname Deku, which means worthless or good for nothing in my language. But you're nothing like that now. You have more power than any other known fighter in the country right now. What changed?" It took a minute for Izuku to respond. "About a year before I came to this world, I met somebody who told me what I was dreading my entire life. That I couldn't be like the warriors of my world, because I lacked the special powers they all had. It nearly destroyed me. But later that day, I came across a bad situation and even those warriors who were so much stronger than I was refused to act. So, I did it myself, and I succeeded. The one who told me to give up found me again and said he was wrong about me. So I worked with him and became so much stronger than anyone else said I had a right to be. Not the full story, but enough to give Melty the idea of what happened. So that's how you got so strong." With a nod, Izuku answered, "It is. And it's how Pony got so strong now. And Raphtalia, and Windia, and Philo. It might have been in different ways, but we've all been pushed to our limits, then we've pushed ourselves even further than that. You say you want to stand with us, to hold the power we hold, then you need to do the same thing. Find your limits, push yourself to the breaking point, then go even further beyond. Plus Ultra. What does Plus Ultra mean? It's the motto of UA, the place where the greatest warriors in my world are trained. It means to push past your limits and become better than before." Izuku looked to the stars when he said that. Melty looked up with him, clearly not seeing the same thing he did. "Where do I start?" "By deciding what you want to be." Melty fell silent as she pondered what Izuku meant by that. What did she want to be? On the way to the cave in the capital, it took Philo a day and a half to get there. But that was because she was pacing herself in order to not tire herself out too much, as it wasn't urgent enough to warrant full speed. Now, on the way back, Philo had a very good reason to go full speed, with the town effectively on lockdown to protect themselves against Itsuki and any reinforcements he may bring. They had to get back as soon as possible so the town didn't run out of the limited food supply they had saved up. Instead of taking a day and a half to get back, it took 3 hours. Sure, Izuku had to use his magic to reinforce the wagon to keep it from falling apart from all the bumps and the high speed itself, but that was no issue for him. In fact, Izuku was fairly sure Philo came somewhat close to 150 miles per hour. It was impressive even in Izuku's world with the insane quirks and the crazy feats the population could achieve. Even more so in this world, which was far less technologically advanced than his own. When the 6 of them arrived back at the village, they found it perfectly fine. However, hiding just in the tree line were 2 figures, so instead of entering the village walls, Izuku had Philo pull the wagon over to the 2 figures. It was Itsuki, and a girl a few years older than him that he had never seen before. She had long pinkish hair and a green and yellow tunic. A new party member, Itsuki. I had to find somebody, Izuku. He spat out the name with hate. You chased the rest of them away and locked me up. Less than 10 seconds of talking and the situation was already going south. And you know damn well there was a good reason for that. Or did you forget that you tried to attack my village and kill Ren? You refused to listen to reason or to even try to talk things out peacefully. Your village, the girl said angrily. When my father died, this land was passed down to me. This entire territory belongs to me. She drew the sword from the scabbard on her waist. It was a simple iron blade, but well taken care of and incredibly sharp. You will pay for stealing my father's land. She found herself with 3 swords pointed at her, fire magic blazing at the end of Windia's staff, and Philo glaring down on her as a breeze started building in strength. You even tried to touch him. Pony started, and we will show you no mercy. Raphtalia finished. It was clear that the girl was outmatched and outnumbered, but she still didn't give in. She said, I'll get my father's land back even if I have to kill all of you to do it. Even though he knew his party was in no danger, Izuku stepped in. There's no need to fight. In the short time she was acting monarch before her father usurped the throne by force, Second Princess Melty granted me this land as a reward for stopping the third wave. I'm assuming you're the daughter of the lord of this region that was slain during the first wave. You still have all that land, and I won't even try to stake a claim on it. The girl wavered slightly, sensing the difference in power between the boy in front of her and herself. Even the bow hero was outmatched by this boy. He carried no weapons, only a shield. That told her everything she needed to know. In the short time she had escaped the castle dungeon and returned here, she heard the rumors about the shield hero, both of his kindness and of his seemingly unlimited strength. She turned to Itsuki. You didn't tell me our opponent was the shield hero and his party. You agreed to help me get revenge if you got to reclaim the land for yourself. It shouldn't matter who you're fighting. It hurt Itsuki to ask for help from anyone, but in his mind, his plan made sense. He just needed somebody to distract Izuku for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the skill Itsuki would unleash would kill the shield hero and his party instantly. There was no doubt in his mind. After all, he was a legendary hero, and he had a gift beyond that. Nobody could match him. We're doing this. The girl growled but said, fine. She turned to Izuku. I, Eclair Sieto, the daughter of Lord Sieto, challenge you to a duel for the right to rule this village and the rest of this region. On your honor as a lord, you must accept. And if I decline, Melty popped her head out of the wagon for a moment to explain, then you lose your lordship. As both of you have an official claim over the same land, one through inheritance and the other through royal decree, if one challenges the other, they must accept or forfeit their claim. The winner gets whatever is agreed upon. So in this case, if you win you become the lord of this entire region, which is quite large. If you lose, she gets ownership of Laurelona village. She ducked her head back into the wagon without another word. With a deep sigh, Izuku asked, is this a fight to the death, or until the other yields, is unable to continue? Because I really don't want to have to kill you for no good reason. Until yield or unable to continue, Eclair said, pointing her sword at Izuku. The 2 of them walked into the open field where they could fight without worrying about hitting the others by accident. Izuku stood there almost casually while Eclair charged him. She was fast, far faster than Glass had been, and likely just as strong if not stronger than the strange woman who appeared during the wave. But it wasn't enough to beat Izuku. Even without OFA, he was fast enough to dodge each of the attacks easily. He slipped behind her and lightly tapped her on the back, causing her to stumble a bit. Don't just stand there. Fight me. A bright glow engulfed her sword, and Izuku recognized it as light magic. A soft green glow surrounded Eclair as she got faster. For the first time, Izuku had to put effort into dodging her attacks. He activated OFA at 5% and zipped around faster than before, still dodging the attacks without too much difficulty. Then the light, which had continued to build, shot out at him in a cross pattern. He put his hand out and unleashed a torrent of flames that smothered the light and continued forward to impact Eclair. But the daughter of the former lord wasn't out of tricks just yet. Her body blurred as she avoided the flames, moving so fast that nobody but Izuku could track her. In an almost bored fashion, Izuku powered up more and caught up with her. Checkmate, he said and punched. He stopped it before it could fully hit her, but the force of the attack was more than enough to send Eclair into the ground, where her momentum worked against her, and she skidded to a stop painfully. She got to her feet, somewhat shakily, and leveled her sword at Izuku. He spoke again. You can't match me. I've yet to use more than 15% of my power, and you're nearing your limit. Surrender now, while you still have your dignity. Do it, and I'll let you keep your land. But that wasn't good enough for Eclair. Now it wasn't just a matter of getting her father's land back. The shield hero had insulted her honor and skill by holding back against her and asking that she surrender. It was time for her strongest technique, light so bright that it forced Izuku to look away and engulfed her sword. It kept building, and Izuku shook his head. He could stop her from doing this, but he really didn't want to hurt her unless he had to. So instead, he held his shield in front of his and waited. The light fired at him in a cross shape, much larger and faster than before. It slammed into his shield and pushed him back an inch. Then another. Then the cross detonated in his face. Eclair smirked, believing she had won. But when the smoke cleared, Izuku stood there looking no worse for wear. Eclair, drained of energy from that last attack and horrified of how much stronger Izuku was than her, fell to her knees. She closed her eyes and waited for the finishing blow that never came. After about a minute, she opened her eyes to see Izuku standing there, concern in his eyes. Are you okay? That last attack didn't take too much out of you, did it? Stunned, Eclair answered and no. Then she came back to her senses and shouted, what the hell are you doing? I just tried to kill you and you're asking me if I'm okay. She jumped to her feet and started punching Izuku in the chest, screaming at him at what an idiot he was with a slight blush on her face. Over across the field, everyone was stunned. Itsuki was stunned at just how powerful Eclair was. It eclipsed him, Motoyasu, and Ren. Even the three of them combined might not have been able to defeat Eclair. Pony, Raphtalia, Philo, Windia, and Melty were also stunned at Eclair's power, but also at Izuku's. They expected that final attack from Eclair to do something, but Izuku brushed it off like it was nothing. He's been holding back, Pony realized, even in fight where he looked like he was taking it seriously. He's been reining in his power and holding back. Raphtalia asked herself, just how much power does Izuku have? She paused. I thought I was finally beginning to catch up to him, but the gap between us seems bigger than ever. Even if she was shocked, Philo didn't care much about how much Izuku had been holding back. She just thought it was funny that her daddy was so strong. Windia asked the important question. Is he still holding back, even now? That attack was more powerful than anything he's ever dealt with before, and he wasn't even injured. Does he still have more strength locked away, waiting to be unleashed? Back with Eclair, she had finally stopped hitting Izuku and bowed to him. As agreed upon in the terms of our duel, the rest of this region is yours now, and I will serve you in any way I can, until the day I die or defeat you in combat. Then she stood and looked incredulous. The rumors say that your strength is infinite. I didn't realize just how true that statement was. How much more power do you have locked away in that body of yours? With a smile, Izuku said, I doubt I can refuse to claim the land. Eclair didn't miss how he dodged the question but didn't bring it up. But I can do this. Eclair Cieto, I hereby appoint you as my official protector of the people. You will travel around the entire region once a month, ensuring there are no issues. You will help people wherever you can. You have the authority to act in my name when I am not present and can make decisions for towns and cities in the region so long as I am not present. If you abuse this power, I will find somebody to replace you. And you must treat demi-humans as equals, and enforce the law that slaves are not to be abused in any way, or they will be taken away and freed. The owner of said slaves will face a hefty fine and possible jail time depending on the offense. Do you accept? When Eclair promised to serve Izuku in any way imaginable, she expected something far different, something definitely petty and possibly perverted. She wasn't expecting Izuku to basically make it so she was still the acting ruler of the region, with a few added restrictions that she had no problem with. She said, you could have made me into a sex slave for you. You could have made me sweep the streets or clean the sewers. I tried to kill you in a duel we agreed would not be to the death, so I deserve at least that much and probably more. And yet you're letting me do almost whatever I want. Izuku nodded. He blushed slightly at the mention of a sex slave, which had never even crossed his mind. I could have. But you were trying to get your land back and defend your honor after I insulted you by holding back. And you have the will to make changes that need to happen for a better world. I need people like you because this world needs to change if it is going to grow and thrive after the end of the waves. This could blow up in his face horribly. She could abuse said power and do tons of damage before he found out and replaced her. And yet, he trusted her enough to do what was right, even after she tried to kill him. Why, you idiot. Fine. I accept your offer. Thank you for your generosity. With a smile and a nod, Izuku said, there's no need to thank me. Besides, you could probably do a better job than I could. I'm not much of a leader. Somehow, Eclair doubted that was true. But she didn't argue, just nodded and agreed. One last thing before you start your monthly trip. Make sure Itsuki doesn't cause any more trouble. Just the threat of him being out here nearly crippled the village. And take him with you. He needs to learn what it really means to be a hero. And I have a feeling you can help him with that. Eclair nodded and said, understood, Lord Midoriya. I will be on my way shortly. After I return to my father's manor and get some supplies and transport for the trip, I will begin and make sure he comes with me. She left without another word, wondering why her face felt so hot and her heart was beating out of her chest. She had never once felt like this before. It was new and it was scary, but not necessarily bad. Perhaps she could figure it out the next time she and Izuku met. She had lost. She had far more power than even him. One of the legendary heroes, and that monster in human skin hadn't even broken a sweat in destroying her. The skill he had charged up, one that would expend all his energy in a single blast, was charged, but would it do anything? Eclair started to walk away, and Itsuki took his chance. He stepped out of the tree line and fired the skill. A massive laser of yellow energy shot toward Izuku. If this didn't do it, nothing would. The beam of energy shot far into the distance, impacting a mountain and taking a decent-sized chunk out of it. Impressive, Izuku said. Thanks. It took a few seconds before Itsuki's brain caught up with what happened, and he jumped back from where Izuku stood right next to him. There wasn't a scratch on Izuku. Even his clothes and armor were untouched. How are you alive? That blew up part of a mountain. It's called dodging. I would have thought that a ranged hero with no melee options would know how to do it. Before Itsuki could respond, Izuku ripped the bow out of his hands and it vanished. However, instead of reappearing in Itsuki's hand like it normally would when he was disarmed, it stayed gone. How do you even do that? Itsuki kicked Izuku in the shin repeatedly, but for all its effect, he may as well have been kicking a brick wall. Give it back. Give me back my weapon. Izuku grabbed Itsuki by the back of his armor and lifted him into the air. The legendary hero really needed to work on his physical capabilities. Without his bow, he was helpless. This is just sad now. Izuku lifted Itsuki up higher and slammed him into the ground, not doing any serious damage, but keeping Itsuki on the ground for a while. Just then, Ren and Motoyasu came running out of the village with weapons drawn. The two heroes relaxed when they saw it was just Izuku and Itsuki, and that Izuku had the situation well in control. Flat on your ass and barely conscious. And you've been here for how long? 10 minutes. But Lord Izuku spent most of that time fighting me, Eclair said, causing the two heroes to realize she was there. He ended up like that in about 10 seconds. Once again weary, especially from how the strange woman in front of them called Izuku Lord Izuku, Ren asked, and who are you? Rule one of this world. Treat everyone and everything with a healthy amount of suspicion. If you didn't, you were likely to find a sword or dagger, or some other sharp object lodged into your spine. And why are you calling him Lord? Pony stepped in to explain. We got back from our trip, claiming Durandal, the 7-star staff, and Caliber. Itsuki ambushed us with her, and she and Izuku fought for a few minutes. Her name is Eclair, and her father used to own this land. She saw Izuku owning this village as a threat and fought him over her inheritance. She lost, and now Izuku owns and rules this region. He also hired Eclair as his ambassador, with just as much power as she would have had normally, and only a few rules to follow. Leaning on his spear to help catch his breath from running all the way there from the docks on the other side of the village, Motoyasu said, yeah, that sounds like Izuku. I take it the rules were just about treating people fairly and not discriminating against anyone. Pony nodded. He turned to Izuku. So, what do we do now? In answer, Izuku activated a bunch of spells. Shield Cage, Airstrike Shield, Second Shield, Flame Barrier, Enhanced Defense, Detroit Smash. 4 layers of barriers surrounded the group, and Izuku punched upwards with 50% of OFA, sending a massive burst of pressure upward, passing through the barriers, impacting a large beam of light and weakening it enough so it only went through one of the barriers. What the hell was that? Motoyasu screamed in shock, both asking about the beam of light and the insane amount of power Izuku just unleashed with seemingly no repercussions. Eclair was realizing just how much Izuku held back against her. He likely could have just stood there and allowed her to attack him and not taken any damage. Releasing the remaining barriers, Izuku quickly cast a healing spell on himself to repair the broken arm he now had from his punch. I'm not sure, but whatever it was, if I didn't do that, it would have killed us all. Up there, he pointed to the top of the crater they now stood in. The Pope was there with a golden spear in his hands. Impressive work, Devil of the Shield. I am unsure of what that was that allowed you to survive, but make no mistake, you will not live through this day. He raised his weapon in the air. For you see, this weapon is a foo. He was interrupted by Izuku launching himself into the air and throwing a punch. Don't care. The Pope managed to react in time and the spear turned into a golden shield. The barrier of energy that appeared was shattered instantly, but the shield managed to protect the Pope from being eviscerated, albeit with a large dent in it. The dent quickly repaired itself and the shield turned into a sword, which released a blast of light that sent Izuku crashing back into the ground. But you should, devil. This weapon is both a replica and an improvement of the 4 legendary weapons you hold. All 4 fused into one. And with all my followers supplying mana to it, I can wield it with no issue. He pointed the sword at Izuku, sending another blast of light. It hit Izuku's shield and exploded into a large amount of smoke, obscuring the entire group. Unharmed, Izuku said, Ren, Motoyasu, Itsuki, stay here and help me fight him. Take down the followers while I deal with him. The rest of you, get to the village and get everyone into the bunker. Go. Melty and Eclair hopped onto Philo's back, while Pony used her horns to fly herself and Raphtalia out of the crater. Before the other 3 heroes could leave to disable the followers supplying mana to the Pope, he shouted Cathedral, and a building of light appeared on top of the crater, boxing them in. You shall go no further. Warn your town and evacuate them wherever you wish. It will not be enough. You will all die here, and they will be next. I will not allow anyone to ruin all my hard work, no matter who they are or what power they have. Especially you, Devil of the Shield. It was then that it clicked for Izuku. It was you. You're the reason I was treated horribly by everyone, weren't you? But of course, we worship only the sword, the spear, and the bow. The shield is an abomination and should be treated as such. I will do whatever it takes for your legacy to be forgotten by this world, even if it means killing you all and dooming this world to oblivion. Ren and Motoyasu tried to attack using their strongest skills, but the Pope vanished. He turned his weapon into a bow, and multiple reflections of him appeared on the walls of the light construct, trapping them in the crater. Now perish. Arrows made of light shot at them from each reflection. Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki were able to destroy some of them, but it wasn't enough. The Pope laughed and said, I have controlled every move you have made from the very beginning. Every step you took and every monster you killed from the moment you arrived in this world was governed by me. More light arrows shot forward, too many for the heroes to stop. Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki had to dive out of the way, but Izuku stood there and took the arrows, taking no damage because of his defense. The Pope was undeterred by this. Once he managed to kill the other 3. He had stronger skills that could be used against the Devil of the Shield. That foolish king wished to control you for his own gain. The evil monarch barely held back by the benevolent Pope. But I was always the one in control. It was I who coached that worthless princess on accusing the shield. It was I who informed her of the shield's slaves. That duel was supposed to be rigged from the start, but the spear hero was far too weak to stop you. Everyone else I sent has failed, so now I have to do my own dirty work, and you will disrupt my world no longer. Perish. Hundreds of light arrows shot from every direction. It would be enough to kill the 3 weaker heroes, and the Pope still seemed to have enough energy to fight Izuku afterwards. Izuku, who had gone silent at the Pope's reveal, let loose a rage-filled scream. The ground shook and cracked as a wave of energy exploded off of him. Ropes of black energy shot out of his body, snatching the arrows out of the air and shattering them. Izuku started floating off the ground into the air. Green lightning crackled all around him and his shield changed form over and over again. First, it was a smaller green shield shaped like fire. Then it turned into a massive red, white, and blue shield with a golden outline. After that, it became a dark purple shield with air swirling around it. The next shield was also large, only slightly smaller than the second one, and colored black with more of those strange lines of energy coming off of it. The shield kept switching between those 4 forms before sticking to the black one. Izuku dropped out of the air, looking pissed. When he spoke, it didn't sound like himself. For the sake of this world. You haven't done shit for this world. Don't even pretend otherwise. Little Ninth has put his life on the line time and time again for you bastards. And this is how you repay him. Well, no more. We won't stand for it anymore. Black flames roared to life all around Izuku as more of those black lines appeared. The ropes of energy shot out and shattered each of the reflections, to the panicked look of the Pope. Once only one remained, he panicked. What is this? Why, you really are the devil. The Pope had spread those lies, but he never once believed them until now. With the black fire and those strange ropes that were shattering his reflections, plus that already intimidating armor and the different voice, Izuku really did look like the devil now. Stay away from me. Where did all that bravado go? You make me sick. You have this whole world wrapped up in your lies, and instead of trying to do good and protect people from the monsters and the waves, you try to control everyone important and leave the common people to rot. Well, no more. This is the end of all that. But before I kill you, take a good look at this kid in front of you. He's suffered more than you can possibly imagine. From the time he was 4, he was discriminated against and abused. People refused to serve him or help him because he was different. Then he came to this world, and he thought it would be different, but he was wrong. It was exactly the same as his. But he fought, and he fought, and he rose above all of that. And instead of hating this world and his own, he still did his best to help others. This kid right here is a real hero, power or not, and you tried to ruin all of that. I say, be damn glad you failed. Because if you didn't, even without his power, he would have become the biggest threat this world has ever seen or ever would see. And it would have been your fault. This kid, The Pope realized that whoever this was, it wasn't the shield hero. Who are you? Not like it matters to a dead man, but you can call me Fifth. And with that, more of those black ropes skewered the Pope, and black fire burned him to ash. Then, they grabbed the golden weapon the Pope had been using, and shattered it into tiny fragments that were then also consumed by fire. The construct collapsed all around the heroes, and the black ropes and fire vanished. Izuku's shield returned to normal, and he passed out. The last thing he remembered was an unfamiliar voice shouting for him before everything went dark. Shield hero, shield her. Kid, wake up, kid. Izuku's eyes fluttered open slowly, and he sat up. His body felt lighter than usual, and his head felt fuzzy. Come on, get up. We need to talk. Izuku sat up to see who was talking to him. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. He fully opened his eyes and sat up with help from whoever was talking. That same gruff voice said, "There we go. We let you sleep long enough. Now we need to talk about what the hell is going on." The one speaking to Izuku currently was a large bald man with a bit of stubble wearing leather pants and a leather jacket with gold-plated shoulder pads. On his chest was a bandolier of bullets, and there was a pair of goggles on his forehead. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, trying to back up but finding that moving was hard. He couldn't move his arms or legs at all. In fact, everything below the neck was numb. Looking down revealed that below the neck he wasn't quite solid. Black smoke obscured most of him. To his surprise, he didn't freak out at all, simply accepted his situation for the moment. Standing Izuku up, the man said, "I'm Degoro Banjo, Pro Hero Lariat. You can call me Degoro or Fifth." "Fifth?" Izuku asked, looking around. He saw 8 other figures, trying to find an answer to what Fifth meant. The answer came when he saw the massive flaming figure of All Might, staring straight ahead. "You mean the 5th user?" Another man, this one not much older looking than Izuku, with long white hair and a build that was practically skin and bones, spoke up. Indeed, he sounded like he was constantly fighting back a coughing fit. "Every person here was once a holder of One for All. When we die, our consciousness is transferred to the quirk, among other things. Once there, we are able to see the outside world through the eyes and ears of the current wielder. Unfortunately, we are normally unable to affect the outside world at all. But we can get to that later. I am Yoichi Shigaraki, the first wielder and half of the reason this quirk exists at all." Degoro spoke up again. "We'll keep this meeting just between the 3 of us. The others can introduce themselves next time. First order of business." He took a deep breath. "What sort of nonsense did you get dragged into?" He got a chop to the back of the head courtesy of Yoichi. Now, Yoichi said kindly. "This is by no means Izuku's fault. Though, it is incredibly strange to be pulled into another world, with this Keeper of Shadows leaving you a couple of notes saying that you're here to save it from destruction. It makes me wonder though. He said that things here are worse than normal, so he brought you here. Did he mean the waves themselves, or something else? Maybe that glass woman is part of what makes it worse, because she was far stronger than even the other 3 heroes." Izuku said, "I don't know. I have no idea if fighting the waves is even what I'm supposed to do here. I really wish I had more information to go off of." Nodding, Degoro said, "Us too. But right now there isn't much we can do about that. We need to talk about the real reason we brought you here. During the fight with the Pope, you got pissed enough to activate that cursed shield against your will, and one of those dragon souls would have made you go crazy. You would have killed him, and I know you wouldn't have wanted that on your hands. So I took over your body and dealt with it for you." "What?" Izuku asked blankly. He knew that the dragon souls in his shield were able to affect him, but losing control completely was new, as was apparently being possessed by a ghost. Yoichi knew that he needed to step in again. "Do not worry too much. We would only be able to take over your body in extreme situations such as that, where your mind has been compromised. In those cases, should you start going too far or end up in a dangerous situation where someone needs to be in control, one of us will step in." Originally it was Nana who wanted to step in, but Degoro convinced her otherwise. The next question that needed to be asked was one Izuku dreaded the answer to. "So, the Pope isn't dead?" "Oh no, I killed the fucker. He was a cold, heartless son of a bitch with way too much influence. He wasn't somebody you could just arrest, because he would have somebody break him out or clear him of any charges. So, I did what I needed to do. Besides, nobody screws with my family and gets away with it. If you ever need anything, just give all Uncle Degoro a shout." The 5th user flipped between serious to jovial in an instant, almost giving Izuku whiplash. "Now Yoichi wants to show you something else." Turning Izuku around, Yoichi let Izuku inspect the area and the void beyond it. In the immediate area was a group of 9 chairs, 6 of them occupied. Yoichi and Degoro were standing and talking to Izuku, and All Might was just hovering behind his, frozen. "Don't mind him. His vestige isn't complete yet. Once he passes, hopefully from natural causes, he'll be upgraded to the full version. What I need you to see is this." Past the circle of chairs, at the edge of the void, was a glowing green portal. "What is it?" Izuku asked. It didn't seem like a part of One for All, and yet it didn't seem foreign either. Just like One for All has an inner world, so does that shield you have. We are unable to cross the barrier between the two, but we can communicate across it. The thing is, your shield and One for All are remarkably similar. One for All stockpiles energy and absorbs the quirk of the one who holds it. Your shield can take in materials from every enemy you fight to make itself stronger. Long story short, each one is trying to absorb the other. Because of how powerful both of them are, it will likely result in a fusion of the two instead of one or the other becoming dominant. It'll happen soon because we can only hold it back for so long. After a small pause as Izuku processed this information, he slowly asked, "Who have you been communicating with?" Yoichi grabbed Izuku's shoulder, as the only way Izuku could move was with assistance from one of the vestiges, and led him over to the portal. Once the two got close enough, the portal opened and revealed the other side. It was almost identical to One for All's inner world, with two key differences. Instead of there being 9 chairs, there were only 2. The other difference was in the fog that made up the limits of the inner world. Instead of being black, it was dark green with streaks of red lightning occasionally flashing in random spots. Inside the other inner world were 3 figures. 2 of them Izuku recognized as the 2 dragons he had slain and absorbed into his shield. Those shrunk down heavily to be around the same size as an average adult human. The other was impossible to identify because it lacked any characteristics at all. It had no face whatsoever, and the form it took always seemed to flicker like a flame, as if it wasn't actually solid. Mainly that faceless dude. I can't get any answers as to who or what he is, but he has given me information about the shield you have, and I've done the same for him with One for All. He won't answer any more questions until you go talk to him, so get. Yoichi lightly shoved Izuku into the portal. Thankfully, there were no issues with passing through. Once Izuku regained his balance, he realized that he had a solid body again. Slowly, he walked over to the figure. Shield bearer, 9th wielder of One for All. The broken, the reborn. You who stand as the strongest yet remember your time as the weakest. I have been waiting for so long for one such as you. The voice clearly came from the figure, but it still had no mouth. It hadn't even turned toward Izuku. It spoke again. All is not right with this world. Yet you have a great destiny in your own. You are not supposed to be here. An anomaly. A mistake has been made, but not by you. So, you stand here, fighting a battle that is not your own. Desperate to save this world, and to return to your home. You fight, but what do you fight for? Your friends, your lovers, personal gain. No, you do not fight for any of these things. You fight for the sake of this world itself. You fight because you can. You fight because even the gods who created you fear your potential and your power. You are the cursed, the blessed, the blade forged in pain and sharpened by suffering. You are all these things, and so much more. What are you really? Who are you? Finally, the figure turned to face Izuku. Not by twisting or moving its legs. It simply seemed to shift to face Izuku unnaturally, like the humanoid figure was unnatural to it. You are the destroyer, the creator, the weapon, the shield, the protector, everything and nothing, and even more beyond. I too am many things. What will I be to you? The more this thing spoke, the more confused Izuku was. You didn't answer my question, nor did you mine. What are you, and what am I to you? Answer me and I shall answer you. Answer this, and all will be revealed. Once again, the answer made no sense. What was this thing? Who was this thing? But Izuku apparently needed to answer those 2 questions before any would be given to him. What was he? Every title this entity had given to Izuku was accurate. Each one could be used to describe him, and yet none of them told the full story. Even all of them together were missing one thing. The one title Izuku hadn't been given yet. A hero. He spoke quietly at first, then louder. I am a hero. The hero. And what am I? Everything I am is because of you and because of One for All. Without the 2 of you, I'm nothing. Izuku answered what he felt was the truth. If he hadn't been given All Might's quirk, he wouldn't have even had the courage to show up to that entrance exam. And without the shield and all the abilities it gave him, he wouldn't have been able to survive in this world. Or so he thought. Is that the truth you have found? Tell me, what have I done that you would not have been able to do alone? What is One for All? Memories started to play all around them. Things Izuku had done well before he ever got the shield or One for All. Standing up to bullies all his life, saving Bakugo's life from the sludge villain, cleaning a trash-filled beach, in the entrance exam. One for All didn't make him help Pony find her exam room. It didn't make him try to save her when the building collapsed. Kindness is a strength all its own, especially when it comes from one such as you, who has been rejected by the rest of society. More memories played. In these, Izuku did use his shield and One for All. It is your own strength that allows you to fight so hard for the sake of others. The power granted to you by myself and by One for All is nothing compared to that strength. Do you accept my truth? Answering that question wouldn't be so easy. All his life, Izuku had been told he was worthless, that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be what he wanted to be. But the evidence was all around him. It was his own actions that made All Might choose him to inherit One for All. It was him who took the shield and protected the innocent. It wasn't the shield or One for All that inspired Pony, Raphtalia, Philo, and the rest of Luralona village to fight and protect the world. It was him. And so, Izuku had his answer. I do. Without a face, it was impossible to tell what the entity was thinking, but it seemed to relax a bit as if smiling. Similar to One for All, this shield has been wielded by many others in the distant past and across history. I was the first, and the one who sacrificed my spirit to ensure that there would always be at least one willing to protect this world from harm. An endless cycle of rebirth so I could guide those who succeeded me. But it is time for that cycle to end. From now on, you are the master of this shield. It is as much a part of you as the heart that beats in your chest. And it is time for me to go and take my long-awaited rest. The figure started to change until it resembled a person. They had long black hair and were taller than Izuku, with a similar build to him, that being muscular but lean instead of bulky. The armor the figure was wearing looked somewhat primitive compared to Izuku, being from long ago. He carried the shield and a short sword, with a small smile on his face. Come, he said, his voice no longer sounding immaterial. It is time to speak to the first of One for All. Izuku and the shield spirit walked over to the portal to speak to Yoichi. With the two side by side, Izuku realized how similar the spirit and Yoichi looked. The same face and hair, the same eyes, and the same sort of calm the two shared. Ah, yes, I see you've noticed how similar we look. That is no accident. I have long since forgotten what I looked like. However, no matter what form I try to take, two things stay the same. My hair and eye color are always black and green. I modeled this body after Yoichi, with a couple of key differences, as you might be able to tell right away. It's kind of funny to see what I might have looked like if I was healthy. So, what do you need to talk about? Yoichi asked, bright green eyes looking between the two on the other side of the portal. Also, any clue as to what his name is? Shaking his head and adopting a sad look, the spirit answered, it has been so long since I trapped my spirit in my shield that I have forgotten every trace of my former identity. He perked up as best as possible, knowing nothing could be done to help him. He had long since been forgotten by history anyways. On to other matters. Izuku Midoriya is ready to wake up. However, as our two worlds have been merging, he requires both of our permission to do so, and I believe he truly appreciates who he is now. During our chat, I helped him conquer his feeling of inadequacy. However, the red lightning has not gone anywhere. That is his rage. All the negative feelings he has collected over the years, yet never released. Looking past the two, Yoichi saw what he was talking about. I see. Unfortunately, I am ill-equipped to help with that issue. Emotions were never my strong suit when I was alive, and very little has changed after 200 years of being stuck in this god-forsaken quirk. No, Yoichi wasn't bitter about this quirk stealing him away from a peaceful afterlife. What made you think that? Anyway, that could end up being an issue. Black Whip was activated when Daigoro took him over, and there's no undoing it, seeing as it's powered by emotion. Anger especially, having a lot of bottled up emotions can cause it to go haywire. You will need to deal with those emotions eventually, ninth, and sooner would be better than later. But that can be saved for another time. Oh, and before I forget, you have two of the quirks stored inside of One for All activated. Float and Black Whip. Your shield seems to have unlocked shields related to them, so that might help with control. Now wake up. You've slept long enough. Indeed, those around you are starting to worry. It is time for you to awaken. But remember what we discussed today. You are the best of us all, Izuku. You must never forget that. Oh, and if you ever need to ask for me, call me Neo. Just so you have something to call me instead of the spirit. A bright light encompassed Izuku's vision, and the inner world around him vanished before the light. In the waking world, Izuku sat up and saw he was back at the capital, in a hospital bed. While he had never needed to enter before, Izuku recognized it as the hospital wing of the castle, which they had passed on the way to their suites the first night in this world. All around him were concerned faces, most of them asleep, which told Izuku he had been there for a while, including one Izuku didn't recognize. The stranger was the only one awake around him, the rest asleep. Clearly, they had been here a while waiting for him to wake up. The stranger spoke. Ah, you are awake. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Myrlia Q. Melremark, Queen of Melremark. I must thank you for what you have done for this kingdom and my daughter. The queen wore a purple dress the same color as her hair, with a white collar around her neck and white frills on her shoulders. She carried a white fan in her hand but didn't cover her face with it. I apologize for not waiting for you to recover more, but in times like these, every second counts to prepare for the waves. It has come to light that my elder daughter and my husband have committed grave crimes against you and against this country. They shall be punished accordingly, and you shall be compensated for the strife they have caused you and your party. Seeing as he had just woken up after who knows how long, Izuku was out of it and didn't fully process what was being said. Not to mention, he was still processing the death of the Pope. and what he had talked about with his predecessors in his inner worlds. I see. Laying back down, Izuku asked, "How long was I unconscious?" "It has been 3 days since the fight against the Pope. The other 3 heroes have told me that you were not yourself at the end of that battle, so his death cannot be blamed on you. And even if it could, I would not press any charges against you, as you were defending yourself from his attack." Once again, Izuku just nodded, not fully processing the words of the queen. "Are you still unwell? Should I summon the healers to check on you?" With a shake of his head, Izuku answered, "No, I'm fine." What will their punishment be? He didn't care much, but he should at least ask, to make it seem like he was paying attention. The queen bit her lip anxiously before answering. "The penalty for crimes as severe as theirs is execution. I wish to show the people that not even those in power are immune from consequences, so they will suffer the most severe consequence the law can deliver." That finally sunk in. Executed. Is there another way? Those 2 were awful to him and others, sure, but did they deserve to die? Then he got an idea but chose to let the queen give her answer. She nodded and spoke softly. "A life for a life. For them to be saved while still obeying the law, someone of equal standing to themselves must willingly offer their own life to save them. As the acting ruler, I have the power to choose a separate punishment I choose appropriate. But should I save them, my people may see it as me condoning my family's actions and rebel against me. I wish for nothing more than the safety and comfort of my people. Therefore I must go through with this course of action. You can't change the punishment, and I doubt the other 3 heroes have the authority to do so either. But I was the one who suffered the most from their actions. I do believe that in this kingdom, the victim of a crime is often also able to decide on a punishment, instead of going with the one decided by the law. I would argue that this would be a similar situation. And while it could be seen as ridiculous to allow a regular citizen to choose a punishment, a legendary hero would be different. Izuku knew he had to do this, even after what they had done to him. He still didn't trust the throne, but they didn't deserve to die. The queen nearly collapsed from relief. "You would do this, truly?" Izuku nodded, and she couldn't help but ask. "They have done so much, and yet you would still spare their lives. Why do this?" "Because a real hero recognizes that any unnatural loss of life is a waste. I already have 1 person's blood on my hands. I can't just sit by and watch 2 others die when I know I could do something about it." Not only was the meeting with his predecessors helpful to make him realize how short he was selling himself, but it also let him reflect on his actions. And he found himself asking, is this how a real hero would act? He had been cold and almost cruel at times. Nodding slowly, the queen spoke gently, as if to avoid pushing too much and causing Izuku to change his mind. "Very well. I shall cancel the order to spread the word of the execution. Until you decide on a punishment, I shall have my husband and daughter locked in the dungeon. If you will excuse me, I shall take care of that now." Izuku stopped her. He might not be killing them, but he was still pissed at them. Actually, carry through with the execution preparations. Set up a date, spread the word, and even let those 2 know about it. They might not be getting executed, but the fear could do some good. Call it part of their punishment. The queen froze, and she remembered who she was dealing with. All her shadows and every account she had ever heard about him said that he was confusing to interact with and seemed to almost contradict himself at times. Those accounts did nothing to prepare her for actually interacting with him. "Then that is what I shall do. The trial will be held tomorrow, but they have already been found guilty and the trial is a formality. But I must make preparations either way. I shall be going now. I hope you recover quickly, Shield Hero." Soon after the queen left the room, Izuku decided to try and stand up. He hoped moving around a bit would help get rid of the stiffness he felt. As he shifted his legs off the bed and tried to stand, he was tackled back down by Pony. "You're awake. I was so worried when we got back. And you were unconscious. Raphtalia and Windia were a mess too. We couldn't find anything wrong with you, but you wouldn't wake up." Pony released Izuku from the vice grip she had him in and shook Raphtalia awake before moving on to Windia. "Izuku." Raphtalia also tackled Izuku, keeping him from getting up. "What happened? You were passed out when we got back. Nothing we did would wake you up. The healers had no idea what was wrong. All they could tell us was that you were almost completely out of mana. I'll tell you in a bit. First, I want to get out of here. Staying in hospitals makes me uncomfortable. Because of his quirkless nature, most doctors refuse to treat him, some literally throwing him out of the hospital because his disease might make other patients uncomfortable. Because of that, he usually avoided the places as much as possible in his world. Behavior like that didn't go away so easily. So while he was fine entering a hospital to treat a patient, actually staying in one was not something he would do willingly. Raphtalia helped him stand and said, "I understand. Also, I found a note in your hand last night. We didn't read it yet, but I think it might be important if somebody put it in your hand to find when you woke up. It's in your bag." Izuku reached into the thick leather bag to confirm what he expected. It was another note from the Keeper of Shadows. "Your job is almost complete. The waves are not the true threat. Gather your allies and prepare yourselves. The real threat is not one you can fight on your own. When the time comes, remember these words. Both can be saved. If you succeed in your next goal, you will be able to stop the threat once and for all. Good luck, the Keeper of Shadows. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.